Hey everyone. Welcome back for part 11 of What If Naruto Was Raised by the Sannin. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 55. The wind blows again. Or, the Akatsuki mean business. The group of four watched in horror the creature in front of them, half a puppet, half human, while at the same time being neither, blurring the line between human and machine. Sasori, however, continued to smirk. "You have no words for my greatest piece of art?" Sasori asked, his voice showing some conceit. "I guess it's natural. Not every day one gets to see something like this." "Greatest piece of art? You perverted the noble art of puppetry," Sasori, Kankuro seethed, as he moved Tomatsu into an attacking position. "You've been Suna's greatest shame for too long. Today, we will get rid Suna of that shame." Sasori chuckled condescendingly. "Of course, those who want to break the mold and take art to new limits are branded as criminals. Good thing I stopped caring about that village you liked so much long ago." With a clicking noise, Sasori brought his arms forward, pointing their palms towards the Konoha and Toneri ninjas. A pipe emerged from each palm. The uppermost scroll on his back briefly glowed with a blue light. Everybody adopted a defensive stance, ready to react to whatever Sasori was about to throw at them. "Now, become ashes." Two streams of red-hot fire shot from Sasori's palm cannons. Kankuro and Hinata moved to block the attacks. Mechanical light shield block. Vacuum palm. Tomatsu raised its shield, creating a barrier of blue chakra that intercepted one of the fire streams. Hinata's vacuum shell also clashed against the second, but it managed to overpower it, and continue unimpeded. The Hyuga yelped as she jumped sideways in an attempt to avoid the red streams of fiery death. Maki motioned her hands forward, shooting multiple cloth whips from her hands at Sasori. But predictably, they were burned to ashes. "Hinata, let's surround him. He won't be able to attack all of us that way," Kurenai suggested. The Hyuga nodded, and the two women started to run towards Sasori, avoiding his streams of fire as good as possible. Once they were close enough they leapt above him, landing at opposite sides. Now the four of them were around him. "Now you can only attack one of us at a time," Maki taunted. Sasori let out Abone's chilling cackle in return. "And what makes you think that?" Sasori replied. The human puppet stopped his fire assault, and spread his arms to the side. Then, his whole upper body minus the head started to spin at a fast pace. It was truly a disturbing image to watch. However, it wasn't as disturbing as the implication of what this new ability entailed. "Burn already. Fall back," a panicked Kurenai ordered. Sasori ignited his palm flamethrowers again, releasing waves of flames in every direction. As he increased the spinning speed, the flames started to take the shape of a giant fiery tornado that slowly expanded outwards. The heat produced was so intense, the shallow water started to boil and evaporate, covering the area in steam. The tornado of fire ceased. However, the steam covering the area made it impossible to anybody but Hinata to see what was going on. Hinata then started to notice a faint pulse of chakra coming from Sasori. She didn't have time to ponder what was it when she saw him raise his hand at Maki's position. "Maki-san, watch out," Hinata cried. Maki jumped backwards, leaping into the air as she narrowly avoided a stream of fire. Another chakra pulse, and this time, the stream of fire was aimed at Hinata, who managed to dodge it. "Wait a second, the chakra pulse, that's how he's locating us in the steam," Hinata thought in realization. "I'm the only one who can see him, so it falls on me to end this." Another realization dawned upon the Hyuga. She saw that the ground was now completely dry. The heat produced by Sasori's attack had evaporated all the water in the zone. That means that there was no danger of harming her allies if she used a lightning jutsu. Something she was planning to do, since this situation called for a powerful ranged attack. Her hands flew through hand seals. Lightning release, Thunder Fang. Thirsting both palms forward, Hinata released a mass of electricity that took the shape of a lion head. It let out a roar as it flew towards Sasori. "Huh?" Being so focused on offense, that attack caught Sasori completely off guard. On top of that, since nobody had used lightning jutsu so far, and the attack blasted him full. "Arg," Sasori yelled, clutching the only organic side of his body. "Oh, It's been so long since the last time I felt pain, I don't like it. Well, prepare for more then, since there's more from where that came from. Hinata defiantly stated, as she got ready for a second attack. The steam started to dispel, allowing everybody without a Byakugan to clearly see Sasori. They noticed the uppermost scroll on his back was no longer there. The 4 Konoha and Toneri ninjas allowed themselves a brief sigh of relief upon realizing that this means no more flamethrowers. Said relief, however, was short-lived as the second scroll briefly glowed blue. I'm no stranger to lightning release either, Sasori said, as he pointed one hand at Hinata, and the other at Kurenai. Now die. 2 lightning bolts fired from each palm of his hands. Kurenai dodged the one aimed at her, while Hinata channeled lightning chakra into her hands, and swiped the blast away. Kankuro decided he had been on the defensive for enough time, and moved Tomatsu to attack. Sasori noticed this, and fired an electric blast at the puppet. With a click, the puppet moved its shield forward, dispersing the electric blast. With another click, several slots opened from the shield, and fired a volley of shuriken at the Akatsuki. Useless, Sasori yelled, as he fired 2 lightning bolts to the ground, and used the resulting blast to launch himself into the air, above the puppet. He then fired his ventral cable at Kankuro. The puppeteer managed to dodge it, but still made a scratch on his torso, before it stabbed into the ground. Kankuro fell on one knee, already feeling the weakening effects of the poison. This time I won't make the same mistake I did before. Sasori hollered, as he retracted his cable, propelling himself towards Kankuro. His side blades started to spin like a buzz saw, as the deranged rogue puppeteer dived at the loyal poison one. Die. However, when Sasori was about to tear Kankuro to shreds, something violently stopped him. Turning his head 180 degrees, he could see that Maki had attached several cloth whips around the poles that held the spinning blades. Maki then, helped by Kurenai, pulled Sasori backwards, and the 2 women tossed the human puppet in the opposite direction, sending him flying. With Sasori momentarily out of commission, Hinata rushed towards Kankuro, as she fished another antidote capsule from her ninja tool pouch. Wasting no time, she rolled Kankuro's right sleeve, and nailed the capsule into it. There. Now the poison shouldn't be any concern for the next 3 minutes, Hinata explained, before taking a better look at the puppeteer's wounds. Let me heal that as well. Hey, thanks. This is the second time you saved my life, Kankuro chuckled, as he watched Hinata healing him. Think nothing of it, Hinata said, smiling a little. It's what we medics do. How many of those antidotes you have? The puppeteer asked, midly concerned. Just one. If more than one of us is poisoned, well, unless we can find the necessary ingredients to make more. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion in the sky, producing such intense light, it almost blinded everybody there for a split second. What was that? Hinata asked in shock. Damn it, that other Akatsuki and his explosions. Kankuro snarled. If something happened to Tomari. It seems that my idiot partner just blew himself up, Sasori replied, as he returned to the fight. I knew this would happen sooner or later. Datara never reacts well to being cornered. That means that now I'm all alone against both you and however survived the explosion from the other group. But something tells me you're not going to surrender, aren't you? Maki asked. Sasori's smirk was all the answer she needed. No. I killed Akaze Kage, I know very well what will happen to me if I surrender. Sasori then used a chakra thread to get one of the 2 remaining scrolls on his back. That means I'll have to end this fight right now. You should feel proud of yourselves, very few people have actually saw me using this. You can say it's my ultimate jutsu. Sasori unfurled the scroll, and dozens upon dozens of puppets poured from it. Their number was so big, they almost blocked the sun. Lastly, Sasori opened a compartment on the left side of his chest, and 100 chakra threads shot from it, attaching to 1 puppet each. Needless to say, the 4 Konoha and Toneri ninjas were taken aback by the magnitude of such display. The puppets were more or less the same size, all of them human-like in shape and form, with a surprising amount of detail to their faces, sporting multiple facial features, hairstyles and even accessories, like nose rings. All of them were wearing long plain maroon cloaks, and were carrying at least some sort of long-bladed weapon. Poisoned, no doubt about it. These puppets are my strongest weapon, which I used once to conquer a whole country, Sasori said, with that ever-present smirk. You ragtag foursome don't stand a chance against me now. This is unreal, Kankuro stammered. Monzemon Chikamatsu was considered the best puppeteer who ever lived, and his limit was still 10 puppets. Don't falter. There's no way he can micromanage so many puppets at once. He'll send them in small numbers, Kurenai guessed. I'd like to know what you do define as small, Sasori replied, his grin widening even further, looking even more psychotic. Red secret technique, performance of 100 puppets. Everybody braced as the puppets descended upon them. And while Kurenai was right in that Sasori was unable to command all 100 puppets at once, Sasori was still able to control quite a lot of them at once, between 10 and 16. Scatter. He won't be able to focus on all 4 at once if we're not together, Kurenai suggested. Her suggestion wasn't contested by Sasori this time around. Contrary to the skill and minute precision Sasori had displayed when using the third Kage, here it seemed that he wanted to use overwhelming force and numbers to crush the Konoha and Toneri ninjas. The puppets attacked in an unrefined manner, blindly charging towards them while trying to skewer their enemies with their bladed weapons. A far cry from Sasori's previous puppets. But for those massive numbers, he had to sacrifice complexity, or else they'd be too hard to manage. Kurenai mostly relied on earth and some wind release-based jutsu to deal with any puppet that got close to her. Maki wrapped her cloth whips around them, and slamming them against each other. Kankuro fought defensively, cornering himself against a wall of stone so the puppets couldn't surround him, while letting his own puppet take the brunt of their attack. Hinata, meanwhile, fought her way towards the red-heated Akatsuki. There's no way we can win against so many enemies, Hinata reasoned. This seems to be Sasori's last resort. If I can get close to him, the fight will be over. Hinata pushed every thought out of her head other than fighting the puppets and pushing forward. While the puppets lacked organs or chakra network, the Byakugan allowed her to easily spot their weak spots, such as their joints or fragile internal mechanisms. She also saw several puppets dashing at her from different sides. Her whole body started to crackle with electricity. Lightning release, heavenly thunderstorm. Hinata started to spin, becoming a tornado of lightning bolts that blasted the incoming puppets away, shattering most of them to pieces. Sasori watched that display in awe. So, the Byakugan allows her to see any attack regardless of where it comes from. So ambushes will be useless, Sasori reasoned. Still, one has to wonder how long can she last until her human body gives up. Hinata continued to fight the incoming puppets as if there was no tomorrow. She was careful spending what chakra she still had, meaning that no more powerful attacks like the one she had used just a moment ago. Of course, such line of thought went down the drain the moment she saw a rain of swords falling upon her. Heavenly spin. Hinata successfully deflected the incoming blades, scattering them around the area, with the added benefit of destroying a bunch of puppets near her. But the moment her spinning slowed down, more puppets swarmed her. The Hyuga heiress was pushed back as she deflected the incoming blows, careful they wouldn't cut her skin. Hinata allowed herself a second to see how the others were doing. Kurenai and Maki were keeping their ground reasonably well. And Kankuro even managed to commandeer a couple of Sasori's puppets to form a better defense. In fact, it seemed that Sasori was only doing the bare minimum to keep them at bay, while focusing all his efforts in bringing her down. Listen everyone. I'm Sasori's main target. Try to push forward and end him already. Hinata called. I don't think so. Sasori replied. As if on cue, more puppets joined the fight, attacking Kankuro, Kurenai and Maki with even more intensity than before, as if Sasori was trying to prove her wrong out of spite. Sasori has lost a lot of puppets already. But the less he has, the more he can sharpen his focus and control all of them in a more efficient manner, Hinata reasoned, while dealing with a trio of puppets. If this continues, we won't be able to. Great Sickle Weasel Jutsu. A gust of wind blew away a group of puppets that were coming towards Hinata from above, which she had seen but wasn't focused on. She also noticed the group of 6 people that had joined the fray, among them her 2 remaining teammates. Naruto-kun. Haku-kun. Hinata called them in joy. Hi there. It seems that we came here just in time, Naruto said. That other Akatsuki exhausted us a little, but I believe there's still enough fight in us to at least assist you, Haku added. Hinata nodded. We can't just waste more time and energy on these puppets. We need to get to Sasori and end this already. Naruto and Haku nodded, before the former said, leave that to us. We'll keep those puppets at bay, and open a way to him. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created a multitude of clones, which charged forward upon coming into existence, drawing Sasori's attention. A mass of puppets went to greet them. While the puppets were far more durable than the clones, the latter ones did their job at keeping them busy. Ice release, multiple piercing icicle shot. Haku created several ice spears that floated above him, and launched them whenever a puppet came close to either him or Hinata, impaling them to the ground or a wall of stone. The trio of Konoha ninjas were successfully getting closer to the Akatsuki, which was starting to grow desperate. Inconceivable. Me, Suna's greatest ninja, who managed to kill the third Kage, cornered by these children. No, I won't allow it. This is not my end. My art is eternal, and so I am. Sasori extended both hands. His left hand fell off, and a long, sharp blade appeared in its place. He also shot a chakra thread from his right hand to pull an axe from one of his already destroyed puppets. He then fired his ventral cable forward, prompting Hinata and Haku to jump sideways, while killing some Naruto clones, before stabbing itself into the ground. Retracting the cable, he launched himself forward towards Hinata. Die! Hinata didn't dodge this time. Displaying her agility and elasticity, the Hyuga heiress nimbly avoided Sasori's poison blows, before taking a step forward, and softly poking Sasori's heart with her index finger. That's all what she needed. The burst of chakra she sent through her fingertip made Sasori's last remnant of his human body to burst into chunky salsa, bringing his sordid life to an end. The chakra threads he was using to keep the puppet army disappeared, and the remaining puppets fell to the ground, motionless. Nobody said anything. Everybody took a moment to regain their breath, and make sure nobody was seriously hurt. Whoa! You guys did it. You killed Sasori. Kankuro cheered, happy to see that the man who kidnapped his brother and brought both him and his sister to near death had finally ceased to be. Hinata fell on her butt, and started panting heavily, as she felt all the accumulated stress and exhaustion washing over her body. Naruto wordlessly sat beside her, and wrapped his arms around her shoulders. The Hyuga also saw Kurenai walking towards her. Congratulations, Hinata. Despite her naturally happy attitude, the fight had also pushed the Genjutsu mistress to her very limit. You have the honor of being the first person to ever kill an Akatsuki. Yes. 1 down, 9 more to go. Naruto cheered, shaking Hinata a little. This will send a powerful message out there. Akatsuki isn't invincible, Haku agreed. Even then, underestimating them would be foolish. Just look how much damage just one of them can do, Temari said, looking around the battlefield. She then looked at her younger brother. So, you are planning to scavenge these puppets, right? Temari asked. You can bet on it, Kankuro replied, as he walked towards the deceased Sasori, and lifted his body. Starting with this guy. Are you planning to use Sasori's corpse as a puppet? That's morbid, Maki added, a bit disgusted, no longer wearing the cloth armor. It's not really his corpse. Plus it would be a waste, Kankuro replied, as he sealed Sasori's body inside an storage scroll. By the way, Naruto, Temari said, as she walked towards the blonde. Now that we took care about the Akatsuki, what about Gaara? Oh right. I left him hidden between a bunch of trees and bushes not far away from here. I left a couple clones watching over him. Naruto made a hand seal. The others couldn't see it, but he was dispelling one of those clones in order to gain his memories. Yup. Gaara's still there. Go fetch him then. I want to take him home, Temari asked. Naruto nodded. Gaara slowly opened his eyes. He blinked a few times when the sunlight proved to be too intense for his weary eyes. He found himself staring at several blurry figures that towered over him. As his eyes got used to the light, said figures became clearer, and the former Jinchuriki could now see they were his siblings, Naruto and his teammates, and Maki and her students. Huh? Gaara mumbled, still sleepy. What? Gaara was interrupted when both Temari and Kankuro pretty much latched at him in a tight embrace. He could hear the two of them crying. Gaara, Temari sobbed, almost in a whisper. You have no idea how happy I am to see that you're okay. Yeah man, you gave us quite the scare, Kankuro said, as his tears ruined his face paint. What happened? Gaara weakly asked. I don't remember anything, after we fought those Akatsuki. It doesn't matter, little bro. All that matter is that you're alive, Kankuro replied. Gaara gently pushed his siblings back, and with their help, he stood back on his feet. Even then, I wish to know, Gaara's eyes then rested on Naruto. Given all the people gathered here. Maki took a step forward, and cleared her throat. Long story short, the Akatsuki got you, and extracted the tailed beast from you. These Konoha ninja helped us rescue you and drive the Akatsuki away. We even managed to kill one of them, the infamous Sasori of the Red Sands. Gaara processed the Jonin's words with a thoughtful expression. However, there was something that didn't make any sense. Wait, Gaara replied. If that was true, I should be dead. You almost were, Kankuro added. We managed to stop the extraction ritual when it was about to end. Naruto and Hinata managed to heal you and stabilize what little tailed beast chakra remained inside you so you wouldn't die. You weren't the only ones they did save, Temari added. If it wasn't for Konoha, Kankuro and I would have suffered a long and painful death due Sasori's poison. Once again, Gaara paused to absorb this new information. So, the one tail was no longer within his body. That would explain why he felt so different. On one side, he didn't miss having a murderous beast sealed inside, but on the other hand, he felt an unexplainable sensation of emptiness, as if a part of him had been destroyed. I see, Gaara replied, as he walked closer to the Konoha ninja. Thanks to all of you for your help. Suna will never forget what you did here. Hey, we did help too, you know. Yukata protested. Yukata? Maki chided her. Gaara's lips formed a small smile, something rare to see in the stoic redhead. No. It would be unfair to deny them their contribution in this endeavor. You also have my thanks, and I'll make sure that you're properly rewarded. Yay! Yukata cheered. Matsuri then walked closer to Gaara, a smile on her face as she tried to hold back her tears. It's okay, Gaara-sama. Seeing you alive and well is all the reward I need, Matsuri earnestly said. Now, if all it's said and done, and if it's not much to ask, I'd like to return home, Gaara weakly said. Everybody nodded, and headed towards Sunagakure at a pace slow enough for Gaara to be comfortable. A few hours later, long after the Konoha and Suna ninjas left the land of the rivers, two Akatsuki appeared in the site of the battle, easily identifiable since most of the puppets Sasori had used were still there. I'm sorry, boss, the black half of Zetsu said, as he and his other half checked the puppets. But it seems that they took the body away. We won't be able to get the replacement. Obito, however, smirked as he noticed something. He walked towards something that caught his attention, a single, disembodied hand. Picking the puppet hand up, he noticed it had a ring on its thumb. Not all the body, it would seem, Obito said, taking the ring, and tossing the hand away. Sasori was gracious enough to make sure we'd be able to replace him once he saw his end was close. Those are good news, indeed, the white half of Zetsu replied. So, shall we proceed to induct the new member? Do you really need to ask? Obito asked, as he placed the ring inside a pocket under his cloak. Of course. I'll make sure the moon portal is ready as soon as possible, Black Zetsu said, as both he and Obito vanished. Sunagakure, next morning. To say that the previous day had been one of the Hidden Sand Village's most distressful days would have been an understatement. The news of the Akatsuki attacking the Kage's children and Gaara's abduction had been like a hammer blow to the collective spirit of the villagers. Fear and worry spread among the population as wildfire, as they wondered if this was nothing but the first part of an attack on the village as a whole. The general panic made the Kage and his counselors to send most of his available ninjas to secure and watch over all the strategic zones, just in case a larger attack would fall upon the village, leaving only a small team to assist Temari, Kankuro and the Konoha ninja with Gaara's rescue. And, indeed, one of those fears appeared to be true when one of the village watchers spotted somebody in the horizon. Somebody is coming. The Suna ninja said, seeing shadowy figures coming from the east. Are they enemies? How many of them? His partner asked. I'll tell you right now, the first ninja said, as he pulled out a spyglass, taking a better look of the newcomers. It's a small group. 10, I think. They don't appear to be enemies. In fact, they're from our own, no way. What? What did you see? The second ninja impatiently asked. It's Gaara-sama. They brought him back. The second watcher immediately understood his partner's reaction and sudden excitement. I'll spread the good news. Gaara-sama is alive and back with us. As the group of 7 Suna and 4 Konoha ninjas slowly approached the village, Kurenai started to notice something odd. Look like a large gathering of Suna ninjas is forming at the entrance of the village, Kurenai pointed out. Hinata activated her Byakugan, confirming her sensei's words. Indeed. Are they here to greet us? Hinata wondered. And yes, Hinata's guess proved to be true. Once they were close enough, the Suna ninjas started to loudly cheer, both for Gaara, seeing him return, and for all the 10 ninjas that had made his return possible. Gaara reacted to this by showing as little emotion as he usually does, but on the inside, his heart was flooded by a warm feeling. Look at that, brother, Temari pointed out. The very same people who used to fear and hate you are cheering for your return and safety. Gaara smiled. He was about to say something, when the cheering abruptly ceased, much to the group's confusion. The mass of Suna ninjas then moved aside, forming a passageway, revealing the reason the mood had been killed so fast. Sporting an unreadable expression stood Raza, the fourth Kage, and Gaara, Kankuro and Tamari's father. Wordlessly the Kage walked forward, his eyes fixed on Gaara, as the rest of the Suna ninja silently watched their supreme commander, his stone-cold face unchanged. The seconds he took to bridge the gap and met Gaara's group felt like an eternity. "Father," Gaara simply said. Then, the unthinkable happened. To everybody's utter shock and surprise, Raza suddenly wrapped his arms around his youngest son, and started sobbing loudly, in an undignified manner befitting a Kage, which indeed caught off guard everybody who already knew the stern and unpleasant man. "I'm sorry, Gaara," Raza cried. "I'm sorry for all of this, it was me who made you this, who made you carry this burden." "Father," Gaara replied, seemingly not acknowledging his father's state. "I no longer possess the one tail within me. The Akatsuki took it away." Regaining some of his composure, Raza wiped the tears from his eyes as he broke them embrace and stood up. "It's okay, Gaara," Raza replied, his lip quivering a little. "When I heard the news about your abduction, I didn't think about Shukaku until much later. It was your life that worried me the most. And seeing you here, alive and well, fills my heart with a joy unlike no other. Gaara, I've realized far too late what an awful father I've been to you." His eyes darted to Kankuro and Tamari. "To all of you. I won't ask for your forgiveness, I'll earn it by becoming both a better father and better Kage altogether." While they still harbored some resentment towards their father, Kankuro and Tamari smiled a little at their father's change of heart. "By the way," Tamari replied, taking a step forward, and handing her a scroll. "The new alliance treaty with Konoha." "Good job, Tamari," Kankuro, Raza said, taking the scroll. He then looked at the foursome of Konoha ninjas. "But I think that a mere paper is now irrelevant in the light of what has transpired these days. Ninjas of Konoha, in my and Suna's name, thank you for saving my children. Suna will always be a friend of Konoha as long as I'm the Kage. "Good to hear that," Kurenai said, smiling a little. "Also, you're invited to spend the day in the village. Tonight, we will have a feast to celebrate Gaara's return," the Kage said. Everybody cheered, and they headed back to the village. Tamari and Kankuro then noticed somebody, an old woman, walking towards them, sporting a dejected expression. They recognized her as Chio, one of Sunagakure's elders. "Kankuro, Tamari. I'm glad to see that both you and your brother are all right," Chio said. After a heavy sigh, she added, "Was my grandson responsible for this?" Tamari and Kankuro nodded. "I'm afraid yes, Chio-sama," Tamari replied. "It was as I feared. What has been of him?" Chio asked. The two Suna Jonin took too long to answer, but their silence was all she needed to hear to know. "I see. Deep down, I believe it was my fault my grandson took such a path. Don't blame yourself. We're all responsible for our own actions, and Sasori chose his path on his own free will," Kankuro firmly replied. "I know it must hurt to learn the fate of a family member, but don't think for a second what he did was your fault." "I know. I wish it was as easy," Chio lamented. "Oh well, I'll try to see the positives. How we got both you and your brother back, and that my grandson won't be able to hurt anybody else anymore." Several hours later, Kage State. As expected, the party in Gaara's honor ended up being entertaining, memorable, and above all things, really fun. There was lots of food, drink, music and dancing. After finding out that Hinata was dating the son of a Kage, Matsuri asked the Hyuga to share advice on how she could approach Gaara, whom he had a crush on but saw him out of her league. The Hyuga heiress was way too happy to oblige. Despite having a good time in the celebration and having more than enough reasons to celebrate, there was a couple things lingering on Naruto's mind that stopped from fully enjoying the festive mood. And he was going to deal with one of those issues right now. Exiting the party lobby, Naruto found a terrace where the sound of said party was barely audible. A deceptively cold night breeze brushed against his face as he entered the terrace, and the blonde saw a spectacular view of all of Sunagakure. Yes, this place would be a perfect spot for what he wanted to do. He closed his eyes. The faint noises of the party in the other room, as well as the city above vanished, a deafening silence taking their place. Naruto opened his eyes, and he was no longer in the Kage state, but in a place where nobody but him could reach. "Hey, Kyuubi!" Naruto called. Naruto heard a loud rumble, followed by an annoyed groan, as the mighty beast lazily stretched, and looked at him with unfriendly eyes. Again so soon? What do you want now?" the Kyuubi asked in a massively annoyed tone. "I wanted to thank you again for helping me save Gaara's life. What you did means a lot to me, Naruto earnestly said, giving the best of his smiles. The Nine Tails, however, was far from amused. I didn't do it to earn your gratitude. The Nine Tails angrily roared. It was the only way to stop you from handing me to the Akatsuki. Far from being intimidated, Naruto chuckled, his smile becoming wider, as he rubbed the back of his head. Ha ha, yeah, I can't believe you fell for my bluff, Naruto laughed. The Nine Tails was taken aback. What did you say? I was really desperate to save Gaara, and I had nothing to bargain with you, and threatening you with that was the only thing I could come up with, Naruto happily confessed. I mean, I know I'm not the brightest mind around, but even I know that letting Akatsuki getting their hands on you would lead to nothing but trouble. Hey, now that I think about it, I shouldn't have said that. Next time you know I'll be bluffing. What would have you done had not I bought your bluff? The Kyuubi asked, sounding sincerely curious, rather than anger for being duped. Truth be told, I have no idea, Naruto admitted again. Though I don't like to think about that. I managed to save Gaara after all. Is there anything else you want? Or you came to disturb my rest just to show me your pointless gratitude? The fox asked. Actually, yeah, there's something I want to talk about, Naruto replied. A loud groan came from the fox, which Naruto promptly ignored. That creepy statue used to extract and seal tailed beasts, I remember the way you reacted when I saw it for the first time. You know what is it, right? The Nine Tails remained oddly silent. I'll take your silence as a yes, Naruto continued. Why don't you tell me what is that thing? Such knowledge won't do you any good, the Nine Tails replied. It will, at least if you want me to prevent you being sealed there. Why do you fear so much being sealed inside that statue? Is any worse than being sealed inside me? Naruto asked. The fox grumbled. To put it into terms your feeble human mind can understand, imagine if somebody tried to shove you back into your mother's womb. Gross. Naruto whined, as his face formed a grimace. No wonder you don't want to be sealed there. Hey, wait a second, is that statue your mother or something like that? In a way, yes. But it's much more complicated than that, was the fox's answer. Then tell me, Naruto said, earning a cold stare from his tenant. He crossed his arms, and stared back at him as he put the best serious face he could. I'm not going to leave until you do. You should already know how stubborn I can be. Naruto earned another annoyed groan from the fox. I'd take ages to explain you all the details, so I'll give you an abridged version, the Nine Tails conceded. Long time ago, before my kind existed, there was a being called the 10 Tails. It was a beast of infinite power that ravaged the land, causing misery and destruction. Until one day, a very powerful man managed to defeat that beast by draining it of its chakra. He then split the chakra into 9 entities and gave them form and a mind of their own. That's how my siblings and I were born. He then proceeded to seal away the body of the beast, now a lifeless husk, since if the chakra of the 10 Tails was returned to its body, that monster would be reborn again, and would cause the end of the world. The fox's tale finished, Naruto took a moment to think about what he just learned. If what he said was true, then it was a discovery of epic proportions, since nobody really knew where tailed beasts came from. It also painted the Akatsuki under an even darker shade, since at first, Naruto thought that they merely wanted the tailed beast to use their power for their own means. But if they were trying to revive such an apocalyptic beast. Whoa, that was amazing, Naruto admitted. So in that way that statue is your mother. But I also have several questions. If that powerful man managed to seal the statue, how the Akatsuki obtained it then? And who was that man to begin with? To answer your first question, in order to unseal the statue, one must possess the same bloodline limit as the man who sealed it, the Rinnegan, the most powerful of all bloodlines, the Kyuubi explained. As for the man himself, you humans know him as the Sage of the Six Paths. Naruto's amazement vanished, being replaced by sour skepticism. He raised an eyebrow, as he crossed his arms again. Yeah. The Sage of the Six Paths. Really? Unsurprisingly, the fox took offense to Naruto's reaction. You don't believe me? Humph, fine then. But don't go asking me questions if you don't like the answers. It's not that I don't want to believe you, but, the Sage of the Six Paths? Everybody knows that's just a myth of ancient times, Naruto replied, trying not to sound disrespectful. And what do you know about ancient times, human child? The fox snapped back. Now, if I sated your inane curiosity, go bother somebody else. Deciding that it was better not to press the Kyuubi any further and take what this conversation had revealed, Naruto exited the mindscape where the tailed beast was sealed. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in Suna. Albeit truth be told, he never left that place to begin with. At least, his body didn't. Naruto-kun? What are you doing here by yourself? Hinata's voice asked from behind. Didn't you enjoy the party? Naruto turned around, and smiled at his girlfriend. Oh, no, none of that. The party was fine. But there's something that bothers you, right? Hinata guessed, holding her hands above her chest. Naruto chuckled. You know me so well. The Hyuga heiress took a step forward, and put on her most sincere smile. If there's something that bothers you, you can always talk with me, you know that? I know, Naruto nodded. Remember the barrier seal Akatsuki used to protect their hideout? It was Uzumaki Fuinjutsu, right? Hinata asked, recalling the events from the previous day. Are you worried about how much Uzumaki knowledge Akatsuki has in their power? At first yes, but then I realized of something. Something far worse, Naruto replied, sounding ominous. Keeping that barrier seal active consumes immense amounts of chakra. Even a Kage would have a hard time keeping it active for more than an hour or so. Only a member of my clan would have enough chakra capacity to keep it active for so long. Naruto-kun, are you implying? Yes. I believe one of the Akatsuki is an Uzumaki. Amiga-kur. From the top of a tall skyscraper, two figures contemplated the city below them, as rain constantly poured. A tall man with spiky orange hair, rippled purple eyes, and face covered in facial piercings, and a woman with blue hair styled in a bun, with two bangs framing her face, and light brown eyes. The two of them were wearing Akatsuki cloaks. 3 of the tailed beasts have been successfully captured. 1/3 of our job is now complete, the man said in a deep voice. The path to true peace lies even closer. Yes, but things will get more difficult from now onwards, Pain, the woman told her partner. Konoha and Toneri will do their best to hinder our mission. They wouldn't be above warning other villages against us. You worry too much, Konan, Pain replied. The power the great villages currently have pales in comparison to Akatsuki. While true, it would be wise not to grow confident. Remember that Konoha and Toneri did manage to interrupt the sealing ritual. It was luck that we were almost finished, Konan reminded him. Not to mention Sasori's loss. Pain, no Akatsuki member ever fell in battle before. Do not worry. I'll take Misura, such thing won't happen again, Pain assured her. As for Sasori, Obito and Zetsu are in the way of recruiting an even more powerful replacement. More powerful than Sasori? I'm already curious to meet this person, Konan admitted. While they do that, we need to continue with our plan, and decide which Jinchuriki should we target next, Pain said. Kakuzu requested he and Hidan to go and capture the Jinchuriki of the 7 tails, currently residing in Taki, Konan informed him. He has a plan that will take time, but it will not only ensure the Jinchuriki, but will also notably increase Akatsuki's resources. An unsurprising claim, coming from Kakuzu. Wanting to go after his old village, while at the same time finding a way to make profit. Tell him he has my permission to proceed as he sees fit. But also tell him not to take much time with preparations, Pain decided. It will be done, Konan replied, before she crumbled into a mass of papers, which bend themselves into origami butterflies, and flew away. Somewhere in the moon. When Obito and Zetsu emerged from the former spiraling portal, they found themselves in a large, spacious room, tastefully decorated with all manner of expensive-looking ornaments and pieces of art. It looked like the place of residence of a particularly wealthy or powerful feudal lord. Suddenly, the two Akatsuki were surrounded by masked guards wearing dark robes. Spheres of golden chakra appeared in the hands of those guards, no doubt ninjutsu attacks ready to be fired. I don't know who you are, nor how you managed to get here, a soft, but firm, young-sounding voice said, as a white-haired man wearing a long, white robe walked towards them. Choose your words carefully, for they may be your last. Obito smirked, his confidence not wavering one bit. Hello. My name is Obito Uchiha. This is my associate, Zetsu. And you're Toneri Otsutsuki, am I right? You seem to know an awful lot about me. Tell me a reason as for why I shouldn't kill you two right here, and right now, Toneri replied. Let's say I made here to make a deal, Obito said, with a wide smirk. One you won't be able to say no to. His left Sharingan, the one it used to belong to Shisui, changed its shape into a 4-bladed shuriken. Literally. Undisclosed location. A woman with long black hair and green eyes, who was wearing a long white robe, alongside other religious-looking apparels, contemplated the night sky. More specifically, the full moon. You sensed it, right, Nori? A voice said behind her back. The woman named Mori turned around, and saw a broad-shouldered man in his late 50s, with short brown hair and a thick beard of the same color. He was also wearing a similar religious garment as her. "Yes, father. The moment we've been preparing for all our lives is about to come," Nori replied. "You know what you have to do, then," the man said, his tone denoting urgency. "Yes. I need to go to Konoha, and bring the Byakugan princess here." Chapter 56. The Byakugan Princess, Part 1. Or, when you find yourself part of an ancient conspiracy. Naruto was in the Hokage's office. The only other people in the room besides him and his adoptive father were Tsunade and Shizune. After giving him the report on the Suna mission, Naruto requested to talk with him, Tsunade and Shizune about certain developments that happened during the mission. Most importantly, the fact that Orochimaru had somehow cloned Hagane and Kaida. "I can't believe that monster would go such lengths for mere bloodline limits," Shizune commented in disgust. "Sadly, I can. Orochimaru always wanted our children the moment knowledge of their abilities reached his ears, and if he couldn't have the originals, he'll get replacements," Jiraiya said in subdued anger. "Mom?" Naruto asked Tsunade, who had been silent the whole conversation. Tsunade didn't say anything, and merely looked at the village outside the window. Her breathing was rather heavy. Naruto felt compelled to crack a quip on how he was expecting her to trash the whole office in a fit of righteous anger upon hearing her former teammates' actions, but she remained surprisingly calm. "If Orochimaru send our kids' clones against you is because he doesn't care if we know about them. And in my experience, that's never a good sign," Jiraiya stated, crossing his fingers under his chin. "Did they have cursed seals?" "No. Well, they may have, but if they did, they didn't use them. And given that we ended up winning, the fact that they choose retreat over using them points towards not having it," Naruto reasoned. "Of course. According to Anko, there's only a 10% chance of surviving the sealing process. He probably doesn't want to risk them," Shizune said. "That doesn't remove the possibility of branding them in the future," Jiraiya added. "Indeed. But what we should ask ourselves is what are we going to do with them," Shizune pointed out. An air of uneasiness sat upon the office. "I know they're clones of your children, but they're also Orochimaru's minions. How should we deal with them?" "Save them," Tsunade said, turning around, a determined fire burning in her eyes. "Those kids shouldn't be judged by the crimes of their creator. In fact, I'm sure they aren't even aware of their origins. Maybe we can use that to convince them to come to our side." "Easier said than done," Shizune said with a sigh. "Orochimaru conditions his servants into being devoted to him with an inhuman zeal." "Yes, but Orochimaru shows little to no care about his minions either. Plus we do have a history of turning our enemies to our side, if Zabuza and the Sound Jinan are any indication. And once they're safe," Tsunade pointed out. Her eyes then narrowed. "I'll beat the life out of that pale-skinned bastard with my own bare hands." "That's if I don't beat you to it first," Jiraiya interceded, before forcing himself to calm down. "Well, now that we know this, we can plan for the next time Orochimaru sends those clones against us," Jiraiya said, closing the discussion. "Is there anything else you'd want to tell us, Naruto?" "Actually, yes. During the mission, I talked with the Kyuubi," Naruto stated. Tsunade and Shizune's eyes snapped open, but they didn't say anything. He then explained what the Kyuubi told him, about the statue, the Sage of the Six Paths, the Rinnegan and one of the Akatsuki possessing it, as well as the possibility about an Uzumaki among them. "Those are indeed troubling news," Jiraiya said. "But the more information we know about the enemy, the better." "Do you know about the Rinnegan, Jiraiya-sama?" Shizune asked. "Not much. Rumors, legends, but nothing concrete. I'll put a few agents to investigate this issue. If there's nothing left to discuss, then you can go, Naruto," Jiraiya told him. Naruto nodded, and walked out of the office, followed by Shizune, who said something about meeting her team for training. That only left Tsunade in the office. "Jiraiya, you know about the Rinnegan?" Tsunade pointed out. "I do," he admitted. "Then why you didn't say anything?" Tsunade asked, placing her hands on her hips. Okay, I admit that I don't want to think that one of those kids ended up in Akatsuki," Jiraiya confessed. "Even if I'd be happy to know that they survived their clash with Hanzo." "I understand. You spent 2 years with those brats, it's normal that you feel a strong bond with them," Tsunade said, placing a comforting hand in his shoulder. "While I'll try to remain unbiased, I don't want to do anything rash. I'll put somebody to do some research and see if Nagato is truly an Akatsuki," Jiraiya told her. "Okay, but if the worst come to pass, try not to do anything foolish, okay?" Tsunade Sofly pleaded. A lot of time has passed, and you don't know how much those kids have changed ever since. Tsunade bent down, and gave Jiraiya a chaste kiss in the lips. And with that, the Slug Princess finally left the office, leaving Jiraiya alone. A month later, Kurenai's assault squad were having dinner at Shushuya, the team's Jonin sensei's favorite restaurant, to celebrate the successful completion of an A-rank mission. The mood was cheerful so far. A month has passed since Gaara's kidnapping, and during that time, Konoha didn't hear any news about Akatsuki. Even if they knew better than lowering their guard due to their apparent lack of activity, they were indeed going to enjoy the reprieve as long as it lasted. Especially now that once again, Konoha hosted the Chunin exams, and such topic was on everybody's mouths. I heard your little siblings managed to make it to the final round, right? Kurenai asked Naruto and Hinata. The couple nodded happily. Yeah, did you really doubt it? Those kids are just as awesome as we are. I bet they will earn a promotion on their first try just like Hinata Haim and me. I heard that this time around, the finals will consist on team matches rather than individual ones, Haku pointed out. That's even better. The three of them form a really solid team. Just as good as us, Naruto continued his unabashed praising. It would have been interesting if we were able to fight in the finals as a team unit, instead of on our own, Hinata commented. Yeah. I'm sure you would have been of a lot of help in my fight against Sasuke Uchiha, Haku pointed out, remembering his fight against the black-haired teen. Sasuke would have had his teammates to help him as well, Kurenai pointed out. Yes, but Naruto-kun and Hinata-san are much better fighters than Sakura-san and Karen-san. We could take the latter two easily, then triple-team him, Haku explained. Any other teams of interest that made it to the finals? Kurenai inquired. As far as I heard, the team with Old Man Hokage's grandson made it to the final as well. And so did Tamari's Janan, Naruto recalled. Shikamaru-kun is really happy that he gets to see Tamari-san every day. Of course, he will never admit it out loud, Hinata said with a giggle. Haha, yeah, sometimes wonder what can make him drop that everything is troublesome attitude he has, Naruto added, laughing as well. Ah, thank goodness that we already passed the Chunin exams ourselves, and even moved in rank past Chunin as well, Hinata mentioned. I'm positive Haku-kun and myself will soon be promoted to Jonin as well. And we will be an all Jonin squad. Naruto cheered. Kurenai nodded, and smiled. Yes, you three certainly grew a lot since you left the academy and were assigned under my watch. While I knew you three had a lot of potential, I never expected it to be so great. I can safely say that you no longer need me as your sensei anymore. Don't say that, Kurenai-sensei. You will always be an integral part of this team, Hinata softly protested. Yes. Besides, I still have much to learn regarding genjutsu if I ever want to get close to your level, Haku added. Kurenai smiled sadly at them. Unfortunately, you'll have to do without me for some time in the near future, the genjutsu mistress said, much to her students' shock, before her smile grew warmed. Because I've been removed from active duty due maternity leave. The reaction was instant, and the faces of Kurenai's students morphed into expressions of pure joy, and quickly proceeded to congratulate her. Thank you, guys. I'm really happy for this, even if it means not being part of this team anymore, the raven-haired woman replied. She then turned at Naruto. Naruto, since you're the one with the highest rank, you will be the new leader of the assault squad. Understood, Kurenai-sensei. I'll do my best to fill your spot as the team leader, Naruto enthusiastically replied. And I'll do my best as well to fill your spot as the genjutsu specialist, Haku added. Let's say we'll do our best to make up for the fact that we'll be one member short for some time, Hinata finished. I'm sure all of you will do a splendid job, Kurenai replied. Meanwhile, as this conversation happened, a black-haired girl with green eyes wearing what appeared to be religious robes crossed Konoha's gates. As with most newcomers, she was interrogated by the Chunin guarding the gate, namely Izumo and Kotetsu. Name? Kotetsu asked. My name is Nori. I'm a priestess from the land of tea, the girl told the pair of Chunin, showing a rather pleasant disposition. What business brings you to Konoha, Miss Nori? Izumo asked. I wish to hire the services of one of your ninjas. Isn't that the reason most people come to a ninja village? Nori asked, tilting her head a little. I guess, you have a point, Izumo awkwardly admitted. In that case, you should head to the Hokage's tower to conduct your business. Is a large, red building with the kanji of fire on the front. It can be seen from here. Nori smiled at the duo. Yes, I see it. Thank you very much, she said, before she walked into the village, and headed towards the Hokage's tower. Hokage's office, next day. The assault squad daily training was interrupted by an Anbu appearing there and telling them that the Hokage had an urgent mission for them. Not wasting any time, the now 3 ninja squad headed to the Hokage's tower and see what it was. Turns out, Naruto's team wasn't the only one Jiraiya had summoned for a mission, since Guy's close combat squad was present as well. Haku and Tenten were obviously happy with the fact that they'd get to be on a mission together. In front of both teams was the Hokage. His face reflected a serious and even tense expression, unlike his usual cheerful and laid-back disposition. Whatever this mission was, it seemed it was important. Yesterday, we had a visit from a priestess from the land of the tea. She requested a team of ninjas to escort her back to her home, Jiraiya asked. Wait. You assembled 2 of the strongest teams Konoha has for a mere escort mission? Neji asked, skeptical. Who is this priestess? Come on Neji, is very unyouthful to deny a request from help like that, especially from a holy woman. Lee loudly protested. I'll get to that shortly. Said woman belongs to a group called Order of the Moon Acolytes. Jiraiya's eyes rested on Hinata. Hinata, does that name sound familiar to you? The Hyuga heiress titled her head in confusion. No, it doesn't. Should it be familiar? I was asking mostly because the priestess requested specifically you to be among the escort group. She even knew your name, Jiraiya casually said. Naturally, the effect of his words were instant. Wait, what? A shocked Hinata asked. Now I demand to know who is this woman. An angry Neji hollered. This situation seems rather suspicious to me. Taking this mission might mean putting Hinata-san in danger, Haku sagely noted. And I agree, Jiraiya said, taking a look at Guy's team. Wait, that's why you called us, right? Neji said in realization. We're Hinata-sama's escorts, just in case something happened to her. Exactly. It took me very little to realize that said woman is not interested in any kind of escort. She just wants to take Hinata somewhere else, Jiraiya explained. And you're going to let Hinata-hime walk into a potential trap? Naruto asked, growing outraged. What the hell, Dad? Did you forget that somebody tried to kidnap Hinata when she was little? I'm aware of the implications, Naruto, Jiraiya said, hoping to soothe his son. That's why I assembled the best ninjas I have currently available to diminish the risk to a minimum. You haven't told us why you agreed to do this mission to begin with, Hokage-sama, Neji asked, crossing his arms while fixing a hard stare on the white-haired man. Said woman claims to have important information regarding the Hyuga clan, and Konoha as a whole. She shared some of that information with me as well, which is more than enough incentive to continue with the mission, Jiraiya replied. She said she can't share the rest until Hinata sees what she has to show her. Understood, Hokage-sama, Hinata softly replied. We'll do our best to complete this mission. In that case, Jiraiya snapped his fingers, and the door opened. You should meet out client. All 7 ninjas turned around, and saw the girl in question, escorted by an Anbu. She let out a little gasp when her eyes rested on Hinata. Nori, these are the ninjas that will escort you to your home. Guys, this is Nori, Jiraiya introduced both parties. It's an honor to meet you, Nori softly said, making a bow. She then walked closer towards Hinata. By any chance, are you Hinata Hyuga? Hinata nodded. Yes, I am. Nori's smile grew, and even let out a swoon. Oh, you have no idea how long I've been waiting to meet you, Hinata-sama. The whole purpose of my order leads up to this day. Hinata laughed awkwardly, and took a step backwards. Nice to meet you too, I guess. Hinata unsurely said. Now that everything's settled, when can we leave? Time is of essence, Nori insisted. Don't worry, it won't take long. Give them an hour so they can get prepared for the journey ahead, Jiraiya told her. Guy, given that of all the Jonin you're the most veteran, you'll be the leader of this mission. Yosh. Thank you, Hokage-sama. You won't regret this decision. And if you do, I'll run 500 laps around Konoha on my hands, with boulders tied to my ankles. Guy enthusiastically shouted, as he gave Jiraiya a thumbs up. I'm starting to regret it, Jiraiya grumbled under his breath. Anyway, you're dismissed. I'll be eagerly waiting your report once you get back. A couple hours later, the 7 ninjas and the priestess were already heading south, to the land of the tea, leaping from one tree branch to another as fast as they could. In order to be there as fast as possible, Guy offered to carry Nori on her back, while Lee carried her bag with the few supplies she had brought with her. They estimated that, at the current pace, they'd reach Nori's home in a little less than 2 days. The end of the first day arrived before everybody realized it. Alright, the sun will set soon, so let us set as well. Guy cheerfully ordered. This seems to be a good place to set up a camp. Let's distribute the chores, shall we? Haku offered to look for firewood, while Tenten rather unsubtly volunteered to go with him. Fortunately for them, nobody disagreed. Guy, Lee and Naruto went to find some food in the forest, either berries, fruit, or by hunting. That left Neji, Hinata, and Nori to set up tents and the rest of the camp. Neji had been waiting for an opportunity to approach Nori and talk with her. The Hyuga was a reserved clan to the point of paranoia, if the cursed seal on his forehead was any indication. Yet this Nori treated Hinata as if she was some sort of celebrity, known by all. As far as his experience went, whenever somebody showed disproportionate interest in a clan, it was never because of good intentions. After he finished setting up the tents, his keen eyesight spotted Nori checking her sleeping bag. She walked towards her. "Excuse me," Neji said, in his usual stoic tone. "May I have a word with you?" Nori turned around, and smiled at the Hyuga. "Of course. Your name was Neji, right?" The branch house member nodded. "What can I do for you, Neji-sama?" Neji was taken a bit aback. After a lifetime of using that honorific to refer to other family members, it felt incredibly weird, almost to the point of sounding wrong, that somebody else used it with him, to the point that it took him a couple seconds to regain his bearings. Listen, I'm going to be blunt. I noticed that, for somebody who isn't from the land of fire, much less Konoha, you seem to know quite a lot about Hinata-sama and the Hyuga clan," Neji pointed out. "I'm sure you'll understand my suspicion." "Of course I do, Neji-sama. But I'm confident that such suspicion will turn into trust once the truth about the Hyuga clan is revealed," Nori dramatically said. "Truth of the Hyuga clan? What truth?" Neji asked, half annoyed, but half curious. "Everything will be revealed at the appropriate time. More specifically, when we reach my home. It is not safe to speak of such things here. Who knows who may be listening," Nori replied. "Your evasiveness isn't helping," Neji bluntly stated. "How do I know you're not taking us to a trap? It wouldn't be the first time somebody pretended to be a friend of us to kidnap Hinata-sama," Neji accused. "You talk about that incident with Kumo, right?" Nori asked. Neji was a bit taken aback by her knowledge of that event, given that Konoha did their best to make sure it never reached the public ears. But given how much this girl knew, it wasn't that surprising. "Yes, that was the work of our enemies." "So you made enemies with Kumo then?" Neji asked. Nori shook her head. "No. I'm talking about somebody far worse than a single ninja village. Kumo were nothing but puppets of this enemy." "And who is this enemy you speak about? Akatsuki?" Neji guessed, though he immediately tossed the idea aside. The Akatsuki were Jinchuriki hunters, and were not interested in collecting bloodline limits. Well, one of the Akatsuki was, but as far as he knew, that wasn't the goal of the organization as a whole. "Again, I'm sorry, but I can't tell you right now. It's too dangerous to talk about that here," Nori insisted. "But try to quell your frustration. Once we're in a safe place tomorrow, you'll learn everything." Neji didn't look frustrated, but he didn't look relieved or satisfied either. "I see. In that case, I hope you don't mind if I don't take my eyes from you as long as this mission lasts." "A sensible, and very understandable course of action, Neji-sama," Nori replied with a nod, before she smiled at him. "I'm going to prepare some tea. Do you mind helping me?" "Not in the slightest," Neji agreed. A little later, the two Hyugas and the priestess heard two set of steps coming close to the campsite. "We're back," Tentens happily announced as she and Haku returned from the forest. Both of them looked a bit red and sweaty, had messy hair and slightly disheveled clothes. It didn't take a genius to guess what the two of them have been doing. Neji walked towards them, looking even more serious than usual. "Where is the firewood?" Neji asked. Haku titled his head. "Firewood?" "The firewood you were supposed to gather in order to start a fire," Neji clarified. "You know, in order to stay warm once night arrives and we can cook the food Guy Sensei, Lee and Naruto will bring back. That's it, unless the three of them decide to also have an impromptu three-way makeout session and forget about their duties." Tenten's face became even redder. "Oh shit. I knew we were forgetting about something." She took Haku's hand and hurriedly dragged him back to the forest. Neji then shuddered. "Guy Sensei, Lee and Naruto in a three-way makeout, why I even came up with that. Now that image will never leave my brain." An hour later, everybody had returned to the campsite, and were enjoying the meal Guy, Lee and Naruto had brought. Haku and Tenten also brought some firewood as well. The group of 7 ninjas and the one priestess sat around the campfire, and enjoyed their meals. The dinner then made way for some conversation. "Hey guys, check it out, this little thing I've been working on for the past months," Tenten excitedly said as she rummaged through her backpack, until she finally produced some small tool. "Here it is." "What is that?" Naruto asked. Tenten answered by pressing a button, which made the tool to expand and develop into a finely crafted bow with no string. A set of seals inscribed across it started to glow with a bluish-white light, and it produced a string made of chakra of the same color. "Ta-da! This is the chakra bow. A ranged weapon that needs no ammo, only your chakra to attack," Tenten proudly explained. She stood up, tensed the string, and an arrow also made of pure chakra was automatically created. Releasing the string, the arrow softly flew until it crashed against a tree branch, producing a small chakra blast that cut that branch from the tree, falling to the ground below. "Wow! That was such an amazing weapon," Tenten Lee praised. "Indeed. As long as you have chakra, this weapon will always work. And you can put more or less chakra into the arrows to regulate their power," the Odango-haired girl explained. "It's kinda the same idea behind my chakra sword, right?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, I took your chakra sword as the base idea, though my intention was to make a ranged weapon," Tenten replied. "Can I try it?" Haku asked his girlfriend. Wordlessly, Tenten collapsed the bow and tossed it to her boyfriend. Haku unfolded and activated the bow, pulled the string, and generated an arrow made of chakra. The arrow then generated a frosty aura, and quickly turned into ice. "It also works with elemental chakra," Haku pointed out, before returning the bow to Tenten. "Of course it does. I thought of everything," Tenten boasted. "So, if you guys want one, you only have to tell me. I think that with my Byakugan, I can make a good use of such weapon," Hinata pointed out. "It's a very useful tool. I'm interested in having one as well," Haku said. Tenten then looked at Naruto and grinned. "What about you, Naruto? Do you want one so you don't feel left out? You guys can be the archer squad," she asked, and everybody else laughed. "I'd like to think that I stand out, thank you very much," Naruto replied, in a half-joking self-important tone, making everybody else to laugh harder. "But since we're talking about fitting with the rest of the team, maybe Neji and you could get a pair of nice green jumpsuits." Everybody laughed, except Neji and Tenten this time around, who instead stuttered, as their faces made a grimace. "Oh. That's a great suggestion, Naruto-kun," Lee excitedly agreed, as he turned towards his sensei. "Guy-sensei, do you think that when we go back to Konoha we can get Neji and Tenten some green jumpsuits?" "That won't be necessary, Lee," Guy replied, prompting Neji and Tenten to sigh in relief, "because I always carry several spares with me. Now we only need to find the right size." Naruto felt a massive killing intent focused on him coming from Neji and Tenten, though that didn't stop him from sharing a laugh with his friends. While the group of 8 chatted and laughed, they were unaware that there was a certain somebody spying on them. And since neither of them were censors, they couldn't detect this presence. And said spy was feeding all this information to Akatsuki's newest member, who wasn't that far away from there. "So, those moon acolytes are finally making their move," Toneri said to no one in particular. His lips curved into a small smirk. "Then it should be time to make my move as well. Byakugan princess, you shall be mine." The next day, land of tea. Once sunrise arrived, the group of 8 continued with their journey towards Nori's home, which was completed without incidents. Or at least, that's what it appeared when they arrived to what appeared to be a large wall of rock, and the priestess started that they had arrived, much to their confusion. "Are you sure it's here?" an skeptical Naruto asked. "Let's ask somebody with a better eyesight," Nori cryptically replied, giggling a little. "Hinata-sama, Neji-sama, can you use your Byakugan and tell me what you see?" The 2 Hyuga obliged, and activated their bloodline limits. Both of them let out a soft gasp in unison. "What did you see?" Haku asked. "There's a door in there," Hinata pointed out. "It's both made and protected by innumerable chakra seals invisible to the eye." "Exactly. We might not be ninja, but we still know how to use chakra," Nori added, as she placed a hand on the wall, and sent a pulse of chakra into it. The effect was instant. The earth started to shake, as a large rectangular section of the stone wall sunk down, leaving a large entrance hole of the same shape. Everybody could see a path that led inside, illuminated by torches on both sides. "Hurry, let's get there. Once we get inside, we'll be safe, and all your questions will be answered," Nori urged as she quickly entered in, followed by the 8 ninjas. Once all of them were inside, the section of the stone wall rose again, sealing the entrance with a loud slam, inevitably making some of the Konoha ninja felt that they've walked into a trap, though that may have been their instincts. Nori walked forward, with the rest of the group following her. She cretinely looked far more relaxed, as if she took a weight off of her shoulders. "What is this place, Nori-san?" Guy asked the priestess. "Our home," Nori replied. "Our shrine. Our refuge. At least, until now." They eventually left the tunnel, which ended in a massive underground chamber, which looked like nothing the Konoha ninjas had seen. It had the appearance of a massive temple, complete with pillars, statues, smaller temples and shrines, and other religious ornaments. There were a few waterfalls that fed a river that crossed the chamber. It was illuminated by beams of light that came from holes in the chamber ceiling. There were multiple people dressed in the same white robes at Nori, who took no time to notice the newcomers. "Hey, look, Nori is back," a man said. "Yes, it's Nori," a woman replied. "Did you find her, Nori?" a second man asked. "Yes, my Breathin, I have returned. But that's not important." Nori then grabbed Hinata by the wrist and pulled her forward. "Because I found her. The Byakugan princess is finally with us." The chamber was filled by cheers and shouts of joy and jubilation, many repeating Byakugan princess over and over. Hinata really didn't know what to make out of that. Nori seemed to catch the Hyuga's confusion. "Don't worry, everything will become clearer once you meet my father. He's the leader of our order, and the one with all the answers," Nori assured. "He'll explain everything. Now follow me." Nori took the group of Konoha ninjas to the temple in the opposite extreme of the underground cavern, which was also the biggest. On their way there, they noticed something odd about the statues scattered around the area, which depicted a man and a woman. The man had horns, and the woman had 4 arms. They wondered what kind of deities these religious people worshipped. When they entered the temple, a strong smell of incense invaded their noses. The temple, just as finely decorated as the rest of the place, was empty, save for a single burly man with a beard and a mustache that was sitting on a table-like altar, reading from a large tome, under the light of several candles. He took no time to notice the newcomers, and recognized Nori. "Ah, Nori, welcome back. It pleases me to see you so soon," and completely unharmed, the man got up, and walked to hug his daughter. After that, he turned towards the Konoha ninja, and made a head bow. "Welcome to our humble home, Konoha ninjas. My name is Takuya, High Priest of the Order of the Moon Acolytes." Everybody else introduced themselves in return as well. Unfortunately, the atmosphere wasn't as cordial as Takuya would have hoped. "I never heard of such group," Neji suspiciously said. "That's because we didn't want to be heard of," Takuya sagely replied. "We were created with a single purpose, which is to complete a sacred mission. Unfortunately, we do have powerful enemies that don't wish us to succeed in our endeavor. But they're about to fail. Now that the Byakugan princess is here, our mission shall be completed," Nori added, her voice overflowed with hope. "Okay, I think it's time for some answers," Naruto impatiently demanded, as he took a step forward. "You keep calling Hinata Hime Byakugan princess and refer to her as if she's some sort of world savior. What's with that?" "Fear not, your worries and doubts shall be elucidated," Takuya assured. "However, our history is a really long one. You might want to take a seat," Takuya said with a hand motion. All the Konoha ninja and Nori sat on the floor around him. "But first of all, answer me this questions. What do you know about the Sage of the Six Paths?" "They said he was the very first man who ever used chakra, and that taught humankind how to do it as well," Tenten replied. "But that's just an old myth. There are no historical records that such figure ever existed," Neji pointed out. In the past, Naruto would have been quick to agree with Neji. But now, he wasn't so sure. It would be better to remain silent and listen before opening his mouth, or even forming an opinion. "Wow, that's so unlike me," Naruto thought, repressing a chuckle. "Part of the reason of the very existence of this order has been to preserve the knowledge of ancient times. Work we wouldn't be able to do if we didn't keep such secrecy," Nori interceded. "Now father, if you may tell our guests what they need to know." "I was about to do that," Takuya replied, before clearing his throat. "The story of ninjutsu begins with a woman. A woman that came from a faraway land. Some even said that her home was in the sky beyond the stars. Though that's irrelevant for this tale. Her name was Kaguya Otsutsuki, and she was the first Byakugan user." Naturally, Neji and Hinata were taken aback, but decided to remain silent for the time being. Nobody knows why she came to this planet or what she wanted, though she claimed that she came to bring peace to the world. To do so, she sought to consume the fruit of a powerful tree called the Shinju, or divine tree. That fruit only appeared once every 1,000 years, and whoever ate from it, it would gain the power of a god. Something she managed to achieve, and using her newfound divine powers, she put an end to all wars, and instated world peace. Do this, Kaguya ended up being worshipped as a goddess. It was known that Kaguya was pregnant when she ate the divine fruit. The name of her lover and father of her children was sadly lost to history, but beyond that he isn't relevant to this story either, and she gave birth to 2 twin children, both boys, which she named Hagoromo and Hamura. The older, Hagoromo, would become the sage of the 6 paths. At first glance, Kaguya's peaceful world looked like the kind of future we strive for. But the peace she created was artificial. Conflicts still existed, she simply shut them down by force rather than trying to properly solve them. People grew more and more unhappy, and they started to see Kagura as what she really was, a tyrant with far too much power. People went from worshipping her as if she was a goddess, to fearing her like a demon. Hagoromo and Hamura inherited their mother's vast power. Hamura had a Byakugan, just like her, while Hagoromo developed a Dujutsu known as the Rinnegan. Despite their power, the brothers tried to solve conflicts in a peaceful way, and they did try to convince their mother to drop her oppressive ways, but Kaguya refused to do so. Having no other options, the brothers engaged Kaguya in combat. Kaguya found her sons way stronger than she thought, and in order to have a chance at beating them, she merged with the still existing divine tree, and became an abomination as horrifying as powerful, a beast named the 10 Tails. 10 Tails? A startled Naruto asked. Takuya and Nori realized it wasn't the first time he heard that. Is it related to the other tailed beasts? I thought then one with the most tails was the fox, Tenten pointed out. Yes, it is. I'll explain in a second, but first you need to let me finish, Takuya replied. Sorry, Takuya-san. Please, continue, Lee politely asked. Takuya nodded as well. Anyway, the battle that ensued was of such scale, is pretty much impossible to imagine, to the point that it pretty much changed the face of the planet forever. Think of the Valley of the End, only applied to the whole world. After literal months of battle, the brothers reached a grim conclusion. The 10 Tails was functionally immortal, and no matter how much damage they did, it would never die. The only way to end the battle was to incapacitate it. To do so, they drained the 10 Tails of its chakra, and sealed it inside Hagoromo. Then, using a powerful jutsu, they sealed the 10 Tails' empty husk inside the moon. The battle over, the brothers planned how to rebuild the world and heal it from the damage their mother had caused. Hagoromo stayed on Earth, while Hamura and his followers traveled to the moon, in order to watch over what it used to be their mother, as well as other possible threats from beyond the stars. Despite their power, Hagoromo and Hamura considered themselves human, and despite having the means to prolong their lives indefinitely to live forever, they choose instead to age and die like humans. That means that something had to be done with the 10 Tails chakra Hagoromo sealed inside him. So, when Hagoromo's life was about to reach its natural end, he released the 10 Tails chakra, split it in 9 parts, gave them shape and a mind of their own, and became the tailed beasts you know today. That's exactly what the 9 Tails told me. Naruto excitedly interrupted. Naturally, all eyes were drawn to him. Naruto, you shouldn't reveal so casually your status as a Jinchuriki, Guy said in a jarringly serious and chiding tone. Sorry, Naruto stammered. Naruto-san's status as a Jinchuriki does not matter to us. But it seems that it matters for this situation in particular, Nori calmly reassured, before her eyes rested on the blonde. You said the 9 Tails told you this story before? Yeah, well, a very summarized version. He didn't told me the name of the sage of the 6 paths or that Kaguya lady. But he did told me about the 10 Tails, Naruto explained. Also, I think the 10 Tails' lifeless husk might not be sealed inside the moon anymore. Takuya and Nori paled. What do you mean by that? Elaborate, boy. The latter requested. The Akatsuki can summon it. It's called the demonic statue of the outer path. They use it to seal the tailed beasts they capture there, Naruto told them. What? Naruto-kun, if you knew that, why didn't you tell us about it? Hinata asked, sounding almost hurt. Yes. Any information regarding Akatsuki should always be shared, Neji insisted. Sorry again. The source wasn't exactly the most believable. Naruto defensively replied. But it's not that I kept it a secret from everybody. Mom and Dad know too. The 2 priests paled even further. But if they're doing that, no. They can't be trying to revive the 10 Tails. Nobody would be stupid enough to do that. Father, we're obviate something. Only a bearer of the Rinnegan can unseal the demonic statue, and there hasn't been one since the sage himself. Clearly, somebody in this Akatsuki group has one. Nonsense. If a second Rinnegan bearer existed, we would know it. Takuya protested. While I don't want to suggest anything about your ability to gather information, evidence suggests otherwise, Lee argued, trying to sound as polite as possible. In that case, it's a good thing the Byakugan princess is here. We're going to need her power in order to counter this threat, Takuya replied, sweating a little. My power? I help as much as I can, but what can I do on my own against Akatsuki? Especially against somebody with a Rinnegan? Hinata asked. You'll know soon enough. Father, resume the tale, please, Nori requested. Takuya nodded, and cleared his throat again. Before we continue, I think it's important to establish the source of Kaguya, Hagoromo and Hamura's power. By eating the fruit of the Shinju, Kaguya's chakra turned into we call divine chakra, or six paths chakra. A kind of chakra way more powerful than normal human chakra. Naturally, her sons inherited said kind of chakra as well. So that's why the sage is of the six paths, right? Haku ventured to guess. Takuya nodded. Exactly. Said chakra is what allowed Hagoromo to develop his Rinnegan, as well as plenty of other powers we normal humans can only dream of. Now, our tale here diverges into two branches. Hagoromo's life on Earth, and Hamura's life on the Moon. I'll begin with the former. Hagoromo tasked himself with the quest of bringing peace to the world. To do so, he created the Ninshu, a set of religious and philosophical beliefs whose goal was to use chakra to bring humanity together and give them a better understanding of each other, which would lead to eventual peace. However, he knew that it would take generations for such thing to happen, and since he chose to live and die like a human, he would never live to see this. Hagoromo, however, had two sons, and he had to choose one of them to carry on his legacy once his life came to an end. His older son, Indra, inherited the sage's yin half of the six paths chakra. Said half allowed him to develop the Sharingan, and he's indeed, the very first Sharingan user, and the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, Takuya explained. Whoa! Do the current Uchihas know this? Naruto asked in shock. I mean, they're pretty much direct descendants of the sage of the six paths. Kuya just shrugged. I don't know, more than likely not. Now, pay attention young Uzumaki, since this part will be of interest to you. The younger son, Asura, inherited the sage's yang half of the six paths chakra. Said half allowed him to develop wood release, and he's the progenitor of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Whoa! Naruto echoed, this time even louder. He sounded really giddy. So does this mean that I'm a descendant of the sage too? And Mom, and Kaida and Hagane? Yes you are. Though I doubt very few people will take those claims seriously, as valid as they are, Takuya replied, rolling his eyes a little. May I continue? Yeah, sorry, Naruto sheepishly replied. The older son, Indra, believed that the key to peace was power. Somebody, or a group of people, that should wield power in order to stop conflicts and punish those who start them. The younger son, Asura, believed that the key to peace was through love and mutual understanding. As you can see, Indra's beliefs were a parallel of Kaguya's failed system, while Asura's embodied the cores of Ninshu. Naturally, Hagoromo chose Asura as his successor. However, such choice didn't come without repercussions. Hagoromo thought that Indra would accept his decision, and didn't foresee how displeased he was. Feeling he was claiming his birthright, Indra attacked Asura with the intent to kill him. That would be the beginning of a blood feud that would last generations, since, as Indra failed to kill Asura and Hagoromo, he promised that his descendants would carry his hatred, and would never stop until Hagoromo and Asura's legacy was a thing of the past. That's what we call the Uchiha's curse of hatred, which had and will lead them to a quest for power, and the extermination of those who are descended from the younger brother, Asura. The mind of the Konoha ninjas collectively traveled back to the night the Uchihas pulled their coup d'état on the village. Was this the result of Indra's curse, or it was a mere coincidence? So far, these revelations lend some credence to the former. Hinata raised her hand. Excuse me, you said it was the yin half of the six paths chakra what causes the Sharingan to awaken? Yes. The yin half of the chakra is the one tied to the emotions and thoughts. So, when an Uchiha feels intense emotions, it causes the yin chakra to strongly react, and it manifests in the Sharingan. When an Uchiha experiences an even more intense emotion, it causes it to evolve even further into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Are you aware of its existence? Takuya asked. All of them nodded. With the Senju, it's a similar process. Yang chakra is the one tied to the body, but unlike the Uchihas, a Senju or an Uzumaki won't be able to use wood release unless they're born with an exceptionally powerful chakra, such as the case of Hashirama Senju. Wait, what's so special about wood release? I thought it was just an elemental combination, just my own ice release, Haku asked. It might be at first glance, it was Nori who replied. But becomes clearer when you think about it. Tell me, Haku-san, what's the origin of the Six Paths chakra? The divine tree, Haku automatically replied, before the realization dawned upon him. Wait, don't tell me. Yes. Wood release isn't just summoning a bunch of trees. You're channeling the raw power of the Shinju itself. That's why it has the ability to bind and control the tailed beasts, Nori explained. I have a question, Tenten asked. So, what would happen if an Uchiha and a Senju or Uzumaki had a child together? That child would have both the yin and yang halves of the Six Paths chakra, right? Takuya nodded. Exactly. Albeit the virulent hatred both clans had for each other prevented from such thing to while the kid would be powerful, the parents should also be strong in their respective halves of the Six Paths chakra for the resulting child to reach its full potential. And in that case, the kid should be able to awaken the ultimate from the Sharingan, the Rinnegan itself. The revelation led to another silence, as the Konoha ninjas pondered those words. Naruto's thoughts, however, were leading him to a grim conclusion. He suspected that one of the Akatsuki might be an Uzumaki, and now had the confirmation that one of the Akatsuki also possesses the Rinnegan. Now, he was told that a powerful Uzumaki has the potential to develop the Rinnegan if they also have strong Uchiha ascendancy. How did this happen? Nori's eyes rested on Hinata. Now that you have understanding of the working of Six Paths chakra, you'll understand better your role as the Byakugan princess. Father, tell them about Hamura-sama. Takuya nodded. Hamura and his many followers traveled to the moon. There, they built a small civilization, whose purpose was to watch over the demonic statue of the outer path, preserve the historic knowledge of Kaguya and the Otsutsuki clan, and watch for more threats from beyond the stars, like Kaguya herself. Like his brother, Hamura had Six Paths chakra, and this allowed him to manifest a higher form of the Byakugan, the Tenseigan. Wait, what? The Byakugan also has an evolution? Neji asked, sounding visibly agitated, a far cry from his usual stoicism. How is that our clan isn't aware of such a thing? Such knowledge had to be kept a secret for the safety of your clan, until the time was right. If you let me finish my story, I'm sure you'll understand, Takuya replied, a little annoyed at the constant interruptions. Like his brother, Hamura also had 2 children, though they were girls. His eldest was named Kalika, and the youngest was named Shiva. Like Indra and Asura, Kalika and Shiva inherited the yin and yang halves of Hamura's Six Paths chakra respectively. That means that only Kalika developed a Byakugan, right? Hinata guessed. Nori shook her head. No. The Sharingan was a byproduct of the Six Paths chakra. The Byakugan, however, is something Kaguya already possessed before eating the divine fruit, and both of Hamura's daughters inherited it. The yin half enhanced Kalika's Byakugan, while the yang half boosted the power of Shiva's chakra as a whole. Their descendants inherited these powers as well. Why Hagoromo developed a Rinnegan instead of a Byakugan, is something we have no answer for. Exactly, Takuya agreed. Like Hagoromo, when Hamura's life came to an end, he had to choose an heir to lead the Otsutsuki clan. His choice was Kalika, and before dying, he transferred his chakra into her, allowing her to develop the Tenseigan, something Kalika herself also did with her own heir once her life came to an end. And thus, the Tenseigan became the symbol of the leader of the Otsutsuki clan. Eventually, the Otsutsuki clan was reorganized into 2 groups, the main family, composed by the leader and their close family members, which ruled over the clan, and the branch family, composed by pretty much everybody else, including Shiva's descendants. However, tensions began to rise, as every generation passed. As they kept watch over the earth, they saw how Hagoromo's gift of Ninshu was perverted into ninjutsu, and used as a weapon to wage countless wars. Branch family members believed that they should do something about it, but the main family refused to interfere. But despite their superior numbers, they couldn't change anything since they couldn't match the power of the Tenseigan. And thus, the branch family started to work on a weapon that would equate the Tenseigan in power. Once said weapon was finished, they declared war on the main family, which were then crushed. The then current Otsutsuki clan head was killed before he could pass on his Six Paths chakra. The branch house members, which possess the yang half of the Six Paths chakra, seek to obtain the yin-enhanced Byakugan from the main house. However, they found an obstacle they were unable to overcome, the caged bird seal. Once again, Neji was taken aback. Wait a minute. The main family wore that seal? He incredulously asked. Yes. Its original purpose was to make sure no main house Byakugan ever fell into the branch house, so they wouldn't be able to obtain the Tenseigan. That way, when a main family member died, their Byakugan would be destroyed with them. And they made sure they weren't captured alive, Takuya explained. Now, the ensuing war decimated both families, and the few main house members managed to escape the moon and reach Earth, with several branch house members they took prisoner. Their original plan was to force said branch house members to transfer their chakra into the current heir, so a new Tenseigan could be created, but in the end, they decided against it, since there was the problem of the branch house family's superweapon, and thus, decided that a new beginning was in order. The Otsutsuki survivors realized that they had to cut all ties to their past if they hoped to escape the branch house's purge, and have a chance to regroup. The first thing they did was to change their clan name to Hyuga, which as you know is a reference to the sun, to hide their ties to the moon. But that wouldn't be enough. The newer generations had to forget about their past entirely so they wouldn't become targets, but doing so would imply to destroy all the knowledge they had accumulated during the centuries. And thus, a solution was devised. The first Hyuga clan head created the Order of the Moon Acolytes, which would safekeep all the Otsutsuki knowledge, as well as the yang half of the Six Paths chakra they managed to extract from the captured branch house members. The Hyuga clan would continue with the main house/branch house division, albeit with a single, but meaningful change. The caged bird seal would be carried by the branch house members, and it would be modified so main house members could inflict great pain upon them with a single hand seal. That way, a new uprising could be averted. From that point onwards, the Hyuga became a nomadic clan that traveled the world, until less than a century ago, when they joined Konoha, Takuya said. Let's say that made our mission to keep track of your clan considerably easier. As for ourselves, our secret order thrived in the shadows, waiting for the right moment until a new Tenseigan could be created again. And that moment, is now? Hinata asked. Yes. We knew that the Otsutsuki clan that remained on the moon slowly declined, and hoped that the clan would die out, and thus the problem would solve itself, and a new Tenseigan wouldn't be necessary, Nori told them. But even if the Otsutsuki clan is reduced to a single member, said member is still in possession of that superweapon, and is planning to use it to finish what his ancestors started so long ago. And after the Hyuga are gone, the rest of the world will follow suit. And, you want Hinata Heim to be that bearer, right? Naruto asked. He didn't need them to reply. But, why me? Why not Neji Niazan? Hinata protested. He's much stronger than I am. The Tenseigan would be better in his power than in mine. Neji-sama would be a fine candidate, but unfortunately, the new caged bird seal might be a danger for the process, Nori countered, shaking her head. She then turned at Neji with an apologetic expression. Sorry, Neji-sama, but the stakes are too high to take such risk. It's okay. It's not a power I desire to begin with, Neji replied, letting out a weary sigh. While he spoke the truth, he was upset that that seal had robbed him of such chance to begin with. Besides, it's obvious that Hinata-sama was fated to have this power bequeathed to her. If it's as urgent as you say, then I'll do it, Hinata stated, albeit some insecurity could be noticed in her voice. What should I do? Follow us, Takuya said as he stood up. He went to the other end of the temple, and moved a candelabra to the side. It produced a clicking noise, instantly opening a secret door on that wall, leading to a dark and narrow passageway. Wordlessly, the high priest walked in, and everybody else followed in. After a few minutes, they finally emerged from the other side of the passageway, into a different chamber. Like the main instance, there was a hole in the ceiling that allowed light to illuminate the place. Even if the sun was no longer in the sky, the moon took its place. The only thing worth noting in the chamber was a rather large pool of water, which reflected the moonlight. What is this place? Hinata asked. This is what we call the moon well, Nori began. Before I explain any further, Hinata-sama, Neji-sama, would you kindly check the water with your Byakugan? The two Hyuga complied, and when they did so, Hinata gasped. Neji's reaction was far more subdued, but couldn't completely hide his surprise. The water is teeming with chakra. Hinata noted. Takuya nodded. Yes. The yang half of the Six Paths chakra. Anyone who will enter this pool and does not possess at least either half of Six Paths chakra will have their own chakra drained and die. However, if somebody who does enter this pool, they will absorb the chakra of the water. Hinata-sama, you now must enter the pool. When your inherent yin half chakra mixes with the yang half of the pool, they will merge into Six Paths chakra, and your Byakugan will become a Tenseigan, Nori instructed the Hyuga to do so. Wait, what if you're wrong? What if Hinata doesn't have that kind of chakra and she dies? Naruto worriedly asked. I understand your doubts, Naruto-san, but you must understand the importance of this. If we weren't sure Hinata-sama wouldn't survive the process, we wouldn't have asked her to do it, Nori replied. Okay, I'll do it, Hinata stated, sounding now more determined. If this power is necessary to face our future enemies, and I'm the only one who can bear it, I'll take it then. Good, Nori said in approval. Neji-sama, watch over her with your Byakugan to make sure that the process happens as it should. Neji nodded, and kept his bloodline limit activated. Taking a deep breath, Hinata entered the pool. Contrary to what she was expecting, she didn't feel anything when her skin touched the water, other a bit of cold. She walked to the center of the pool, where the water covered up to her waist, and waited for something to happen. So, what do I do now? Hinata asked. But before anybody had the chance to answer, the pool's water surface erupted into a massive wall of purple flames, engulfing Hinata. Ah! Hinata screamed from behind the fire. Hinata, Naruto yelled, as he dashed towards the pool, before he was stopped by Takuya. No. Don't do it. Not only will you interrupt the process, but you'll die, Takuya urged, as he struggled to contain the blonde. Get out of my way. Hinata needs my help, Naruto said, before finally pushing the man aside. Naruto, stop, Neji calmly said. Huh? Hinata-sama, she's in no danger, Neji stated, a bit in awe. In fact, the chakra of the pool is being drained into her body. Finally. After so many generations, a new sage of the moon will be born, Nori said in awe and expectation. Somewhere here beyond time and space. When Hinata opened her eyes, she was no longer in that underground pool illuminated by the moonlight. She found herself in the middle of what appeared to be an ancient palace. Hello, Byakugan princess. I've been waiting for you, an elderly male voice said. Hinata turned around, and saw an old man looking at her. Said old man was dressed in a white robe similar to that worn by Takuya. The man had pale white skin and light gray hair. 2 small horns grew from his forehead. 8 black spheres the size of grapefruits floated behind his back on a circle. But the man's trait that drew Hinata's attention the most were his eyes. His eyes were light blue, with dark blue pupils, and glowing white floral patterns that overlapped with each other that slowly spun around the pupil. A realization of who this man was dawned upon her with the force of a giant sledgehammer. You are, Hinata stammered in shock. My name is Hamura Otsutsuki. Nice to finally meet you, Hinata Hyuga, Hamura courtly greeted her. There's much we need to talk about. Chapter 57. The Byakugan Princess, Part 2. Or. The Princess Many Suitors. Hamura Otsutsuki. Hinata dumbly repeated, as her brain was trying and failing to understand that she was talking not so much to a living legend as much as a living myth. If he was living to begin with. Yes. That, I am, Hamura replied. And if you're able to talk to me is because you, my descendant, managed to form 6 paths chakra inside you. Must say, it feels nice being able to talk to somebody else again after so many centuries of quietude. Are you alive? Hinata fearfully asked. You could say that I am, but in the same way, I'm not, Hamura answered. Noticing Hinata's growing confusion, he added, I know those two concepts are hard to reconcile. While my body stopped working a long time ago, my essence is permanently tied to the kind of chakra that now courses through your body. I see, Hinata said, not fully understanding it, but deciding to let the issue go, since it wouldn't lead anywhere. Tell me, Hinata Hyuga, what do you know about the history of our common family? Hamura asked. Hinata nodded, and told Hamura an abridged version of what Nori and Takuya had told her and the others a few moments ago, culminating with the visit to the Moonwell. Good, that will save us an explanation, Hamura satisfyingly said. Though you'd understand that, with this new power, you'll have to carry on several duties. I do, but I have a question, Hinata replied. Why me? What did I do to deserve this power? Hamura smirked a little. Why the self-doubt? Do you find yourself unworthy of it? I think there may be others more suited to wield this power than I am. While I came a long way, I'm not strong, Hinata admitted. Meaning, it is okay for me to just have this power handed to me? Aren't others who deserve it more than I do? Hinata, tell me. If you had a great power, what would you do with it? Hamura asked. Hinata felt a bit slighted that Hamura had ignored her woe, but she decided it was for the best to answer his question. I'd do what I've always done. Use it to help others, to the best of my ability. I would also try to not get lost in that power either. After all, power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, Hinata told him. Then there you have it. You're a good person, therefore this power will be good in your hands, Hamura casually said. You can't be serious, Hinata replied, a bit taken aback. I'm sure a lot of people think the same way I do. And even then, I might be just saying this but deep down think otherwise. Power makes people change. Indeed. My brother and I were painfully aware of that, Hamura interjected. We could have taken our mother's place, and rule over humanity forever. But her example was impossible to forget. That's why we tried to use our powers as little as possible, and try to live as any normal human would, even if we were far from normal. Our only regrets were not being able to do more with the time we had. Unfortunately, our descendants didn't live during her reign, and soon they forgot. Yes. Takuya-san and Nori-san told us how humanity used ninjutsu to wage wars, Hinata added. And, still does. Hamura nodded. Yes, they did a good job preserving history and keeping secrets safe, didn't they? But even somebody as efficient as the Moon Acolytes make mistakes, and there were historic details that escaped them. Yes. They weren't aware of the current Rinnegan bearer, Hinata replied. Hamura nodded. Indeed. Feeling my brother's chakra among the living after such a long time was, surprising, to say the least. Sadly, I can't say I'm happy with the event, given the way its current bearer is using my brother's power. But that wasn't what I was referring to. Huh? The part in which the last main house heir arrived to Earth, formed the Order of the Moon Acolytes and changed the Otsutsuki into the Hyuga clan. You see, this man did manage to awaken the Tenseigan, and was planning to use it to continue the fight against the branch family, Hamura revealed. He did? Hinata asked in shock. And, what changed his mind? I did, Hamura told her. Just like you're talking with me right now, I met this young man the moment he awakened the Tenseigan. I had to told him that the bloodshed had to stop, that this wasn't the way. I don't like being authoritarian, but I was glad that my identity alone was all that I needed to convince him to drop the war. And what would have you do if he didn't obey you? Hinata asked, a little curious. Nothing, Hamura flatly stated. Nothing? What did you expect me to do? Like I told you before, I'm dead. My power no longer belongs to me, Hamura explained. We old people may be able to guide and offer advice, but in the end, the younger generation must follow their own path and take their own decisions. All we can do is to have faith in that they will make the right choices. I see, Hinata said. I told him that the Otsutsuki clan had to start anew. That's why he renamed it Hyuga. As for the Tenseigan, I told him that only somebody with a kind soul and an emphatic heart would be worthy of the Tenseigan. The Otsutsuki clan was too blinded by their own power, and needed a better leader, somebody who would remind them of my brother's teachings. So I foretold a Byakugan prince or princess, that would lead the Otsutsuki clan to a new golden age. And as I hoped, said princess was born 15 years ago, Hinata. As the Moon Acolytes kept watch over your clan, they realized you were the person I was talking about, the one worthy enough to finally inherit my power after centuries of dormancy, Hamura explained. He stared at Hinata, and his rugged lips curved into a smile. Was this explanation enough? It was, Hamura-sama. Even if I can't help but feel overwhelmed at both this power and the responsibility it entails, I'll do my best to use it correctly, Hinata solemnly stated. That's what I was hoping to hear, Hamura replied. Then I believe this conversation should reach its end. One last thing, though, some of my most misguided descendants also know about you. They will try to kill you or use you for their own purposes. Don't worry, Hamura-sama. I won't let such thing happen, Hinata assured the elderly man. One more thing, Hamura said, his expression growing worried. There is another Tenseigan wielder. One who awakened it before you. I did try to convince him to follow the right PSTH, but I was unsuccessful. I sensed a great darkness clouding his judgment. In that case, I'll make sure that person sees the light, Hinata stated. Good. Then go, my child. We shall see each other again in the future, Hamura finally said, before everything turned black. When Hinata opened her eyes, she found herself back at the underground temple of the Moon Acolytes. The rest of the Konoha ninjas were looking at her. Oh good, she's waking up. A relieved Tenten said. Then, all of them gasped. Whoa. Just look at that. Is that? Huh? Hinata groaned, as she slowly sit up. Her head was throbbing, and was having a hard time thinking. Her encounter with Hamura Otsutsuki, which she was still trying to determine if it was a dream or not, occupied her mind. How long have I been out? Quite a few hours. You got us quite worried, Naruto said, chuckling a little. It's almost sunrise. Are you okay, Hinata-san? Haku asked. A bit tired, but fine otherwise, Hinata replied, before noticing the looks of both concern and curiosity that her friends were shooting at her. Why are you looking at me like that? Wordlessly, Tenten pulled out a compact mirror from a bag and handed it to Hinata. See it for yourself, Tenten cryptically said. Hinata did so, and soon her reaction echoed the one made by her comrades. Gone was her lavender-colored Byakugan, now replaced by the same eyes Hamura Otsutsuki had. Is this the Tenseigan? Hinata unsurely asked. It is, Takuya confirmed. I have seen it on ancient pictures, but to see a real one myself, with my own very eyes, it feels unreal. How do you feel, Hinata-sama? Do you feel the power of the Tenseigan? Nori excitedly asked. My head feels a bit lighter. But other than that, I feel just like always, the Hyuga admitted. It's okay. Your new powers may take some time to manifest, and you will take some time as well to master them, Nori reassured. That's why it's imperative to return to Konoha as soon as possible and begin your training. I already ordered our brothers and sisters to pack all our valuable goods and move to Konoha, Takuya added. Wait a minute. Are you planning to move to Konoha? As in, permanently? Guy asked. Yes, that's the intention, Takuya answered. We remained hidden to keep the secret of the Tenseigan safe. But since a new Tenseigan has awakened, our secrecy is no longer necessary. All what remains is to move all our knowledge to Konoha. Konoha is Hinata-sama's home, and as her followers, we shall go wherever she shall. I'm not sure what the Hokage will say about this. Guy replied. Don't worry. Hokage-sama will be more than happy to welcome us to your village, if only for the wealth of knowledge that we bring with us, Takuya said. It's a good thing Hokage-sama decided to send an additional team. I'm more than sure our enemies will try to attack us once we leave the safety of our shrine, Nori commented. Especially with all the treasures we carry with us. Wait a minute. You guys expect us to escort all of you all the way to Konoha? Naruto asked in disbelief. But there must be more than 100 people here. Not to mention all the things they want to take with them. Even with sealing scrolls, it will be quite the luggage, Haku added. You don't have to worry. We won't leave at the same time, but in small groups. The first one will be the one to carry our most valuable possessions, Takuya explained. Nori, you go with them. I'll remain here and supervise. Once the shrine has been completely evacuated, I'll leave with the last group. Again, if you're expecting more ninjas to come here and escort you, you're going to need more money to hire them, Guy reminded them. Don't worry, Guy-san. It's in Konoha's best interest for the treasures of this place to reach the village. They're worth more than any amount of money we could gather, Nori insisted. Hokage-sama will agree with me. If that's the case, then we should move as soon as possible. When will be the first group ready to leave? Guy asked. I'd say an hour. 2 hours at the very latest. In one case or another, then it won't be too long, Takuya replied. Alright. Come on guys. Let's make sure all of them reach Konoha in one piece, and in accord time. Guy enthusiastically yelled. Many hours later, the Konoha ninja, accompanied by Nori and a few other Moonskalites, were heading back towards Konoha. Unfortunately, due to the fact that this time around they were escorting more people, as well as a large cart loaded to the brim with scrolls of all sizes, meant that the journey back would go much slower. And that gave potential enemies better chances to attack. Now out of their sanctuary, the acolytes looked clearly distressed, even more than Nori when they escorted her the first time around. It was the fear of somebody who knew they had a lot of enemies, and for the first time, they were in a vulnerable position. And the Konoha ninjas could sense that fear, which in turn made them become tense. The Konoha ninjas positioned themselves in a surrounding formation towards the acolytes. Neji and Haku were leading the group. Neji had forbidden Haku and Tenten to stay close in a situation of potential danger, with Guy and Lee at each side of the cart, and Naruto, Hinata and Tenten in the back. Beside the acolytes, they also had the unsaid mission of protecting Hinata, given that awakening the Tenseigan left her both drained and a bit disoriented. At first she was able to hide this, but as the hours passed, her condition became more apparent. Hinata Heim? Naruto asked. Hinata turned his gaze at him, and smiled weakly. Yes? How do you feel? Naruto asked, a little worried. I'm fine, Naruto-kun. Don't worry about me. Nori-san told me I'd take some time for my body to get used to this new power, Hinata reassured him. The sun will set soon. You'll be able to rest once we set up a camp for the night, Tenten reassured the Hyuga. Hinata wasn't just talking about her eyes. Back when she was unconscious, when checking her chakra network to see if she was okay, Neji realized that Hinata's chakra reserves had multiplied tenfold. Her chakra reserves were still a far cry from Naruto's, but even then her chakra pools were those of a strong jonin. Wonder if I'll have to go through all those chakra control exercises again, Hinata wondered. Because having my reserves expanded so suddenly is going to have side effects. Hey, maybe you've now enough chakra to use shadow clones. Trust me, once you get a taste, you'll wonder how can you live without them, Naruto excitedly assured her. Hinata giggled in return. I have a question, Tenten interjected. Can you still use the Byakugan? Given that your eyes look all different now. If the Uchihas can use both the normal Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan at will, I don't see how this could be different, Naruto stated, crossing his arms over his chest. I would think the same, but the Tenseigan doesn't seem to be like the Sharingan or the Byakugan. It's permanently on, Tenten said, taking a closer look at Hinata's new eyes. That's a good question. Let me check. Hinata went through the same motions she did when she had her Byakugan. Her eyes briefly flashed blue. Yes. The Byakugan's still there. That's great. Naruto cheered. Plus there's the bonus of those creepy veins not appearing at the sides of your eyes anymore, Tenten added. And no offense to you, Neji or any of your clansmen, but whenever you guys use your Byakugan and those veins start to bulge, ew. The Odango-haired girl said, as she shivered. None taken, Hinata replied. Though, I feel I can now expand my sight way beyond my previous limits. Let me try. And indeed, Hinata's Tenseigan now increased her range so much, it was almost unreal. Looking around, she could see the forests, small mountains, rivers, lakes, towns of the land of tea. Then, rather than area, she focused on range, and looked to the north, to see if she could see Konoha, despite being hundreds of kilometers away, though she was unable to reach that far. Even the Tenseigan had its limits. As she expanded her sight, something caught her eye. Leaves and branches moving. Focusing on the disturbance, Hinata could see that there were people jumping from one tree to another. It was clear that they were ninjas, but their chakra was off. Almost as if they weren't human, she couldn't tell from such a distance. But what was most worrying was that they were heading in their direction. They were walking into an ambush. Everybody, listen, Hinata shouted, drawing everybody's attention. There's a group of ninjas that are heading towards us from the north. While I'm not sure, I'd say they're enemies. Really? Neji asked, activating his Byakugan. I don't see anything. They're too far away yet, but they're heading in this direction. They'll be here in a few minutes, Hinata told them. What do we do? If we fight here, the acolytes might get hurt. Tenten pointed out. Not to mention that their valuable scrolls might get damaged. You're right, Tenten, we need to get the fight far from them, but at the same time, make sure they're safe, Guy stated. Naruto bit his thumb, and started making hand seals. Leave it to me, guys. Summoning jutsu. Naruto slammed his hand into the ground, producing a large burst of smoke. Once the smoke dispelled, Naruto was standing on top of the same giant green toad he had summoned during the Battle of the Crimson Citadel. Greeting, Naruto. What can I do for you? Gamahiro asked. Gamahiro, I need you to take that cart, and all the guys dressed in white, and take them to Konoha as fast as you can. Can you do it? Naruto asked, before realizing that he had to give him info about their situation. We're in the land of tea, about 200 kilometers to the south of Konoha. You can count on me, Naruto, Gamahiro said, as he grabbed the cart with his giant, webby hands as if it were a mere toy. Nori, get your people on top of Gamahiro. You'll be safe with him. Naruto told her, before making a hand seal. 4 clones popped into existence. I'll also send 4 clones as additional escort just in case. The acolytes were naturally unsure about the idea of riding on a giant toad towards Konoha, but at the ninja's insistence, they climbed on his back. What do I do if I'm under attack? Gamahiro asked. Ignore them. Just focus on reaching Konoha with the acolytes and the cart of scrolls in one piece. My dad will know what to do next, Naruto instructed. Gamahiro nodded. Very well. Everybody, hold tight, we're leaving. And thus, the giant green toad disappeared into the sky with a mighty leap, accompanied by the screams of terror of the acolytes that were on his back, and weren't expecting such a sudden takeoff. After a few seconds, Gamma Hero landed with a thud a couple kilometers to the north, before leaping into the sky again. The second time he landed, he was so far nobody bar Hinata could see him anymore. Summons can be useful for more than just fighting, you know? Naruto said, clearly proud of his idea. Hinata, are those ninjas still heading our way? Guy asked. Hinata nodded. Yes. Gamma Hero passed them, but they didn't pay him any attention. Good. That means that we can go all out without having to worry about harming the acolytes. Unexpectedly stated. What should we do? Should we wait for them here, or should we go and meet them? Haku asked. For the small chance that they may not be enemies, let them attack first, Guy replied. Naruto, Lee, with me. Haku, Tenten, move to the sides of the road each, and try to ambush them after they attack. Neji, Hinata, you'll cover our flanks and our backs. Yes sir. All ninja chorused in unison, as they moved to their respective positions. As expected, the ninjas turned hostile, as both Neji and Hinata could see their chakra spiking up. They were getting ready to attack. Here they come, Neji shouted. A barrage of golden energy projectiles rained upon the group, forcing them to scatter while barely avoiding the incoming explosions. The group dispersed, the attackers reveling themselves. They were wearing dark brown cloaks under black pants and black long shirts. Beside the hoods they were wearing, they also had their faces completely covered in bandages, making it impossible for the non-Hyugas to tell what they looked like, or how they were able to see in the first place. Their forearms and forelegs were also bandaged. They were wearing a dark blue headband with a yellow symbol of a crescent moon and a sun. One of the attackers, whoever, had his eyes exposed. He was also wearing entirely black clothes. He appeared to be the leader of this group. Soon the mysterious attackers and the Konoha ninjas engaged in close combat. While the former were much greater in number, the latter had more skill and power on their side. And the number parts wasn't going to last long. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto created a score of clones that quickly engaged the incoming enemies. However, the clones soon started to fall before the attackers' merciless skill. Damn, these guys are tough. My clones aren't even making a difference. Naruto complained, as he made another group of clones to replace the ones he lost. What's with these people? Neji asked, as he traded blows with two enemies. My Byakugan can't see past these guys. Mine can't, either, Hinata replied, as she struck her lightning-enhanced palm on the chest of one of those masked ninjas, to little effect. And the gentle fist doesn't seem to do much damage. Then we'll use the strong fist. Lee hotly exclaimed, as he delivered a flurry of punches and kicks to another of the ambushers. However, half his hits were parried, dodged or blocked, and the other half didn't make much effect on them either, other than pushing back. What village do these guys come from? Tenten asked, noticing their headbands, as she cast a rain of explosive kunai upon a group of enemies. Do you recognize that symbol? Not at all, Naruto shouted, as he dodged several of those weird golden energy blasts. But then again, I don't know that many village symbols myself. Wherever they come, they've been well trained, Guy said, sending one of the enigmatic ninjas flying against a tree with a well-delivered kick. This is the kind of enemies I love to fight against. Those who give you a proper challenge, and a way to fan your flames of youth. Yosh. You're so right, Guy-sensei. There's no point in taking pride in one's strength if one doesn't test that strength against worthy opponents. Lee cheerfully agreed as resumed the fight with an even more vigor. That's fine, but should focus on finishing this mission rather than enjoying it, Haku replied a bit annoyed, while making several hand seals. Ice release, certain kill ice spears. Haku slammed both hands into the ground, and multiple giant spikes of ice emerged from below, impaling some of the mysterious attackers. However, despite the direct hit, they were still moving, and struggled to get rid of the ice spears. That one got his heart pierced by my ice attack, yet he acts as if it is a minor inconvenience. Just what's with these guys, are they even human? Haku thought. Watch out. More enemies incoming. Neji warned. Like the first wave, the new batch of enemies joined the fight by showering the Konoha ninjas with a rain of golden chakra blasts, fired with acute accuracy as to only hit their enemies and not their allies. Where are these guys coming from? Neji asked, as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Heavenly spin. Neji turned into a spinning dome of chakra, successfully repelling the attackers, but failing to do any lasting damage. Should we start opening the gates? Tenten asked. Let's keep fighting. These guys must have some sort of weak point, Neji suggested, as he continued fighting. What the Konoha ninjas didn't realize is that a good chunk of the second wave of enemies moved to attack Hinata, and little by little isolated her from the rest of the group. Both Hinata, and of course Naruto, were the first ones to notice this. "Go help Hinata," Naruto yelled, as he rushed towards her. "She's their target." However, before Naruto could help his girlfriend, the leader of the attackers landed in front of him, brandishing a sword made of the same golden chakra the strange ninjas used to attack. "That was a bad move," Naruto darkly said, as he extended his hand, creating a Rasengan. He then rushed towards the masked ninja, and slammed the destructive sphere forward. Rasengan. The enemy ninja used his golden chakra sword to parry Naruto's attack, and much to the blonde's shock, it managed to resist the impact. The Rasengan exploded, and all that energy was pushed back, which in turn violently pushed Naruto into the same direction. "Okay." Naruto breathed out, as he pulled out his own wind blade, producing a blade of flame like white energy the moment he channeled his chakra through it. "Let's do it your way," Naruto said as he engaged the silent ninja in a sword-fighting duel. That meant that Hinata had to continue to struggle alone against the growing horde of enemies. Not helped by the fact that she was still lightheaded, and was having a hard time modeling chakra due to her sudden expansion of her chakra pool, leaving her mostly with taijutsu. "I can't hold them like this much longer." Hinata breathed, taking a step back with each hit she dodged or parried, despite knowing that's what the enemies wanted. "I need to push them back, maybe with a vacuum palm wall or a heavenly thunderstorm." Suddenly, as if to answer Hinata's distressed call, the Hyuga heiress felt an alien but pleasant energy forming inside her gut, a power unlike anything she had felt in her life. Ignoring reason and going with a gut feeling, Hinata spread her arms, and unleashed the power building inside of her. The air shimmered for a bit, before Hinata's body cast a powerful shockwave in every direction. The shockwave violently pushed the attackers away, some of them being painfully slammed against the nearby trees, producing a sickening crunch upon impact. However, the damage wasn't as bad as what it seemed, since they got back on their feet to keep fighting, even if some of them hobbled and had difficulty moving. "What is this?" the confused Bluenet thought. "Is this the power of the six paths?" "What did Hinata do?" Haku asked, after witnessing her powerful replusion wave. "No idea, but it's a good thing she learned to do that," Tenten said. "Maybe is the power of those new eyes she has now?" "If that's the case, let's hope she finds more hidden powers that can help us turn this fight around," Haku replied. Naruto continued his fight against the lead enemy, trading blows, pushing back and forth, until his enemy made a mistake, delivering a swipe slower than intended. It wasn't a mistake big enough to capitalize unless you were an elite ninja. And fortunately for Naruto, he quickly took advantage of that. Moving aside, he delivered a swift vertical wipe that chopped off the hand holding the golden balde, followed by another quick strike to the neck, which separated his head from the rest of his body. The ninja fell to the ground, motionless, while Naruto smirked in victory. The blonde Jinchuriki then noticed something strange. Despite cutting first his hand and then his head, there was no blood pouring from the severed zones. Inspecting the body and the head a little further, Naruto realized what was wrong with them. "The hell? This guy isn't even human," Naruto exclaimed, much to everybody else's surprise. "It's some sort of puppet." "What?" Guy asked in shock. "That can't be right. There are no guys pulling strings on them, and they can use chakra." Tenten protested, as she tried to hold back several of those mysterious beings. "Well, whatever they are, they're not alive, and they're definitely not human," Naruto exclaimed, as he joined his girlfriend in fighting the group that was surrounding her. "Try to destroy their heads. I managed to kill one of them by beheading him." With this new piece of information, the Konoha ninjas proceeded to adjust their tactics in dealing with them. "I see. If they're not alive, then no wonder the gentle fist doesn't work with them. Even if they can somehow use chakra, nothing says that they must have a human chakra network," Neji inwardly realized. "If that's the case, then we're going to need a little more brute force." Neji jumped back a few times, putting some distance between his enemies and himself, distance they quickly tried to bridge. But that moment was all the Hyuga needed. He crossed his arms in front of his face. "Gate of opening, open." Neji spreaded his arms outwards, releasing a powerful burst of chakra, as a faint green glow surrounded his body. "So, it's okay for us to use the gates now?" Tenten asked. In light of the new information, yes, Neji told her. His hands started to shimmer as he gathered copious amounts of chakra on them. 8 trigrams, 16 exploding strikes. 2 strikes. 4 strikes. Neji's palm strikes produced powerful chakra explosions that made them impossible to block. Each strike managed to seriously damage, mutilate, or downright completely disable the alleged puppets. 8 strikes. 16 strikes. It seems that with just one gate opened, Neji is doing rather well against these enemies, Lee observed. Okay then, Lee, let's go, Tenten said, as she and Lee proceeded to imitate their teammate. Gate of opening, open. Tenten and Lee joined their teammate, and with the additional boost provided by the first gate alone, they started to trash their enemies and turn the tide in their favor. The masked ninjas noticed this, however, and changed their strategy. Some of them jumped backwards, and formed a circle around the battle. In perfect synchronization, they formed a golden chakra sphere between their hands, but rather than toss it as soon as it appeared, the sphere kept expanding as they spread their hands. Once they reached the diameter of their arms completely spread, they tossed the energy balls forward at the same time. Impressive, not, Guy laughed, as he grabbed 2 of the puppet ninjas by their necks, and tossed them against a giant energy ball each, forcing them to prematurely explode. Naruto had the same idea, except he simply used several clones to absorb the impact. Neji, Lee and Tenten opted to dodge them. Haku retreated to one of his demonic ice mirrors, while Hinata used her newly found kinetic powers to deflect a couple aside. This time, the ninja puppets opted for a different tactic. Half of them generated more giant-sized golden chakra spheres, while the other half bombarded the group with rapid fire of smaller blasts. Naruto, however, rushed towards the puppet ninjas while quickly deflecting their incoming blasts with his wind blade. When he reached hand-to-hand combat, Naruto hacked the puppet to pieces, before moving to the next. Their tactics overturned and their numbers decimated, the puppet ninjas opted to flee. Yeah, run away, you cowards. Next time, bring more of you, maybe that way you can be a little of a challenge, Naruto shouted to the retreating foes. Naruto-kun, they're puppets. They aren't going to react to your taunts, Haku told the blonde. I know. But it feels take that out of my chest, you know? Naruto replied, with a foxy grin. Is everybody okay? Guy asked. If yes, then we should try and catch up with the giant toad, before more enemies show up. Alright. Everybody minus Hinata said in unison. The Hyuga heiress hadn't listened to Guy's command, and stared at the sky with an unreadable expression. The others took no time to notice this. Hinata Heim? Something's wrong? Naruto asked. Somebody's coming, Hinata said. She raised her hand, pointing at in the night sky, illuminated by a half moon. Somebody with a really powerful chakra. Yes, I'm seeing him too, Neji agreed. He tensed even more. This chakra, Hinata-sama, his chakra is very similar to yours. What does that mean? Naruto asked, not liking the sound of that. Soon, even those without a Byakugan could see a figure standing on a golden floating platform with red railings was floating towards them. Once he was close enough, they could finally see who this mysterious individual was, a young man with soft facial features, shaggy white hair, and very pale skin. He was wearing a white, high-collared kimono with a black obi, with a pale green sash tied at the right shoulder. There were several black magatamas tattooed on his bare collarbone. However, the man's most eye-catching features were his eyes. They were a pair of Tenseigan, just like Hinata's, except these ones glowed with a brighter gleam. Ah, the Byakugan princess. After so much time, it's great to finally see you in person. Allow me to introduce myself, my name is Toneri Otsutsuki, Toneri told Hinata, acting as if the rest of the group wasn't there. You have a Tenseigan too, Hinata said in a whisper. Then that means that he must also have 6 paths chakra, just like Hinata-sama, Neji observed. An enemy with such power was something not to be underestimated. Indeed. It's the power my family coveted. The power needed to destroy this corrupt world, and replace it with a better one, Toneri stated. Wait a minute, then you're the other Hamura-sama told me about. The one tainted by darkness, Hinata said in realization, as she instinctively took a step back, closer to Naruto. Tainted by darkness? He repeated. Oh no, my dear Hinata. Is this world the one consumed by darkness? I am the light that shall purify it. And what did you say about Hamura-sama? Hamura-sama talked to me when I awakened the Tenseigan. He warned me about another with the same eyes I possess, Hinata warily replied. Toneri looked skeptical. You said Hamura-sama appeared to you? Curious. I did not receive such a vision when I awakened my Tenseigan. It's the darkness of your heart that stopped him from reaching you, Hinata sharply replied. Hamura-sama is one of the most powerful beings who ever lived. Had such thing be true, he should have been able to reach me, darkness or not, Toneri insisted. Enough of that nonsense. What the hell do you want? Naruto shouted. A world of peace and justice, in which nobody has to suffer senselessly, was Toneri's reply, leaving Naruto a little flabbergasted. But I presume you were expecting a more short-term answer. That would be to take Hinata from this withering world, so she can take her rightful place in the next one. What? Naruto asked, outraged, as he defensively stood between Hinata and Toneri. Hinata is the prophesied Byakugan princess, a direct descendant of Hamura's eldest daughter, with a kind soul and an emphatic heart, that will lead the Otsutsuki clan to a new golden age, Toneri explained. Hinata felt a chill running down her spine. Those were the very same words Hamura had used. That's why you must come with me. It's your destiny to join me in creating a new world devoid of wars, greed and misery, and a new lineage that will rule it once we're no longer here. Yeah, I don't see that happening anytime soon, Naruto coldly deadpanned. Nor at all. Watch your mouth, Jinchuriki. You have no idea who you're talking to, Toneri warned, his tone just as cold. I wasn't talking to you, but to Hinata. What do you say? Do you really need to ask? Hinata incredulously replied. I'm not going to leave my family and friends to join some stranger, much less one who wants to destroy this world. Toneri let out a sigh, and looked downwards. I knew this would happen. You remained in this world too long, and thus you fell victim to its inherent corruption. That's why I arranged you to be brought to me when you were 3 years old. When I was 3 years old? Hinata repeated. The kidnapping by those Kumo ninjas. You were behind them, Neji exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Yes, it was me. But that's irrelevant now. Oh well, I believe it's not too late yet. You will see the light, even if I have to open your eyes by force, Toneri darkly said, as he made a hand motion. His floating platform elevated into the air, as another horde of puppet ninjas appeared out of nowhere, leaping into mid-air, as they summoned golden chakra orbs between their cupped hands. Another rain of fire awaited the Konoha ninjas, who took no time to scatter. Naruto, however, made the hand seal of his favored technique. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Another multitude of Naruto clones appeared from thin air. A good chunk of them were instantly destroyed by the initial barrage, but those who survived quickly went to engage the puppet ninjas. All but one of them. I bet he's the one controlling these puppets, somehow, Naruto guessed, as the clone grabbed him by an arm and started to spin. So if I take him out, his puppets will go down with him. After building enough momentum, the clone launched Naruto towards the white-haired man in the sky. As Naruto flew like a missile towards him, he extended both hands, a Rasengan forming in each one of them. In a few seconds, he would be in range to attack. You're dead. Double Ra. Toneri merely raised an open hand against him, and Naruto was hit by an extremely powerful kinetic blast, that not only negated all his momentum, but sent him flying backwards, falling several hundred meters behind them, among a bunch of trees. Naruto-kun, Hinata shouted in horror, before she turned her eyes at Toneri, casting him a bone-chilling glare. You will pay for hurting him. Somehow, I find that unlikely, Toneri replied, as he jumped off his floating platform, and slowly descended, as if he could somehow control the speed of his fall. Now, you have to come with me, Hinata. Never. Hinata replied, mimicking Toneri's earlier movement, and blasting him with a telekinetic push. Like with Naruto, Toneri was hurled backwards, but Toneri was able to resist the hit, and remained still in mid-air. You may have the same eyes as I do, but not only mine are more developed, but my skill with them is far superior to yours, Toneri boasted, though his voice remained calm. If you come with me, I can teach you how to use the power you now possess. Just imagine what we could do if we joined our forces. Sorry, but Hinata-sama said no. Neji's voice was heard, as Toneri was slammed by a white and brown blur, hurling him crashing against the ground. The branch house Hyuga landed beside Hinata, and quickly went to check her. Hinata-sama, are you okay? Why yes. Thank you, Ni-san, Hinata replied. That was a good hit, but I doubt it was enough to put him out of commission. Yes, I thought as much, Neji said, as he turned around. Like Hinata said, Toneri got back on his feet, and floated a few meters above the ground. You're fast, Hyuga. Even with my Tenseigan, I was unable to see you coming in time for me to react, Neji said, as he shook the dust from his robe. However, you won't be able to land a hit like that a second time. Neji smirked in return. Is that a challenge? Gate of Life, open. As the third gate opened, Neji's green aura glowed even brighter, and a powerful wind started to blow from his body in all directions. The Hyuga prodigy then vanished. However, The moment he did that, Toneri raised another palm, and blasted Neji backwards with another telekinetic shockwave, when the Hyuga was centimeters away from hitting him. That was close, I have to admit, Toneri smugly replied. But my words were true. Now, Hinata, take a good look at the power of the Tenseigan. Toneri clapped his hands together. The ground below their feet started to rumble, of huge chunks of earth were pulled upwards, floating around the last Otsutsuki in a surreal manner. Once he decided he had enough ammunition, his hands formed a hand seal, and the chunks of earth and rock fell towards the two Hyugas, though mostly towards Neji. Rather than dodge them, the two Hyugas met the incoming rain of giant rocks. Lightning release, thunder palm. With a strike of her lightning-enhanced palms, Hinata shattered a large rock into a multitude of tiny pebbles. 8 trigrams, mountain crusher. Neji thrust both palms forwards, releasing a destructive vacuum wave that also shattered a couple rocks headed towards him into small shards, but the force of the attack also pushed those shards back to Toneri. With a dismissive hand wave, Toneri deflected the incoming shards sideways. Not bad. Let's see how do you do against this, Toneri stated, making another hand seal. A few rocks floating around him instantly shattered into tiny, sharp pebbles. The pebbles started to spin in a circle around the area Neji and Hinata were in. Let's see how well you do against an attack that comes from every direction. Toneri closed his hand into a fist, and the spinning pebbles rained upon the two Hyugas. They nodded to each other. Heavenly spin. The Hyuga cousins turned into a spinning blue chakra dome each, easily deflecting the rain of the stone bullets. Impressive, Toneri conceded, sounding strangely pleased. Besides your beauty, you're also really strong, Hinata. You'll make a great wife. I know. I won't be your wife, though, Hinata said, panting. Then, she suddenly fell on her knees, clutched her head, and started screamed. Ah! Hinata-sama. Neji panicked, and grabbed her by her shoulder. She shot Toneri a murderous glare. What did you do to her? Nothing, the Otsutsuki nonchalantly replied. Those migraines are a side effect of the Tenseigan developing. They will stop once it reaches full maturity. Anyway, I think I wasted enough time as it is. Toneri raised her hand, and Hinata was telekinetically pulled towards him. I won't let you, Neji shouted, as he blitzed towards the white-haired man. But Toneri already predicted this, and had already raised his other hand to blast Neji backwards with a telekinetic pulse. You think you can keep me away from my bride? Toneri asked. His politeness was replaced by condescension. For somebody with these eyes, you're nothing but ants. Let Hinata be where she clearly belong. Manipulated tools, rain of fire. Multiple kunai rained upon Toneri, who forced him to release Hinata in order to evade them. But much to his shock, he realized that the kunai had explosive notes attached to them. Disappear, Tenten said, as she triggered all the explosives at once. Using a kinetic blast, Toneri launched himself into the air, barely avoiding the chain of explosions that, even if they wouldn't have killed him, would have left serious injuries. Toneri panted, seeing how close he was of getting caught in that ambush. That was close, huh? Konoha whirlwind. 2 green blurs appeared besides Toneri, both delivering a powerful kick to his face. Toneri's reflexes, however, were fast enough to let him see Guy and Lee's double-teaming him, and raised his arms to block the attacks. Even then, the kicks packed so much power, he felt they left his arms on the verge of breaking. Don't dare to touch me, Toneri yelled, as he blasted Guy and Lee away with a repulsive shockwave. Wind release, Rasen Shuriken. A loud, high-pitched whirring noise alerted the Otsutsuki of a chakra shuriken flying towards him. He didn't need the Tenseigan to know that if he let that jutsu hit him, he would be as good as gone. Raising his hands, he projected the most powerful telekinetic wave he could muster, but much to his shock, while he was able to stop the shurikens from going forward, he was unable to push it backwards, until it finally burst into a massive wind explosion, which hurled the Otsutsuki backwards, tumbling towards the ground. What? What kind of power is that? With these eyes, there's nothing that could be able to challenge me. Toneri angrily thought, as he hit the ground. You won't be able to stop the next one, a voice Toneri recognized said, as the same infernal high-pitched were drilled his ears. As he got back on his feet, Toneri saw that Naruto was back. For a reason he failed to grasp, his chakra had become incredibly more potent. He also noticed that his previously blue eyes were now yellow, and had some orange pigmentation around them. Naruto and a clone were now forming another of those destructive chakra shuriken. It seems these people are far stronger than they let on. With my undeveloped Tenseigan, my chances are low, Toneri regretfully thought. You're really strong, Naruto. No wonder Obito-sama failed to capture you so far. Obito-sama? Are you with Akatsuki? Naruto asked, as he prepared his Rasen Shuriken. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. Wait a minute. That moment of distraction was all what Toneri needed. Quickly raising his hands, he sent another kinetic pulse that knocked the Konoha ninja on their backs. Wasting no second, he turned around, and flew towards his platform, still floating high in the air. Once he reached it, he flew away, disappearing into the night of the sky. As everybody got on their back, they looked around to see if the enemies have truly fled, and were they now safe? Relatively speaking. Just, what was all that about? A slightly confused Tenten asked. Guys, I think I have an idea of what's going on. Naruto replied. Chapter 58. The Byakugan Princess, Part 3. Or, setting things straight. As everybody got on their back, they looked around to see if the enemies have truly fled, and were they now safe? Relatively speaking. Just, what was all that about? A slightly confused Tenten asked. Guys, I think I have an idea of what's going on. Naruto replied. I'm not 100% sure, but that guy might be under Obito's mind control. Are you sure? If he was working for Akatsuki, he'd be more interesting in you than in Hinata-sama, Neji pointed out. You assume that the tailed beasts are Akatsuki's only target, my young student, Guy intervened. Who says that they aren't after other sources of power, such as Hinata's new eyes? Just great, Naruto said, letting out an annoyed snort. As if I wasn't worried about Akatsuki going after me alone, they're not after my girlfriend. Just great. There was a moment of silence, as the group of 7 processes both Naruto's words, and what they entailed. So, what do we do now? Should we go back to the village, or should we rest and continue at morning? Haku asked. For the time being, let's rest. I'm sure all of us were already tired before this battle even began. By now, Naruto's toad should be close to Konoha, if he hasn't arrived there already. Let's set a campsite, and we'll continue our journey back tomorrow, Guy decided. But before we do, let's see if we can salvage any of those ninja puppets that attacked us earlier. Knowing them will make us better prepared next time we have to face them. Everybody nodded. While Neji and Tenten went to retrieve and store the remaining puppets, the rest of the group went to find a good place to pass the night. Next day. Said decision turned out to be the most sound. After a good night of sleep, the 7 Konoha ninjas were now properly rested and full of energy, even Hinata, and were ready to resume their way back to their home. And just by noon, the Konoha ninjas triumphantly returned to their village. A quick talk with the entrance guards told them that the moon acolytes and all the scrolls they were carrying safely arrived last night, on the back of a giant toad. While the first thing they wanted to do was to go home and rest, or tell their loved ones about the mission, duty came first, and they had to go to the Hokage's tower, in order to give Jiraiya the report on how the mission went. One of the first things Jiraiya noticed was Hinata's new eyes. So, that's the Tenseigan? The Hokage asked. Hinata nodded. And what does it do? So far, it allows me to control attractive and repulsive forces, Hinata began. She moved her hand, and pulled a pen that was in the table to it. She then made it float above her palm. Though I believe that there may be more to the Tenseigan than this. I think so, if the explanation Nori gave me is of any cue, Jiraiya replied. She pretty much stated it was a dujutsu on par with the Rinnegan. Wait, Nori told you about the Tenseigan? Naruto asked. Of course. That's why I allowed this mission to begin with. If there was a chance that one of our ninjas could awaken a power that can give us an edge against the Akatsuki, I wasn't going to let that chance go, Jiraiya explained Naruto, his tone uncharacteristically serious. Of course, I took some precautions. That's why I sent Team Guy with you as an additional escort. Especially since you guys are one teammate down. Which was a good thing, in hindsight, Tenten added. During our journey back, we were attacked by a mostly unyouthful individual claiming to be an Otsutsuki who also possessed a Tenseigan, Lee spoke. But fortunately, Tenseigan or not, our flames of youth burned too bright for him to beat us. The man commanded an army of puppets. However, unlike those used by Suna ninjas, they were autonomous and could use chakra, Tenten said, as she placed a couple scrolls on the Hokage's desk. Here are the ones we managed to retrieve. That sounds like our chakra golems, Jiraiya observed, as he took the storage scrolls and placed them inside a drawer on his desk. In a way, yes, but... Naruto began, struggling to find the proper words. But they could fool you into mistaking them for actual humans, you know? I only realized that they weren't made of flesh and blood when I wounded one, but blood didn't come out. I'd say the craftsmanship and technology behind such puppets is superior to those of the Uzumaki golems, Hinata interjected. Though thankfully, they are unable to absorb chakra, and are nowhere near as resistant or stout. Though those are indeed troubling news if the enemy counts with such assets, Jiraiya replied. I'll send a letter to Suna so they can send some of their puppeteer ninjas here and help us studying these puppets. By the way, may I ask where are Nori and the other moon acolytes now? Neji asked. They requested to stay at the Hyuga state as long as they remain in Konoha. I told them to talk with the leader of the clan to see if they were allowed to do that. If you want to see them, they will be there, Jiraiya replied. By the way, Hokage-sama, those aren't the only acolytes that requested to be escorted here. Almost 100 more remain in their old hideout, as well as a good chunk of scrolls, books and other knowledge they claim to be of importance for both the Hyuga clan and the village as a whole, Guy informed him. Jiraiya nodded. Understood. I'll send several teams to escort the rest of the moon acolytes. After this, you guys deserve some little rest. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Tenten gratefully replied. If there's nothing left to discuss, then you're dismissed, the Hokage finally said. The 7 ninjas nodded, and left the office. As they exited the Hokage's tower, the now dismissed ninjas went on their separate ways to enjoy their leisure time until they were summoned again for another mission. Hinata then walked towards Naruto, before the blonde could leave. Naruto-kun? Hinata asked. Yes, Hinata-heim? Naruto replied to his girlfriend with his best smile. Hinata looked away, and started to twiddle with her fingers. Naruto noted it was something she hadn't done in ages. In fact, he couldn't remember when was the last time she did that. Definitely sometime before they became boyfriend and girlfriend. There's something I want to ask you, Hinata said, almost in a whisper. Naruto guessed it had to be something big for such a regression in her behavior. He gave her a reassuring smile. You know you can ask me anything. I was going home, and, well, my clan is going to see my new eyes. And I'll have to break them the news about what Nori-san told us, if she didn't do it already, Hinata exhaled. Would you like to come with me? I don't think I can do this alone. Of course, Naruto said, taking her hand. You don't even need to ask. Hinata smiled back. Thank you. Hyuga compound. As the couple approached the compound's gate, they were greeted by a branch house member that was on guard duty that day. He smiled upon seeing the 2 teens closing by. Hinata-sama, Naruto-san, welcome back to the Wo. Not even the Hyuga's legendary stoicism was able to mask the clansman's reaction to their heiress' new eyes. Hinata-sama. Yes, she has new eyes, she will explain it right now. Can you go and tell her mother that we're here? Naruto asked, midly annoyed, as he rolled his eyes. Right away, Naruto-san, the guard said, before heading inside the compound, with Naruto and Hinata following him at a slower pace. To try not to draw attention to her, Hinata kept her eyes looking down, and kept them half closed, and relied on Naruto to guide her. As they walked, the blonde noticed a couple of moon acolytes walking around the compound. It seems that Hikari had allowed them to stay with the Hyuga for the time being. He then saw the guard that had greeted them at the entrance walking towards him once again. Hikari-sama is waiting for you in main living room, the guard informed them. Nori-san is currently with her. Do you want to see your mother in private? Thank you. And no, it's okay. Nori-san already knows what I'm going to show her, Hinata replied, as she and Naruto walked in. Very well then. Hinata-sama, the guard made a polite bow before returning to his assigned post. After a minute or so, they arrived at the main living room. And just as the guard said, both Hikari and Nori were there, talking about something, before the duo walked in. Hikari immediately smiled, and walked to greet her daughter and probably future son-in-law. Hinata. Naruto. So good to see you're back. Nori-san was telling me about. Hinata then raised her eyes to meet her mother's, and the older woman was stopped in her tracks, and gasped loudly, covering her mouth with her hands. Hi Hinata, Hikari mumbled, losing her composure for the first time in years. She took a better look at her daughter's face. Your eyes. I know, mother. Let's sit, there is much we need to talk, Hinata said, motioning to the nearby couches. Yes, Nori-san has been telling me. Trust me, Hikari-sama, I barely told you anything, Nori interjected. Listen to Hinata-sama. I'm sure that whatever she has to say, it will be mostly revealing. But before we begin, can you tell me where is Hanabi-chan? Hinata asked. I think she should be training with her team at their usual training ground, Hikari replied. Hinata turned at her boyfriend. Naruto-kun, do you mind fetching Hanabi-chan and taking her here? Tell her it's an important issue. Of course. I'll be back with her before you realize. Naruto helpfully said as he rushed out of the living room. I should be able to give you a rundown of the events of the past day by the time Naruto returns with Hanabi-chan, Hinata stated. And thus, Hinata began her tale, with Nori adding something at times, or correcting Hinata when she stated something wrong, how the mission began, their arrival to the sanctuary, what they learned about the Sage of the Six Paths, his brother, the Senju, Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Hyuga, Hinata meeting Hamura himself and awakening the Tenseigan, and finally, the confrontation with Toneri, another Tenseigan wielder, with all what it entailed. When Hinata was finished, Hikari was speechless. There were so many things to process, so many things she thought were nothing but myths and old wife tales. So, the Sage of the Six Paths is real, Hikari said, chuckling. Somehow, that's the least ludicrous part of this story. And we're his younger brother's descendants, Hinata emphasized. And the Tenseigan, to think that those people I heard about were actually right. Hikari added, mostly to herself. You knew about the Tenseigan, mother? Hinata asked, her curiosity piquing a bit. I did, but I didn't give it much importance. I thought it was a myth, like the Sage of the Six Paths, Hikari replied. There were some members of our clan who tried to awaken it, some went so far they even lost their lives. One of your great uncles in particular, he dedicated most of his life to try to achieve it. Guess that, wherever he is now, he's possibly laughing while saying something like who is the crazy old man now? And most importantly, the caged bird seal, and the main house/branch house split, Hinata added. Now we know where do they come from. Indeed. I never liked the way the clan was divided, and hearing its origins didn't make me like it much more. Hikari admitted. Then why don't we change it? Hinata asked her mother. You're the clan head. Being the clan head doesn't mean that I can do whatever I want, Hikari regretfully told Hinata. However, I think we might have a chance now that I'm back. Naruto happily chimed in. And I brought Hanabi with me. Naruto said that Nei-chan had something important to tell me, Hanabi said, as her eyes darted towards her older sister. Naturally, she noticed Hinata's Tenseigan, and her reaction mirrored those of her clansmen. Whoa! What the hell happened to your eyes? Well, maybe a bit more brusque than her clansmen. Don't worry Hanabi-chan, you'll find out soon, Hinata gently said as she walked towards her. Now, give me your hands, please. Okay? Hanabi unsurely replied, and complied. Hinata grabbed her hands, and both sisters were suddenly engulfed by an intense lavender aura, as Hanabi felt a huge power invading her body. Hoa! Don't worry, Hanabi-chan. This will hurt a bit at first, but it's for the better, Hinata said, in an almost regretting tone. Hinata-hime? What are you doing? Naruto asked, midly concerned. Hikari-sama, what is she doing? A distressed Nori asked, though she was already fearing the answer. Byakugan. Hikari's bloodline limit came to life. She's transferring her Six Paths chakra into Hanabi. No, Nori shouted, as she rushed towards Hinata and tried to forcefully separate her from Hanabi. Hinata-sama, you have to stop. Seeing the urgency in the priestess' tone, Hinata stopped the flow of chakra. Hanabi moaned a little, before fainting into her older sister's arms. Why did you stop me? What's wrong? Hinata asked. Hinata-sama, you can't do that. The six-path chakra in your body is what powers the Tenseigan. The less you have, the weaker it is. Nori explained, still shaken. You didn't tell me this before, Hinata noted. Because I never thought that you'd do something like that. Why did you do something like that? Nori loudly asked. Hinata's face hardened, and fixed a determined glare on the priestess. Why, you ask? After hearing the true history of how our clan came to be, why not would be a better question. The Otsutsuki clan kept the power of the Tenseigan for themselves, and look what happened. And our clan then continued those foolish practices. No, I won't hog this power all to myself. Besides, you said that only an Hyuga with a kind heart and an emphatic soul is worthy of the Tenseigan, and I like to think that Hanabi-chan fits those qualities. Besides, no one ever said that there can only be one Tenseigan wielder. Yes, but sharing that power dilutes it. You'll need the Tenseigan at its full power to face the enemies that are to come, Nori insisted. Can't my six-path chakra regenerate, like normal chakra does? Hinata asked. Yes, but it will take some time, Nori replied. How long? I couldn't tell. What you just did had no precedence. Weeks, months, years, who knows, Nori replied, letting out a sigh. I will find a way to accelerate the Six Paths chakra regeneration speed, then, Hinata firmly stated. But like I said before, there's no way I'm going to let our clan to continue with the same traditions that led it to its doom once. That's very mature of you, Hinata, Hikari praised. You know, all these revelations made me think. Given what Nori-san said about the wielder of the Tenseigan being the head of the Otsutsuki clan, I think it may be the time for me to step down and let you take your place as the clan head. What? Hinata blubbered. That's awesome. Naruto piped in. I understand it may feel overwhelming right now. You're still young, and had this strange power thrusted upon you. But deep down, I believe it's the right choice to do, Hikari explained. She then grabbed Hinata's hand, and smiled. And you won't be alone. You will have me to help you and guide you if you feel lost or don't know what to do. Thank you, Mother. I promise I'll do my best, Hinata assured Hikari. Well, I think we should also start your training with the Tenseigan as soon as possible. My group alone brought plenty of books and scrolls that you will have to study in order to master the new power you now possess, Hinata-sama, Nori interjected. She then took a look at the unconscious Hanabi, resting on the couch, unconscious. And Hanabi-sama as well, it seems. We better wait until she wakes up. That way we can start the two of them at once, Hinata suggested. Nori nodded. I see no issue with that. Meanwhile, I'll start making preparations for Hinata's announcement as the new clan head, Hikari replied. I'll make sure the whole clan is gathered here for the afternoon. I'll be here as well to see such a moment, Naruto promised. In the meantime, I should go see the Uchihas. They should know all the things pertaining their clan's history. Alright then, see you later, Naruto-kun. Hikari saw Naruto off. Shisui and Shizune's apartment, a few hours later. Just like Naruto told Hinata, after leaving the Hyuga compound, he headed directly towards Shizune and Shisui's apartment, and had them gather the rest of the clan, which were just Sasuke and Itachi, before Naruto could tell them about the mission. All of them gathered in the living room. Shiro, however, was playing with some toys, isolated from the others by a baby fence, not that the baby minded being alone, while a sleeping Shizuka rested on her mother's arms. Just like Hinata before him, Naruto gave the Uchihas a quick rundown on how their mission went, and all they learned about the Sage of the Six Paths and his family, but focused mostly on the part with Indra and Asura, the origins of the Sharingan, and Indra's curse of hatred. The Uchihas listened intently, and didn't open their mouth until Naruto was finished, not even to ask questions. So that's pretty much everything, Naruto finished. Well, technically not everything. There's a bunch of stuff about the Hyugas, but I thought that you guys wouldn't find that interesting. There was a moment of silence, before anybody broke it to speak. Said person was Sasuke. The Uchiha is one of the most powerful clan to ever lived. But to think that we are descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths himself, Sasuke said, his awe being hidden by his usual low-key tone. The fact that the Sage is an actual thing as opposed to a myth is just as amazing, Shisui followed. Guess that those who said that the Uchiha is a clan cursed by hatred had no idea how right they were, Itachi sourly said. The part about Indra's curse was troubling, to say the least. Do you think that curse is real? Shizune asked, as she looked apprehensively at both her sleeping daughter and playing son, worried for their future. I'm not somebody who believes in curses, but that would explain a lot of things, Itachi regretfully admitted. But we allegedly now have tangible proof of the Sage of the Six Paths' existence, so the curse might as well be real. Are you thinking that it might be the responsible of pushing our clansmen into that suicidal coup? Sasuke asked. Again, it's a possibility, one more probable than I'd like to admit, Itachi replied. I can't help but wonder what kind of extent does this curse is over our very actions. Come on guys, don't get so gloom. Even if there's a curse out there, you guys doesn't seem to be ruled by it or anything. Naruto vehemently countered. He looked at Itachi and Shisui. When the clan rebelled, you guys worked to protect Konoha. He then turned at Sasuke. And Sasuke, if it wasn't for you, I'd be dead right now, and Akatsuki would have the 9 tails in their power. That has to count for something, right? Naruto's unbridled optimism made Itachi smile a little. Thanks for having so much faith in us, Naruto, but it's not as simple as that. My father served loyally to Konoha for decades as chief of the military police, yet in the end he decided to lead a coup. But I'm sure it wouldn't have done it if Obito didn't manipulate him. Naruto protested. He's the real culprit behind that. Naruto-kun, even if that might be true, the Uchihas weren't forced or coerced. They attempted the coup on their own volition, Shizune softly said. Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, they have nobody but themselves to blame for it, Shisui agreed with his wife. And it's on us to pick up the pieces and rebuild the clan into something greater, that won't make the same mistakes of the past. You know, now that you mention it, the Uzumaki clan's downfall was pretty similar, Naruto said, earning the attention of those present. Uzushio wanted to be a great village at any cost and, well, it brought the wrath of 2 other great villages upon it. Maybe it's not something exclusive to the Uchiha and inherent to all of the sage's descendants, Shisui said with a chuckle, maybe joking, maybe not. You mentioned that the Uzumaki and the Senju were descended from the sage's youngest son, right? I don't remember hearing anything similar regarding the Senju clan, so that might not be it, Itachi interjected. Naruto, you said that the Sharingan has a form even higher than the Mangekyo Sharingan, right? Sasuke asked. Itachi shot him an apprehensive look. Yeah, the Rinnegan. It awakens when the yin half of the 6 paths chakra all Uchiha have is combined with the yang half of the Senju or the Uzumaki, Naruto explained, before shooting Sasuke an intriguing look. Why? Do you want to get one? Sasuke. Itachi tiredly said. What? It would be an useful tool against the Akatsuki. And you said one of the Akatsuki have it too, right? Sasuke asked. So there may be more Uchihas in the Akatsuki besides Obito, Shisui guessed, sighing a little. Actually, I think they might be an Uzumaki, Naruto interjected. All of them looked at the blonde in surprise. Come again? Shizune asked. During our mission in Suna, we found out that Akatsuki also have access to Uzumaki sealing jutsu, Naruto began. However, it was a kind of seal that required a lot of chakra to make it work. That's why it made me realize that said Uzumaki seals might not be stolen. Now, it's possible that this person, besides Uzumaki, might also have Uchiha ancestry. That's how he or she was able to awaken the Rinnegan. Do you guys know about any Uchiha who disappeared under mysterious circumstances, defected the village, or something along those lines? Shisui sighed. None come to mind, but it could be just about any Uchiha. Until a couple years ago, we all thought Obito died during the Third War, yet it turned out it wasn't the case. Maybe an Uchiha faked his death in order to defect Konoha, met an Uzumaki, and had a child together that would awaken the Rinnegan. Naruto slumped in defeat. So nothing then. Itachi, you've been gathering information about the Akatsuki. Do you have any idea regarding this mystery? Shizune asked. Just one, but it's not very reliable, Itachi replied. I heard rumors that Akatsuki had infiltrated Amiga Corps. This is coupled with the fact that Hanzo the Salamander, Amiga Corps' leader, hasn't been seen in years, despite official word being that he's still the leader. Wait a minute, you think somebody ousted Hanzo the Salamander? As in, the same Hanzo who defeated the Sannin in their prime? Shisui asked, incredulous. Somebody with a Rinnegan could have done it, Itachi countered. But like I said, these are just rumors with no actual solid evidence to back them up. Gathering said evidence would require an infiltration in Amiga Corps. Naruto nodded wordlessly. Silence briefly reigned over the apartment. That is, until a realization dawned upon Shisui. Hey, all of these stuff Naruto told us about, doesn't it sound similar to the stone tablet? The one-eyed Uchiha asked. Now that you mention, yes. I knew this sounded similar to me for some reason, Sasuke agreed. Naruto, however, was completely lost. Stone tablet? What stone tablet? It will be better to directly show you, Itachi decided. Let's move this conversation somewhere else, shall we? The others nodded. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Uchiha training ground, a few minutes later. You still keep a private training ground? Naruto asked, as he walked along the Uchihas through the field of grass, heading towards a small forest. I thought you gave all the old Uchiha properties to the village as a compensation for the insurrection. We did, but Hokage-sama allowed us to keep this training ground, Itachi replied. Given how far from the village they usually are, nobody would be interested in building anything here, so there wouldn't be any money to be made. We dug an underground chamber below this field to store all our clan secrets and knowledge, once we no longer had the compound, Shisui explained. Though what we're looking for isn't underground. In fact, we're already here, Shizune announced. The group were now standing in a small clearing surrounded by the middle of the clearing. Surrounded by thick rope held by 4 stakes forming a square, there was a large stone tablet with several characters carved upon its surface. So, this is the stone tablet? Naruto asked to no one in particular. Sasuke grunted something the blonde took as a yes. He tried to read the tablet's inscription, but was unable to do so. Do you guys understand what it says? It's like a bunch of gibberish to me. Naturally. The ciphers of the stone tablet can only be translated by a Sharingan, Shisui replied. The Mangekyo Sharingan allows to translate it even further. And even then, there are still parts that not even the Mangekyo can fully read, Itachi continued. Which led me to believe that we need the Rinnegan to translate it completely, Sasuke finished. I see. And what does the tablet says? Naruto asked. Mostly secrets regarding the Uchiha clan, and the Sharingan, Itachi began. How the Sharingan works, how the Mangekyo Sharingan can be achieved, how it can be used to put tailed beasts under one's control, as well as other powers. However, there's this line here, it says two opposing forces work together to form all things in the universe, Shisui said. Sounds rather vague, Naruto pointed out. It is. This line has been the subject of much discussion among the Uchiha clan. Many thought that the two opposing forces were them and the Senju, and believed that if they stopped fighting the Senju and formed an alliance with them, happiness could be found, Shisui explained. Madara Uchiha, however, believed it meant something else. Many of his clansmen thought that he was just blinded by his hatred of the Senju. However, the information you brought to us has shed a new light over the debate, Itachi interjected. It's possible that this line alludes to the possibility of awakening the Rinnegan, by merging the yin and yang halves of the six paths chakra Uchiha and Senju have, respectively. Thank goodness I'm not a Senju by birth. Having to raise two children that can awaken the power of a god. Shizune shivered at the thought. No, thanks. Think how well they would do in the Chunin exams, though, Shisui joked, laughing a little. Then again, I believe in the first interpretation. When the Senju and the Uchiha buried the hatched and formed Konoha, it was the best for everybody, right? Shizune suggested, as her face became a little more solemn. And, sorry for reopening old wounds, but when the Uchiha rebelled and tried to subdue their former friends and allies. Shizune left the sentence unfinished, but the message was more than clear. Don't worry. If there's a silver lining to this, is that future generations of Uchiha will learn from their ancestors' mistakes, and won't have to go through the same suffering, Itachi replied. By the way, guys, where did you find this stone tablet? Who wrote it in the first place? Naruto asked. Nobody knows. It has been in our clan since pretty much forever, Shisui replied. Some said that it was the sage of the six paths himself who wrote it to guide the Uchiha. It was believed to be just nonsense, but given what we now know, it may as well be true. Wonder if the sage left another tablet for the Senju or the Uzumaki, Naruto mused. Anyway, now that you know the history of your clan, what do you plan to do? Probably the same thing we've been doing so far. Living our lives, becoming the best ninjas we can be, Itachi replied, shrugging a little. And continue undoing the damage our fallen Breathin did to the village. Though now that we know about the curse of hatred, we'll do our best to overcome it, Shisui added. Yeah. Plus, I refuse to let some old guy who died centuries ago to dictate my life, Uchiha ancestor or not, Sasuke firmly stated. Naruto smiled a little. Glad to hear that. Naruto then turned around, and realized that the sun was starting to set. Whoa, I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go to the Hyuga compound. Late for a date with Hinata, Naruto-kun? Shizune asked, giggling a little. Even better. Hinata is going to be named head of the Hyuga clan. Naruto enthusiastically announced as he ran away. Say what? Hyuga State, an hour later. Hanabi stirred in the couch, blinking slowly, groaning as she slowly woke up. You're finally awake, Hanabi-chan, Hinata said, smiling. She was sitting on the couch beside her, with Hanabi's legs resting on her lap. I had the weirdest dream ever, Hanabi groaned as she sat up, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hand. What kind of dream? Hinata asked, though she could imagine the answer. It had some weird old man with horns, and glowing eyes, kinda like yours, Hanabi explained, trying to recall the rather vivid dream. He said something about how now I had a great power and that I had to be responsible with it. Sounds like a rather cliché line from a comic book. There's more truth to those words than what you think, Hanabi-chan, Hinata replied, as she handed her sister a compact mirror. Feeling a bit agitated by such action, Hanabi opened the mirror and looked at her reflection. She yelped, and instinctively dropped the mirror. My eyes. What happened to my eyes? They're like she stopped, before noticing Hinata looking at her, like yours. Yes. Your Byakugan is a Tenseigan now. An ascended form that will grant you an array of new and powerful abilities, Hinata explained. Wow, Hanabi said in awe. And how did I manage to do that? Hey, wait a second. What you did before I fell asleep. Hinata nodded. Yes. I transferred some of my six paths chakra so you could awaken it. While not much, your body will now generate more six paths chakra so the amount you possess will match mine. Hanabi titled her head. Six paths chakra? It's a bit complicated. You see. That moment, the door of the living room slid open, and Hikari walked in. Oh, Hanabi, you're awake already. And look at that, with the Tenseigan as well, Hikari smiled. And just in time. The whole clan is gathered outside. Time to make the announcement. Announcement? What announcement? Hanabi asked. Hikari couldn't help but smile knowingly. You'll see soon. When Naruto arrived at the Hyuga state, there was a huge crowd of Hyugas formed in the front patio. However, despite his initial fear, he realized that the announcement hasn't been made yet, much to his relief. Even if deep down he knew Hinata would forgive him, he wouldn't, and he didn't want to miss his girlfriend's big day. Naruto wasn't alone. He made sure to bring both Haku and Kurenai with him, so the whole Assault squad could be present for the announcement. You know, Naruto, Kurenai began. When you told me Hinata was going to be made clan head, I was rather skeptical, but seeing this crowd, well, it supports your claims. You didn't see Hinata-san after we returned from our latest mission, did you, Kurenai-sensei? Haku asked. The Genjutsu mistress shook her head. Let's say that Hinata came from that mission more changed than anybody else. We'll explain you after we're done with this, because you just can't imagine what Hinata is now, Naruto cryptically said, visibly enjoying his sensei's confusion. At that moment, the murmurs of the gathered Hyugas and few guests came to a halt when the state's main door slid open, revealing the current clan head Hikari, flanked by her two daughters. The murmurs began once again when everybody noticed the blue and white glowing eyes the Hyuga sisters were sporting now. Hikari cleared her throat before she started speaking. My esteemed clansmen, both main and branch houses, thanks for heeding my call and gathering here. There's an important announcement that I need to make. But before I do, I have to explain a certain series of recent developments, in order to give all of you the context of the situation. As you probably know by their presence, our clan is now housing a group of religious scholars known as the Order of the Moon Acolytes. Said acolytes possess numerous historical records and treasures regarding our clan and its past. Among those, is the ability to elevate the Byakugan to a higher level, called the Tenseigan. The murmurs became suddenly louder when Hikari made such announcement. Even if some Hyugas made questions regarding it, the Hyuga matriarch chose to ignore them. Before you ask, yes. My daughters have awakened the Tenseigan. So far, due their lineage, they're the only ones capable of doing it, Hikari continued. Her explanation wasn't entirely true, but felt it should be for the better to keep the whole truth of the Tenseigan under wraps for them time being. Hinata and Hanabi now possess a power not just beyond any Hyuga, but beyond most ninjas as well. All they need now is proper training in order to master that power. We've recently discovered that our clan are descendants of another clan named Otsutsuki. Like us, they also had a Byakugan, and their family was structured into a main and branch houses. And their leader was always somebody who possessed a Tenseigan. And, to honor such ancient tradition, and to the fact that both my daughters have surpassed me in terms of power, I have made a decision. I hereby step down from my position as the Hyuga clan head. Now everybody, give a warm welcome to our new clan head, my eldest daughter, Hinata Hyuga. Naturally, the news weren't met with cheers and celebrations. Hinata wasn't popular among main house members due to her opposition to most of the clan's traditions and hierarchy. And even if she was popular among branch house members, they still considered her too young to be a proper leader. Hikari moved aside, and let Hinata take the spot she was occupying. Thank you, mother. Hinata then turned at the large group in front of her, made mostly of her clansmen. Like my mother told you, we recently discovered the true history of our clan. They had similar customs and traditions as ours, in order to make sure a few members had absolute power over the rest. Said customs led them to their downfall, and we will follow the same path, if we don't change. After many centuries, our clan finally recovered the Tenseigan, a power that was lost during the Otsutsuki clan's downfall in the past. And as its wielder, it's my responsibility to use this great power for the whole clan's interest and well-being. And thus, my first decree as the new clan head is to abolish the separation between main and branch houses. Application of the caged bird seal shall be banned for future members, and while I'm looking for a way to remove the existing seals, any main house member that is caught using the caged bird seal to threaten, coerce or cause pain to a branch house member will suffer harsh consequences. Naturally, the effect was immediate. While the many branch house members started to cheer and sing the praises of their new clan head, most main house members started to protest loudly. You can't do that. You'll tear the clan apart. This will end in a disaster. Suddenly, Hinata's eyes flashed white for a second, as she sent a pulse of chakra. The air became much heavier, and everybody felt as if Hinata's eyes were piercing their very souls. Everybody was silenced upon realizing the sheer power the new clan head possessed. Hikari wasn't exaggerating. Opposing her wouldn't be wise. Do you question the decisions of our clan head? Hikari smugly asked. But, Hinata-sama, a middle-aged main house member began, sounding more pleading than demanding. The caged bird seal is a crucial tool to stop our enemies from acquiring the Byakugan. What will we do then? What other clans with bloodline limits do? Push ourselves harder and grow stronger. The stronger we are, the less chances our enemies will have to steal our eyes, Hinata sharply said. The Hyuga had always prided in being one of the strongest clans of Konoha. Let's show everybody that we can back those boasts. You can't do this. Another main house member, a woman, protested. Clan head or not, you can't change our ancient traditions on a whim. I think Hinata made it clear that there will be consequences for those who oppose her, Hikari replied the woman. So if we refuse, she will impose her will by force? What a tyrant your oh so meek and gentle daughter turned out to be when she got some power handed to her, the woman scoffed. Hikari was about to protest, but Hinata beat her to the punch. Tyrant? Imposing my will by force? Isn't that what the main house has been doing to the branch house for generations? The woman opened her mouth to reply, but no words came from it. She closed it, hesitating, as if trying to come up with a proper argument to refute Hinata's claims. She mumbled something, but eventually shut up. That's what I thought. If any of you think I'm abusing my both authority and my new power, feel free to express your concerns to me. But before doing so, I want you to realize that this is how the branch house members have felt their whole lives, Hinata replied, resting her eyes on them. In fact, I don't see them complaining about my decisions or calling me a tyrant. This made the main house members realize that they were both outnumbered and overpowered. The branch house was the majority of the clan, and if Hinata had their support, on top of the incredible power she now possessed, her rule would be pretty much uncontested. For the time being, that will be all, Hinata said. More changes are bound to come in the near future. I know the Hyuga clan values tradition, but hopefully in time you'll see that these changes are for the better, and you'll agree with me as well. You're dismissed. The murmurs began once again as the crowd gathered in the patio started to slowly dissolve. Hinata's teammates, however, remained there. Was that Hinata? The same Hinata that has been my student? A flabbergasted Kurenai asked. She radiated so much power? Naruto finished. Confidence, Kurenai corrected. I mean, Hinata did grow more confident over time, but such jump in attitude was quite the shock. Hinata-san always tried to put the more belligerent clan members in their place, and now she has the power to do so, Haku added. Don't worry. Deep down, she's still the same kind person we know and love. A few minutes later, Hinata, Hikari, and Hanabi returned to the living room. So, how did I do? Hinata unsurely asked. That was amazing. I've never seen you being so assertive. Hanabi excitedly praised. Don't you think I exceeded myself? Hinata asked once again. Not in the ear the clan head now, you should show them who's in charge, Hikari firmly stated. By the way, I loved what you did with that chakra pulse. A really good way to let those idiots know who we're dealing with. Speaking of which, mother, you still haven't told me what are my responsibilities now that I'm the one in charge, Hinata asked. Don't worry about that. For the time being, I'll continue doing the boring part of the job. All you have to do is to make sure change can finally happen within the clan, Hikari replied. By the way, mother, if you wanted the caged bird seal gone, why you didn't abolish it yourself? Hanabi asked. It's not that simple, sweetie. As you can see, most of the main house opposed its abolition, and if a clan head tried to eliminate it by force, the whole clan would fall into chaos, Hikari explained. But with Hinata Nichin is different, Hanabi concluded. Is because of the Tenseigan? Hikari nodded. Though it's not just because of the power. Both you and Hinata are the first persons in literally centuries to awaken a higher form of the Byakugan that most of us thought it was just a myth. Your place in the clan is too important to earn unanimity. Imagine if the Sage of the Six Paths appeared and asked to be made Hokage. I doubt anybody would turn down such request. But I'm not the Sage of the Six Paths, Hinata protested. No, but you have the same eyes as brother once had, If what you and Nori-san told me it's true, Hikari cheekily replied. Yes, some clansmen will call you a tyrant, but don't listen to them. You're doing something great, and you will have my support. And mine too. Hanabi chimed in. And if you feel that using your power against them is wrong, remember that I also have a Tenseigan, but I'm not the clan head, Hanabi said with an evil giggle, as she punched her palm for added emphasis. Hanabi-chan. Joking. I was just joking. Sheesh. Hanabi protested, holding her hands defensively. I was totally not joking, Hanabi added under her breath. By the way, I saw your teammates outside during the announcement. How about if we invite them to have dinner for us, to celebrate your appointment? Hikari suggested. Hinata smiled warmly. I'd love it. Outskirts of Takigakure, a month later. Hidden within the thick forests that surrounded the village of Takigakure, there was a large army that waited the order to move on. Said army was rather diverse, ranging from thugs unable to use chakra, ninja mercenaries, missing ninja whose strength ranged from Jonin to low Jonin, and finally robe-wearing religious cultist whose entire skin was dyed in black and white, with skeletal patterns. Commanding this army were two members of Akatsuki, Hidan, and Kakuzu. They've been spending the last few weeks gathering this army to assault Takigakure. Most of them would die, but the Akatsuki cared very little for their eventual fate. The troops are ready to fight, Hidan said, as he walked towards his partner. I can already smell all the blood that's going to be spilled today. Jashin-sama will be pleased. Make sure you and the lunatics that follow you do your job. And remember, do not harm the Jinchuriki, Kakuzu stressed. Hidan rolled his eyes, and groaned loudly. How many times did Kakuzu need to remind him that? As far as his tenure in Akatsuki go, he didn't kill any Jinchuriki yet. Even then, the cultist decided not to answer that. Yeah, whatever, Hidan dismissively said. So, this is your former village, right? I'm sure you can't wait to burn this shithole to the ground. While I try to keep personal feelings away from business, I'm going to admit that yes, I'm going to enjoy this mission in particular, Kakuzu confessed. Hidan's grin formed a sadistic grin. Then what are we waiting for? Very well. Send the attack order. Hidan couldn't repress a glee upon thinking in the incoming battle. Soon, the world will be one ninja village down, and Akatsuki will have one more tailed beast in their power. Chapter 59. The Fall of Taki. Or Clipped Wings. Takigakure. It's not fair. Fu whined to no one in particular. The green-haired Jinchuriki was lying on a large branch of the village's great tree, looking at the sky through the small gaps left between the tree's leaves. She let out a loud snort, as if that somehow would relieve of her boredom. She went through all the troubles of taking an S-rank mission so she could get a several days permit afterwards, that she was planning to use to travel to Konoha, and get to see her friends again, and most importantly, her boyfriend. It's been 3 months since the last time she saw him, and while she enjoyed reading his letters, it was just not the same. But then Shibuki said, no, it's too risky letting you leave the village alone. And I can't afford an escort right now. Why don't you make up a reason to justify me sending me there? Fu had suggested. But Shibuki denied her request, saying along the lines of I'm not going to make that mistake again, and that, since no Taki Jinan team made it to the finals, there was no reason for any Taki ninja to be in Konoha. Meaning goodbye seeing the Chunin exams, goodbye laughing with her friends, and goodbye making out with Shino. She thought that earning a promotion to Jonin would show Shibuki her strength and thus result in more freedom, but how wrong she was. Despite her rank, she was never allowed to leave the village alone, not even for missions, which she always had to do under the watch of her babysitters or escorts, as Shibuki called them, despite the fact that she had grown way more powerful than most of the ninjas the village leader assigned as her squadmates. What was the point of being a Jonin then? Sure, the Jonin paycheck was sweet, and allowed her to buy anything she wanted, but that's about it. No matter what she did, it would never stop Shibuki from treating her as a delicate porcelain doll that has to be protected at all time. I might as well ask Shibuki for a mission, she concluded. Free days are rather boring if you have no friends to spend with. Yes, that should do. Preferably, a mission that involved going to the Land of Fire. Maybe that way, she could take a small detour to Konoha, and pay a brief visit to her friends, and her boyfriend. Little did she knew that her wishes were going to come true, and the price she had to pay for them. Deciding to stop wasting more time, Fu jumped to her feet, spread her wings, and flew toward Shibuki's office. She didn't pay attention to the buildings and people below her. While watching the village from the sky was incredible the first few times, it ended up losing its awe. That's it, until several screams caught her attention. Huh? She said, as she uncautiously moved towards the source of the commotion. She narrowed eyes. Is that a fight? Flying closer, Fu realized that she was right. There were several ninja invaders attacking her comrades, while others escorted the civilians to a safer place. She was unable to see where the invaders came from, since she was too high in the air to properly see their forehead protectors. At least, of those who carried them. Where did those guys came from? She asked. She got her answer when she saw that the enemy ninjas were coming from the lake, where one of the entrances to the village was. But said entrances are top secret, and only Takigakura ninjas know about them. Fu thought, as distress started to manifest within her. She forced herself to stop wondering about how such thing could happen. She could care about that later. Now she needed to put a stop to it. I think I should help them. No, wait, I should tell Shibuki first. Then he can alert the village of the attack. Flying as fast as he could, the green-haired girl zoomed into the center of the village, and in a few seconds, she burst through Shibuku's office's thankfully open window. Whoa! The young leader of Taki shouted, startled by Fu's sudden entrance. Fu, what the hell? Sorry, but there's no time. We are under attack. An alarmed Fu told him. Come on, you have to mobilize everybody. Shibuki-sama. A Taki ninja burst into the office, kunai in hand, ready to attack anybody who would dare to harm his leader. What was that noise? Are you all Rio? It was Fu. Calm down, Fu. Shibuki told her. What are you saying about being attacked? What does it need to be said? Enemy ninja are entering the village. They found about the secret passageways. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, Fu urged, jumping up and down. What Fu said was beyond unlikely. But she looked really distressed and frantic. And, eccentric as she was, she wouldn't lie about something so serious as an invasion for the sake of playing a prank. Shibuki's eyes rested on the ninja who had burst into the office shortly after Fu, who was still in the door. It seems that an enemy force had found one of the secret entrances to the village, and were being invaded. Spread the news and make sure everybody's ready to defend the village. I'll join you shortly, Shibuki calmly ordered. Yes, Shibuki-sama. The ninja obediently replied as he left the room, slamming the door behind him. Fu, how many enemies did you see? Shibuki asked the mint-haired girl. I didn't have time to count them, but they were a bunch. And more were coming from the lake, so there might be even more right now, Fu stated. Okay. Knowing you, I was afraid that you'd rush into battle, but I'm glad you did the right thing, and came here to warn me first. Now, while we fight, find a safe place too. No, Fu yelled, interrupting his leader. Don't even dare to finish that sentence. Taki is my home, and I want to help to protect it. Shibuki sighed wearily. Fu, we talked about this. You're too important for the village. If what you said is right, things are going to get dangerous, and you may die. I know that. But I'm a ninja, for Kami's sake. A jonin. Hell, I'm sure I'm even stronger than you. What's the point of letting me be one in the first place, if you aren't going to put my abilities to use? The Jinchuriki protested. Shibuki sighed again. He had no time to waste arguing with Fu. And if he made her relent, deep down he knew she'd disobey him anyway and join the fight. Besides, she wasn't entirely wrong when she talked about her strength and skill. Alright, but make sure you stay at my side at all times, understood? I don't want you to go on your own and get killed, Shibuki warned her. The green-haired girl's previous outrage disappeared, replaced by her usual sunny disposition. She flashed him a confident grin as she gave him a thumbs up. You got it, Shibuki. We'll cover each other's backs. Fu happily said. Now, to battle. Shibuki didn't share Fu's almost careless enthusiasm and optimism. For some reason, the young Taki leader had a very bad feeling about this. Kakuzu had disappeared to do some intelligence gathering, as he called it, leaving Hidan in charge of leading the initial assault. Kunai and shuriken flew through the air, some of them hitting thin air, but most of them finding their marks. Invaders and defenders traded elemental ninjutsu while others engaged their opponents in hand-to-hand combat. From what Kakuzu had told him, Takigakura was a very small village, but they managed to stay afloat thanks to the quality of the ninjas they produced, which were almost as skilled as those that came from the great villages, but could be hired at an overall considerably cheaper price. The downside, however, was that due to their low number of ninjas they couldn't take as many missions as other more populated villages. And so far, such thing was proving to be true. Despite the rabble Kakuzu had gathered, plus Hidan's own cultists outnumbering the Taki ninjas, they were having a very hard time pressing their advance. Come on, you weak-ass shitheads. Fight a bit harder. Janshin-sama demands it. Hidan hollered, as he skewered at Takigakure Chunin with his three-bladed scythe. His commands fell into deaf ears, and Kakuzu's fools kept dying. Oh well, it's not that he cared about their fate. Kakuzu himself admitted that these thugs were mostly fodder whose purpose was to wear down Takigakure's defenses. Until Kakuzu returned, he had to make sure the plan went as followed. Hidan rushed forward, and leapt into the air. Several shuriken flew towards him, but he skillfully parried them using his scythe. He landed in the middle of a cluster of enemies, as he started to cut them down. Those cloaks, Akatsuki. A Taki ninja pointed out in fear. They must have come for our Jinchuriki. Another one cried. Then we won't let them. Come on, attack, all at once. A third one, braver than the first two, stated, as he charged forward. Yes, come and attack me, you fucking heathens. Jashin-sama is thirsty for the blood of the non-believers, Hidan shouted, as he laughed maniacally while skewering more Taki ninja coming at him. Let's step up our game. Brothers, summon the sons of Janshin. Yes, Hidan-sama. The Jashin cultists chorused at once. Hidan's acolytes spread in groups of 3 and 4, focusing on a single Taki ninja each, and isolated them, before ganging on them. But the cultists didn't kill them. They only hurt them enough so they wouldn't be able to defend themselves. However, those poor Taki ninjas would wish they were given a quick death instead, since once they could no longer fight, they were placed on their backs on the ground, and the cultist would use their own blood to draw demonic symbols around them in a circle. And finally, the cultist would weave the same chain of hand signs, completing the process. Demonic summoning, sons of Janshin. Suddenly, the ninjas used for the strange rituals were invaded by a nauseating feeling. As if something appeared inside them, and started to quickly grow. A massive pain got hold of them as whatever was eating their bodies from the inside out grew bigger, until they burst from their chests, killing them almost instantly. The other Taki ninjas watched in horror how creatures that they've never seen before emerged from their deceased comrades' bodies, like a macabre childbirth. The creatures were of many sizes, ranging from as small as a housecat to as big as a tall person. Each of them had a different number of limbs, all of them ending in long, sharp claws. Some of them didn't have eyes, while others had multiple eyes all over their bodies. The only thing they had in common were their inky, dark blue skin, and their huge mouths full of razor-sharp teeth. Behold, heathens, the sons of our mighty lord, Janshin-sama. A cultist screamed. Let them fill your hearts with pain and terror, and rejoice. Without needing to be ordered, the demonic aberrations lunged in disorderly fashion at the Taki ninjas, who tried to protect themselves as good as they could. But between the numerical advantage of the invaders and the damage these abominations were doing, soon they found themselves forced to fall back. Yes. Now you'll see Janshin-sama in all his glow, Hidan gloated, before he was being interrupted by a Taki ninja impaling his chest with a large sword. He shot the attacker an annoyed look. Didn't your bitch of a mother teach you that interrupting someone who's speaking is rude as fuck? How? I impaled your heart. The Taki ninja stammered. Because I'm fucking immortal, Hidan yelled, as he pulled the sword out of his chest, and stabbed it into the Taki ninja's gut. This knife's yours, by the way, I don't want it. It seems you're having quite the time here, a deep, monotone voice said. Hidan turned around, and noticed Kakuzu standing beside him. However, your fun has to end. I've located the Jinchuriki. Oh well. As long as I get to use my ritual with something worthy of sacrifice, it will almost make up for the pain in the ass that it's not to kill the Jinchuriki, Hidan replied. I'd suggest the leader of the village, but I need him alive, since the reward for his head is greater that way. However, I'm sure that God of yours will find any of his bodyguards worthy. From what I know, despite being the leader, Shibuki isn't a particularly strong ninja, Kakuzu told him. Hidan's unnerving grin was all the answer he needed. Meaning that I'll take care of both him and the Jinchuriki. You take care of the rest. Whatever. Can we go now? Hidan impatiently asked. With that last warning, both Akatsuki vanished in a blur, like two predators ready to hunt their prey. Meanwhile, not far away from there, Shibuki, Fu, and other Taki ninjas, most of them Shibuki's bodyguards, were fighting with all they had against the mercenaries, thugs and cultists that were swarming the small village. Water release, water blade jutsu. A sword made of pure water appeared in the young Taki leader's hand, as he engaged a couple missing nin in melee combat, who were easily pushed back. These thugs are nothing but rabble. There must be somebody leading the attack. If we take him down, we'll win half the battle. Yes, Shibuki-sama. His escorts chorused in unison. More enemies incoming. One of the Jonin, a middle-aged broad man with a thick mustache, warned, pointing to a group of thugs coming towards them. Ninjas and, what the hell is that? Along with the enemy ninjas, there were what appeared to be some kind of near-skeletal, inhuman inky creatures with sharp teeth, claws and either lots of eyes across their bodies, or no eyes at all. I'll take care of it. Fu happily said as she leapt into the air, while wounding her fist back. Takigakure whirlwind. Fu landed in the middle of the arriving group, her fist slamming into the ground. The force of the impact alone produced a shockwave in every direction, which in turn created a powerful tornado around her, hurling the enemy ninjas and monsters away in every direction. Unlike the human opponents, the inhuman monstrosities recovered rather quickly from Fu's initial assault, and quickly stood back to their feet, and charged at the Jinchuriki, letting out high-pitched, inhuman screeches. Want for more? Suit yourself. A small tornado enveloped Fu's fists. Hurricane punch. Fu punched the first of the sons of Janshin with such force, it was literally vaporized, producing a loud booming noise. The wind chakra, as well as the force of the punch, created quick but powerful bursts of wind that knocked the other demons back. Undeterred by their siblings' death, the rest of the demons charged again, with predictable results. Whoa, that bitch is strong. A loud voice said. Indeed she is. So you better get ready, since that's the Jinchuriki, a deeper voice replied. Everybody froze when the newcomers revealed Fu's Jinchuriki status so casually. Suddenly, two men wearing Akatsuki cloaks landed in front of them. Remembering Naruto's words about the organization, Fu instinctively took a few steps backwards, closer to Shibuki and his group. I mean. The Akatsuki with the red scythe narrowed his eyes at Fu. That's a girl, right? Because damn, she's so fucking jacked, she almost looks like a dude. Look like a dude? I'll show you. Fu snarled as she stomped forward, but she was grabbed by the shoulder by a fellow Taki ninja. Remember, Hidan, leave the Jinchuriki and Shibuki to me. Do with the others whatever you please, the masked Akatsuki reminded his partner. Hey, I think I know you, you're Kakuzu, our village's most infamous missing nin, Fu said, pointing a finger at him. Kakuzu? It can't be, Shibuki cried, as fear started to creep into his body. If Kakuzu was the leader of this attack, then things would get way harder than Shibuki had expected. After you failed to assassinate the first Hokage, you murdered the village elders and stole Taki's secret kinjutsu, Fu recalled, sounding oddly excited. There's only one reason you came back here. Kakuzu chuckled under his mask. So, it seems today's youth still know about me. I should feel flattered. That's right, girl, I'm back, and that's because you regret your past crimes and want to ask for the village's forgiveness. Fu finished. A moment of silence followed Fu's optimistic statement. Kakuzu blinked a few times, not knowing how to answer that. Kakuzu, is she mentally retarded? Hidan asked. This seemed to snap Kakuzu back to reality. No, girl, none of that, it's true. This village betrayed me, all what I did next was a fair retribution. And my reason to be here is to capture you and extract the tailed beast sealed inside you. Of course, if Akatsuki lead the attack, they're clearly after Fu, Shibuki thought. But they're smart. They brought a large attack force, so we're forced to divert our ninjas to defend the village, and they have an easier time capturing Fu. It also explains how do they know how to access the village. Kakuzu? Impossible. Somebody that old can't still be a ninja. A Taki ninja with red short hair cried. He can, thanks to the forbidden jutsu he stole when he left the village, Shibuki explained. I don't know exactly what it does, but he can harvest the heart of his defeated enemies to both prolong his lifespan, stay in his prime, and acquire their strength. I see that you're well informed, Shibuki-kun, Kakuzu replied. Shibuki-sama, you need to take Fu to a safe place. We'll hold the Akatsuki as much as we can, one of the jonin, a woman holding a large sword with blonde hair tied in a short ponytail, told Shibuki. I can't ask you to do that. Kakuzu is by far the strongest ninja this village has ever produced. And we don't even know what his partner can do. Shibuki protested. However, his warnings fell on deaf ears as one of his jonin, a man in his 30s with a buzzcut, dashed forward. Go now. I'll create an opening. The man said, tossing a shuriken, and making several hand seals. Shadow Shuriken clone jutsu. The lone shuriken turned into several dozens. Hidan, however, smirked, and tossed his scythe forward. Using the thick cable it was attached to, he made it maneuver and spin so it would easily deflect all the shuriken away. Damn, now I have no choice. Shibuki cursed inwardly as he grabbed Fu by the forearm, and started to run, pulling her. Come on Fu, we need to leave. Whoa, wait. Fu protested, as she allowed herself to be dragged by her leader. Aren't we going to fight? They're after you. We need to take you to a safe place. Shibuki told her. You're open right now. The woman with the large sword said, dodging forward. Her sword started to glow with a blue light as chakra was channeled through it, before she made an slashing motion. Flying chakra blades. The released chakra took the shape of crescent-shaped energy blades that flew at the Akatsuki. However, Hidan merely smirked, as he easily jumped above the incoming attack, while pulling the cable down. His scythe came down towards her, however, she was able to parry it with her long sword. Himiko. The Taki ninja with the buzzcut replied. I'm okay, Tadashi. Himiko replied, as she struggled against the scythe. Quickly, attack him now. The red-headed Jonin was about to do so, until he noticed something. Hey, where did Kakuzu go? Meanwhile, not far away from there, Shibuki was taking Fu to one of the secret emergency exits the village had for evacuations. The fact that no enemies were coming from that direction meant that the Akatsuki weren't aware about it. They managed to make it out of the village, and were heading the edge of the island lake. Shibuki, we should stay and fight. If we help the others, we can. Fu protested. No, it's too risky. Shibuki replied. We cannot allow them to get their hands on you. You're too important. I need to protect you at all costs. Unfortunately, their escape was cut short by Kakuzu violently landing in front of them, opening a crater, and raising a large cloud of dirt and dust when his feet hit the ground. Protect her? Please. From what I know about you two, she's the one who needs to protect you, Kakuzu said in a condescending tone, as he walked towards them. Fu, stay behind me, Shibuki insisted, as he took a step forward. No. Fu protested once again. He's right. You're no rival for him. But if we fight together, we might have a chance. If I'm allowed to give my opinion, you should listen to her, Shibuki-kun, Kakuzu interjected. Not that it will change the result of this fight, but it's indeed the most intelligent way of dealing with me. Suddenly, much to Kakuzu's surprise, Fu vanished behind his very eyes. The Akatsuki barely had time to jump away before Fu's fist came down, hitting the ground, opening a large crater that sent chunks of rock and dirt everywhere. You are ridiculously strong, Kakuzu observed. You have no idea. Fu replied, as she sank her other fist inside the former Taki ninja's gut. However, Kakuzu burst into smoke, leaving a log in his place, which instantly shattered upon receiving the brunt of Fu's attack. Shit. The ground beneath her fist cracked, and Kakuzu burst from below just as fast, hitting Fu's lower jaw with a powerful punch. The mint-haired girl was sent flying backwards in an arc, before landing with a thud. But I'm still stronger, Kakuzu confidently stated. F you, Shibuki cried, as he dashed towards Kakuzu, his water sword above his head. He brought his sword down upon the unmoving ninja in a vertical slash, but much to his shock, Kakuzu caught his makeshift weapon with just one hand. What? Kakuzu's hand darkened, and squeezed the water sword with greater force, making it burst into dozens of water droplets that splashed both Shibuki and the ground below. You should know that earth beats water. Though with the gap between us, elemental advantages become irrelevant, Kakuzu said, as he delivered a brutal kick to Shibuki's gut, sending him flying a few meters backwards. This was even easier than. The masked Akatsuki was interrupted mid-sentence by another equally brutal kick, this time to the side of his head, which also sent him flying a few meters, before painfully landing on the ground. After getting on his feet, Kakuzu saw that it was Fu who had attacked him. You are even stronger than I had initially assessed, Kakuzu admitted. I'm even stronger than that, Fu said, as she rubbed her pained jaw. I find that doubtful. But then again, I do not seek to kill you, and beating an enemy while holding back makes the fight complicated. However, I wouldn't be the best bounty hunter in the elemental nations if I lacked skill, Kakuzu said, as he made several hand seals. Earth release, earth dragon bullets. Mud started to gather in front of Kakuzu, and it took the shape of a dragon head. The dragon opened its jaws, and fired a quick barrage of mud bullets. Fu then deployed her wings, and flew high in the air. The dragon head continued firing mud bullets at her, but her flight gave her more room to dodge than an earthbound target. And she can fly too. This task is becoming more complicated by the moment. Kakuzu groaned. Meanwhile, Shibuki managed to get back on his feet. Despite the brutal kick, he could still fight, even if he was sure he had a broken rib. One hit, that's all what he needed to take me out, Shibuki moaned in pain, as his hand reached his ninja tool pouch. He's right. The difference between him and me is too big. Fortunately, I have the means to bridge that gap. In his hand there was a vial with a glowing blue liquid. The boost from this amount of hero water should be enough to deal with Kakuzu, with the backlash not being so big as not to survive it, Shibuki said to himself, as he downed the contents of the vial in one go. The effect were almost instant. He felt all the pain disappearing from his body, being replaced by a powerful wave of energy. He felt his bones strengthening, and his mucus swelling up a little. His chakra became so strong, it manifested in the from a blue aura all around his body. Yes, with this power, he and Fu would be able to take down Akatsuki. Kakuzu, Shibuki yelled as he dashed towards the Akatsuki. While some might think it was stupid to waste the surprise factor like that, the young leader wanted to draw his attention away from Fu. Oh? You're still alive? Kakuzu nonchalantly deadpanned, as he moved his body a little, so his back pointed to neither Fu nor Shibuki. However, he was forced to focus on Shibuki the moment the young man assaulted him with a flurry of punches and kicks. While unrefined and not that hard to block or dodge, they moved much faster and packed far more power than before. What? How did you become so strong all of a sudden, kid? With the only thing you weren't able to steal before you defected. Shibuki replied, as he delivered a high kick to Kakuzu's head. The Akatsuki blocked the kick with his forearms, but it had enough force to push him sideways. He had barely time to notice a shadow falling over him. Takigakure whirlwind. Kakuzu jumped back before a green-haired meteor could crush him. Like it did before, Fu's punch opened a crater the moment it hit the ground. Now is my chance. Shibuki thought, as he moved backwards, closer to the edge of the lake as his hands flied through hand seals. Water release, water dragon jutsu. A massive, serpentine dragon made of water rose from the lake's surface. It let out a distorted growl, before it lunged at Kakuzu. Fu deployed her wings once again, and flew into the air to avoid THW attack. Kakuzu replied by making hand seals of his own. Earth release, earth dome jutsu. Dirt and stones gathered around the Akatsuki, quickly forming a dome around him, which was finished just in time the water dragon found its mark, collapsing into a massive torrent that left the entire area wet and full of puddles. The dome, however, was left untouched. Damn, not even with the hero water I can overcome the elemental disadvantage. Shibuki cursed. Let's bring you out of your shell, shall we? Fu shouted from above, as she slammed the rock dome with both feet, shattering it into a multitude of pebbles. However, rather than Kakuzu, she only found a hole. Damn it. He escaped underground again. I have an idea. Fu, let's force him out by flooding the tunnel he just dug. Shibuku suggested, as he ran towards the hole. Fu nodded, and the two of them started weaving hand seals as well. Water release, water gun. The two Taki ninjas expelled a stream of water from each of their mouths, quickly flooding the tunnel Kakuzu had dig. If he didn't come out, he'd drown. Suddenly, the earth started to shake. That definitely wasn't the effect the two Taki ninjas were expecting. Suddenly, powerful streams of water burst from underground as if they were geysers, startling them into stopping. What the hell is going on? Fu asked in shock, as she took a step back. The Jinchuriki noticed too late the ground trembling under her feet, and she was hurled into the air by a powerful stream of water. F you, Shibuki yelled. The mint-haired girl deployed her wings once more, and managed to escape the stream of water. She panted a little, spitting the water that had flooded her respiratory system. And that moment was all what Kakuzu needed to strike. Fu didn't even see the Akatsuki appearing beside her, and found herself at the receiving end of a rather savage punch that sent her flying against the ground. But when she hit the ground, she didn't stop there. The force of the punch kept pushing her towards the edge of the island, leaving a furrow behind. Fu, are you okay? Shibuki asked, as he rushed towards her. However, he was stopped in his tracks when several kunai with explosive tags attached to them landed in front of him. What? The young Taki leader managed to jump back in time before the tags detonated, producing a chain of loud explosions. When the smoke of the explosions dispelled, there were several missing nin of several villages. Kakuzu-sama, we came here to help. A missing nin from Ame said. Yeah, the situation in the village is pretty much under control. Another one from Kumo confidently added. What do you want us to do? An Iwa missing nin asked. Good job. It seems the money I spend on you is a good investment. Keep that man busy, but make sure he lives. Meanwhile, I'll secure the girl, Kakuzu said in a deadpan tone, as he walked towards the bruised Fu, who was trying to get back on her feet. Stand down, Jinchuriki. You've already lost. That's the best you have? Fu laughed weakly as she got back on her feet. She wiped a trickle of blood that came from her mouth. Girl, you only experienced a fraction of my true power. I recognize that you're strong, but my experience as a ninja far outstrips yours. Don't make this harder than it should be, Kakuzu said, as he continued walking forwards. Fu. You have to flee, Shibuki shouted, as the various hired missing nin engaged him at once. There's no way I'm going to do that. Taki is my home, and I'll defend it. Fu stubbornly shouted back. And you will defend it, but not this way. Don't let Akatsuki get their hands on your power. Go and look for help. Shibuki pleaded, as he felt the effects of the hero water slowly vanishing. I'm not going to abandon you, Shibuki, Fu yelled, as she tried to fight back the tears. You won't, Shibuki replied, as he parried a kunai blow from the Ame missing nin. Fu, you're a ninja. You know what you have to do. Fu didn't reply. Her sight shifted back and forth between Shibuki and three approaching Kakuzu. He was right, she did know what to do, even if deep down she didn't want to admit it. She wiped the tears from her eyes, and her face reflected a look of determination, looking as if she was ready to fight. A last stand against me? Brave, but foolish, Kakuzu observed. Fu clapped her hands together. I will fight against you, and I will beat you, she said, as her hands formed a single seal. But it won't be today. Hiding in the scale powder jutsu. Fu released a huge cloud of glittering power that blinded Kakuzu and all the missing nin in the area. Taking advantage of the distraction, Fu turned back, deployed her wings, and flew away. At that moment, the effect of the hero water vanished, and Shibuki fell on his knees, not being able to fight anymore. He was quickly apprehended by two missing nin. Lock Shibuki up in a safe place. The rest of us, come with me. We have to catch that girl, Kakuzu ordered. But, Kakuzu-sama, she's flying, the Kumo missing nin weakly protested. I can see that, Kakuzu deadpanned in return. But she won't be able to fly forever, especially with those wounds and bruises. Now keep your mouths shut and come with me. I pay you to follow my orders, not to question them. Why yes, Kakuzu-sama. The present missing nin chorused, as they all ran after their employer, ready to hunt the fleeing Jinchuriki. As Fu flew, she didn't look back. She knew that if she did, she'd turn back and try to help Shibuki and the rest of her comrades. She hated everything so much. Feeling so impotent, the Akatsuki bringing her village to its knees so easily, what would happen to Shibuki? She pushed those thoughts out of her mind, and focused on her mission, reach Konoha. Once there, she could ask her friends for help in driving the Akatsuki away. She had to cover a lot of distance, but with her wings and natural speed, it would be no problem. Fu, a voice said in her head. A voice she hadn't heard in quite some time. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? I'm going to Konoha and get some help. Fu answered the seven tails. You know, you could have used my power. That way, you could have defeated those Akatsuki, the seven tails replied. Not falling for that one again. I still remember what happened the last time I tried to do that, Fu bitterly replied. It's the only way. You won't reach Konoha in your current state. Besides, they're chasing you, the seven tails pointed out. Unless those guys learn to fly in the next hours, I don't see them catching me, Fu replied. No, but they will wait until you get tired and can't fly anymore. I'm trying to heal you, but I will take some time. There's not enough luck in the world that can take you out of this, the seven tails insisted. Why do you care about me so much all of a sudden? The mint-haired girl snapped. Because I know what will happen to me if those Akatsuki get their hands of you. I felt what happened to Isabu and Kokuo. I wasn't sure myself, but Shukaku confirmed it. I don't plan to get sealed back into the demonic statue, the seven tails replied, sounding almost scared. Demonic statue? What are you talking about? Fu asked. There's no time to explain. If you're foolish enough not to use my power in such dire situation, guess that I have no option but do the next best thing, the tailed beast cryptically said. And that would be? Fu asked. But she got no answer. Konoha Stadium. Like 2.5 years ago, a good chunk of Konoha's population, as well as many foreigners, were gathered in the village's stadium to watch the finals of the Chunin exams. This time, however, instead of a tournament of one-on-one fights, the Hokage decided to break the mold, and make team fights instead. Most of the teams were from Konoha, but there were a couple from Suna, and another two from Kiri, participating in an exam hosted by Konoha for the first time in more than 2 decades. Currently, the second fight of the tournament, between 2 Konoha teams, came to an end as the last member of one of the teams fell to the ground, unable to continue fighting. All members of Team Masaru are no longer able to fight. The proctor, Anko Mitarashi, declared. Team Yamato moves to the semifinals. "We did it, guys," Kaida happily said as she high-fived both her brother and Hanabi. "I can already feel that Chunin vest around my body," Hanabi gushed. "We're doing good so far, but we better not get overconfident," Hagane wisely noted. "The best way to ensure a promotion is to win this tournament." "Yeah. Besides, Mom will bet a lot of money on us, and if we lose just like Naruto Niazan did during his exams." Kaida shivered upon thinking what her mother's reaction would be. "We may have to become missing nins," Hagane solemnly noted. "Come on, Tsunade-sama may have a gambling problem, but he wouldn't do anything too bad if we lose after she bets on us, right?" Hanabi asked. The Hyuga grew nervous upon seeing the look her teammates were giving her, right? "Those children better win their remaining fights, or they shouldn't even bother to return back home," Tsunade stated, as she gripped her many betting tickets on both hands. Alongside Tsunade was Shizune, with Shiro and Shizuka respectively sitting on their laps. Naruto and Hinata were also with them, watching and enjoying the fights. Many Hyugas were sitting on previous rows. "I wouldn't worry about them losing, Tsunade-sama. They were already strong before, and now that Hanabi has a Tenseigan, I find doubtful that they will find any team that will give them a challenge. Not even veteran ones," Hinata said in an assuring tone. "How can you be so sure? You only started training with it for a couple weeks, right?" Shizune asked. "Hanabi didn't look that different to me. It might not be obvious to the naked eye, but her new power, it's still there. It manifests in a more subtle way. You'll probably notice that her blows pack more power than they did before," Hinata explained. Naruto was idly following the conversation, until he felt something. A pull. Knowing what it was, he let himself be pulled in, and soon he found himself inside the Nine-Tailed Seal. "Do you want something?" Naruto asked. "Because I'm having a good time watching the Chunin exams with my family." "Your entertainment will have to wait, brat. I've received a distress call," the Nine Tails began. "From the Seven Tails." Naruto's bored expression immediately changed into one of shock. "Fu." "Yes. It was short, but from what the bug told me, Akatsuki is after her. They invaded her village, and is currently on the run. You better hurry. You got lucky you were able to save the Tanuki's host, but you might not be so lucky this time," the fox warned him. Naruto nodded. "I will. Thanks a lot for telling me." The Nine Tails snorted dismissively. "Keep your gratitude for somebody who might appreciate it. I only warned you because it's of my interest that the Akatsuki don't capture any more of my siblings." "Whatever you say, you furball," Naruto replied with a cheeky smile, before leaving the seal. The moment Naruto returned to the real world, he found his girlfriend staring at him in concern. "Naruto-kun?" Hinata asked, mildly worried. "Are you okay? You look tense." "It's the Nine Tails. He told me Fu is in danger. The Akatsuki are after her. We have to save her," Naruto stated. Hinata emphatically nodded. "Okay, let's fetch Haku. By the way, do you know where Fu is?" "The fox didn't tell me. Somewhere between Taki and Konoha, I think." "That's a lot of ground to cover. We'll need a tracking team to find her. Is Kakashi-sensei's team in Konoha?" Hinata asked. "If they are, they should be in their usual training ground. I'll go fetch them, you get Haku," Naruto replied. He stood up and looked at Tsunade and Shizune. "Mom, Shizune-nichan, we need to go. Akatsuki is on the move again, and another Jinchuriki is in danger." "I understand. Take care," Tsunade said. "Before you go, you should warn your father about it." "I will," Naruto said, as he made a shadow clone. Meanwhile, in the cage box, 3 Kages were watching the fights. The first was Raza, looking a bit bored, since so far none of the Tsunagenon had fought yet. Just like the other time he was in Konoha, he brought Baki and Maki as his escorts. Sitting in the middle was Jiraiya, escorted by Shisui Uchiha and Neji Hyuga. And lastly, to the left of Jiraiya was Mei Terumi, escorted by Chojuro and Amayuri. "Your children are truly a sight to behold, Hokage Dono," Mei praised. Mei hadn't changed that much since the last time Jiraiya had seen her, when she came to Konoha to hire some ninjas to boost her rebel forces. That's it, unless one ignored the rather large round belly that she now sported. Wonder if mine will be just half as good as those 3 are, Mei said, as she lightly patted her pregnant belly. With you and Zabuza as their parents, I doubt they'll be a weakling, Jiraiya said with a light chuckle. Speaking of which, where is Zabuza? I thought you'd bring him with you. I planned to, but I had a better idea, Mei replied, her mouth forming a slyly malicious smirk. You see, Zabuza-kun wants to become Mizukage after me, so I decided it would be a good idea to let him get acquainted with the job while I'm out. Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Zabuza was trying to make sense of the loads of paperwork that occupied most of Mei's desk. One of Mei's assistants entered the office, carrying another large stacks of paper. Zabuza-sama, here are the mission solicitudes that need to be approved or rejected, the assistant said, as he added the papers to the growing pile. And don't forget that you have a meeting with the Onbu commander regarding the upgrade of equipment. And after that, there's the meeting with the Guild of Merchants regarding the safety of the trade routes. As the assistant droned all the duties that awaited Zabuza, the swordsman stopped what he was doing, and let his head hit the desk. No more paperwork and meetings, no more paperworks and meetings, Zabuza cried, as tears of despair streamed from his eyes. Yes, I'm completely sure Zabuza-kun is adapting perfectly to the job, Mei stated, almost repressing a laugh. By the way, Hokage Dono, given the outstanding abilities your children possess, didn't your clan or your wife's clan pressure you to have more? Jiraiya shook his head. I have no clan, and before we had Hagane and Kaida, Tsunade was the last Senju alive. Besides, Tsunade had them at a rather late age, so we decided it was for the best not to have more. And between those two and Naruto, we had our hands full. So lucky, Mei said, letting out a longing sigh. People think that having a bloodline limit is a gift, and in a way it is, but they're unaware of everything that it entails, such as the need to pass it to the next generation. Do you know that the only reason I exist is because my 3 older siblings failed to inherit both my parents' bloodline limits? My oldest brother only has steam release, while my older sister and second older brother only have lava release. Yes. Some research shows that very few human beings have the proper physical condition to handle 2 bloodline limits, Jiraiya replied. And now, they expect me to do the same. You have no idea how much pressure my clansmen put on me to get married as soon as possible. When are you going to marry, Mei-chan? You're already pushing 30, you know, Mei-chan, if you marry too old, you won't be able to have children, Mei-chan, when your older siblings were your age, they already had at least 1 kid, Mei said in a mocking tone, before her face turned red. Well, sorry for not marrying and having children as soon as you wanted, Mom, but I was busy leading a fucking rebellion, Mei yelled, as she slammed both fists on her chair's armrests, earning a few looks from Jiraiya, Raza and their escorts. Mei's face reddened, this time of embarrassment rather than anger. Sorry. I'm usually not this emotional. The pregnancy and all that. Raza scoffed, and rolled his eyes. Jiraiya let out a hearty chuckle. Don't worry. You should have seen Tsunade Haim when she was pregnant. Between that and not being allowed to drink, looking back, I'm amazed our house managed to survive her with such little damage. Dad! A loud voice yelled. Naruto's body flickered into the cage box, startling all those present not from Konoha. What's the meaning of this? Raza asked, outraged. Your father might be the Hokage, but you can't be here. Sorry, Kage-san, but this is important. I need to talk with Dad about the Akatsuki, Naruto quickly replied. Akatsuki? Where? Mei asked. In the land of Waterfall. They're after Taki's Jinchuriki, Naruto explained. Naruto, how do you know about this? Jiraiya questioned. The Nine Tails told me. By the way, I'm a clone. My team and I are going to see if the animal squad is here so we can track and rescue Fu before Akatsuki does, Naruto stated. Jiraiya let out a sigh in resignation. If they are not, at least 1 tracking team should be available. I made sure to leave 1 in standby in case something like this happen. Alright then, consider this an official Konoha mission sanctioned by the Hokage. Take care. I'll try to send you reinforcements as soon as I can. The Naruto clone nodded, before dispelling a burst of white smoke. An hour later, forests of the Land of Fire. Fortunately for them, Kakashi's animal squad was on Training Ground 7, doing their morning routine training. Since none of them had any friend or relative taking part in the Chunin exams, they had no interest in seeing them. The moment Naruto explained the situation, they were immediately on board. Kiba, Tamaki and especially Shino were really close with the Taki Kunoichi, and weren't going to let anything bad happen to her. Using the scent of one of the letters she had sent to Shino over the past years, Kiba and Akamaru managed to track her scent. As expected, they were heading northwest, to Takigakure. Kiba, how long until we reach Fu? Kakashi asked. A few hours. Maybe more. She's too far away, Kiba shouted, as he tried to go faster. Naruto, did you got any more messages from Fu's tailed beast? Tamaki asked. Naruto shook his head. Not even one. I hope we aren't too late. Fu's strong. She will resist until we can lend her a hand, Shino confidently said. Naruto couldn't help but admire Shino's ability to remain calm in such situation, as well as maintaining a positive attitude. The blonde didn't know what he'd do if Hinata was in such situation. In fact, he did remember when Hagane and Kaida were kidnapped by Orochimaru's minions almost 3 years ago, and despair had been eating him from the inside out. Maybe Shino was also feeling that way, except that he was much better than Naruto at hiding it. Aburames were known for being almost impossible to read. Alright, I know Fu is a friend of yours and you're rather tense, but I need you to keep a cool head, Kakashi advised. We've never faced an Akatsuki before, so be careful. Hey, Naruto's squad killed one and drove his partner away. They can't be that tough, Kiba mentioned. Underestimating them wouldn't be wise, Kiba-kun. The two our team fought were rather powerful, and we needed a lot of help to take them down, Hinata recalled. Besides, you guys are a tracking squad. You didn't see as much combat as we did, Naruto added. We'll see that once the fight begins. Kiba heatedly replied. Will you stop you too? Why don't we focus on saving Fu? Tamaki interjected. Tamaki-san is right. Our priority is to help her, not to beat the Akatsuki, Shino continued. Despite he sounded in his usual monotone, his words were coated in some harshness. Neither Naruto nor Kiba said anything. Following Tamaki's advice, they decided that it would be better if they focused on rescuing Fu. But in order to do so, a clash with the Akatsuki would be inevitable. I don't care how many of them are, or what kind of strength they do possess, Naruto decided with determination. I won't let Akatsuki harm another Jinchuriki ever again. Unfortunately for the blonde, he wouldn't be able to keep that promise for long. Chapter 60. Calm Skies. Or Time to Counterattack. Forests of the Land of Fire. Well, do you plan on using my power yet? Because frankly, I can't see how the situation can get any worse, the Seven Tails deadpanned. And not even my luck is going to be enough to get you out of this. Shut up already, Fu shouted out loud. Despite not wanting to admit it, the situation was dire. Kakuzu managed to take her down from the sky with a powerful long-range attack involving both fire and wind. Once down, one of the first things the Akatsuki did was to rip her wings out of her back. While they would regrow after a good night of sleep, she was now deprived of her greatest asset for survival. It was then when his goons moved for the kill. She was now in the middle of a thick forest, cornered against a cluster of trees, with no escape route. If she was at her best, she could easily crush them, but so far, she only managed to keep them at bay. She was too weakened to offer proper resistance. She noticed an Iwa missing nin making several hand seals. Earth Release, Rock Crusher. A shadow alerted Fu of the 3 giant boulders that suddenly appeared above her, before gravity pulled them down. They're probably expecting me to dodge them, and another one will attack me while I'm vulnerable, Fu thought, as her muscles tensed while she prepared to counterattack. They're in for a surprise then. Even if she could no longer fly, the Taki Kunoichi shot into the sky with a mighty leap, shattering an incoming boulder with a powerful punch, and another one with her other punch. She then spun mid-air, and kicked the last boulder back to the Iwa nin. Shit. The Iwa missing nin cursed, as he ran away before being crushed by his own attack. While Fu was busy, a Konoha missing nin made hand seals on his own in order to capitalize Fu's predicament. Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. A volley of fireballs flew towards Fu as she fell to the ground. Of course, that didn't mean that the Taki Jinchuriki was helpless in the slightest, as her hands quickly formed several hand seals in return. Water Release, Water Wall. Fu expelled a massive amount of water from her mouth, which formed a circular wall around her, successfully absorbing the volley of fireballs flying at her, resulting in a cloud of smoke that blinded both sides from each other. See Sedilla. Good, this steam curtain should give me a few seconds to breathe, Fu thought. I know I'm being repetitive, but you could. The Seven Tails piped in. Shut up. I'm not using your power. I know what happens when I do. Sure, I could defeat these guys easily, and even the Akatsuki as well. But then what? I couldn't stop you from going on a rampage. Fu angrily replied. I'm not letting innocents die because of you. At the cost of your own life? How heroic. Too bad you aren't only putting your life on the line, the tailed beast dryly replied. And if you haven't noticed, these guys are merely wearing you down. The Akatsuki is still watching from afar. And once you're weak enough, he'll move and end this fight in one hit. Oh, he's going to need more than just one hit if he wants to. Everybody, attack at once. Even if we can't see her, she's still there. One of the missing nin shouted. I can hear her somewhere inside the cloud, rambling about something. You weren't speaking out loud when you were talking to me, right? The incredulous Seven Tails asked. Right? Fu laughed awkwardly, perhaps? How did you last this long? It's beyond me. Next time I hear Gyuki complaining about his human, and I'm going to suggest a trade and see how. The tailed beast's rambling was interrupted by a volley of fireballs, watery missiles, rocks, kunai and shuriken appearing from the cloud of steam, flying directly at her. Oh shit, Fu yelled as her hands scrambled to form the correct right seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fu blew a massive gust of wind that was able to push back the kunai and shuriken, and even dispelled the water attacks. However, not only it failed to stop the stone projectiles, but it magnified the power of the fireballs coming at her. This is going to hurt, Fu whimpered. You don't say? The Seven Tails sarcastically replied. The rocks and fireballs found their mark, resulting in a massive explosion that hurled Fu into the air, as well as taking down several of the trees behind the Jinchuriki. The mint-haired girl fell back to the ground with a loud thud, as Kakuzu's thugs cheered in victory. Fu, however, managed to summon enough strength to get back on her feet, if barely. Perched on a tree branch, Kakuzu was looking the ongoing fight, carefully analyzing Fu's strengths and weaknesses. His information already stated that the girl was powerful beyond belief, but it wasn't until he saw Fu's extraordinary resistance and toughness that he understood the whole extent of it. It doesn't matter now. After a whole day of flying, then fighting for so many hours, she can barely stand. There's no reason to drag this any longer, Kakuzu decided, as he jumped from the tree branch, and landed on the ground below. Everybody, stand back. I'll deal the final blow. I can't risk you lot accidentally killing her. The others nodded, and followed Kakuzu's instructions, while he dangerously came closer to claim his prize. Fu tried to back away, but she tripped, and fell flat on her butt. So this is it, it's too late to use your power? Fu weakly asked, as feelings of primal fear and desperation crawled on her back. Girl, even I'm amazed at how much luck I can bring, the Seven Tails cryptically answered. What do you? Fu was about to ask, before several whistles could be heard. Multiple arrows made of chakra rained upon Kakuzu, which was forced to stop, and take a few steps back. What the? The Akatsuki wondered aloud, before a loud, sharp whirring noise filled the air. Wind release, cyclone vortex. A massive tornado came from above, catching the Akatsuki off guard, and violently hurling him against a tree, which was instantly snapped in two. Amazingly, the Akatsuki didn't appear too hurt by such a brutal onslaught, and got back on his feet without much difficulty. Several ninja landed around her in a protective formation. It took her a few seconds, but she ended up realizing who they were. Alright, hunt's over, you jackasses. So scram unless you want to get your butts kicked, Kiba shouted, with Akamaru barking in agreement. Yeah, if you want to get your dirty hands on her, you'll have to go through us first. Tamaki added, as three blades appeared on both of her gauntlets with a snicked sound. The missing nin snarled at the newcomers, as they cautiously stepped back. You sounded like you were having a good time hurting my girlfriend, Shino coldly said, as he spread his arms. Swarms of beetles emerged from both his sleeves. Let's see if you're that bold now that the numbers are more even. Alright, we'll leave hand-to-hand combat to you three, we'll cover you from behind, Haku said, as he and Hinata tensed their chakra bows, producing another arrow each, which was pointed at Kakuzu. Guys, you came. Fu squealed, trying to hold back her tears. Lucky 7 is really worthy of her name. Thank goodness we reached her in time. A few seconds late, and Akatsuki would have claimed another Jinchuriki, Naruto said, sighing in relief. His expression then turned sharp with determination the moment his golden eyes rested on Kakuzu. So, you want to see if you can finish the job? Please say yes. Whoa, Hinata said in shock, almost taking a step back. Hinata Heim? What's wrong? Naruto asked his girlfriend. That Akatsuki, I don't know what's with him, but his chakra system and his organs, they look like nothing I've seen before. Hinata replied in shock and even some horror, unable to tear her sight apart from Kakuzu. Explain, Kakashi instructed. His body is a jumbled mess of multiple organs, held together by some sort of wires. I'm seeing several hearts, and his chakra network looks like several networks intermingled together. Is he even human? Hinata wondered aloud. You have a keen eye, girl, Kakuzu mentioned. You look like a Hyuga, but that's definitely not a Byakugan. What are those eyes? It's a long story. One I'm not keen on sharing with a mortal enemy, Hinata harshly replied, as she fixed a hard stare on the Akatsuki. First Sasori, and now this man. Where did Akatsuki find these inhuman freaks? Kakuzu-sama, what do we do? A missing nin from Kumo asked, his fearful tone clearly indicating he wasn't expecting such huge opposition. Kakuzu reviewed his options. Even if he fought with all he had, sacrificed both his hired thugs and even some of his hearts to retrieve the girl, the odds weren't that good. Among this group of Konoha ninjas, he only recognized Kakashi Hatake, somebody skilled enough to give him a hard time, and the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Then there was the Hyuga with the weird eyes, which gave the Taki missing nin very bad vibes. The other four looked unremarkable, but underestimating them would be a mostly unwise thing to do. He also noticed the blonde's appearance. Their data stated that the fox's Jinchuriki had blue eyes, yet his were golden. And those markings around his eyes, could that be Shinjutsu? If that was the case, he was seriously outmatched. Even with heat on at his side, it would be a battle really hard to win. You win this round, Jinchuriki, Kakuzu conceded. But know this, your village is pretty much in our hands now. You have 3 days to come to us peacefully. For each passing day past that limit that you fail to show up, we will kill 10 Takigakure inhabitants, ninja or civilian. For your people's sake, I hope we do meet again soon. Everybody, fall back. The hired missing nin were relieved that their leader had chosen to retreat to fight another day. Almost in unison, they all leapt away, and disappeared among the trees, followed by Kakuzu. Fu! The Chunin of the animal squad shouted, as they rushed to hug her. Guys, you have no idea how happy I am to see you, Fu gushed, as tears fell down her cheeks. You're hurt. Let me heal you, Shino offered, as he placed a hand on one of her visible wounds, which started to glow with a green light. Fu, that Akatsuki said that your village was his. Can you explain what did he mean? Kakashi asked, shedding his usual nonchalant tone for a far more serious one. Fu nodded, and as Shino healed her, she told the Konoha ninja about Takigakure's attack, how those two Akatsuki and their army had pretty much crushed what resistance they had put up, mostly to get their hands on her and extract her tailed beast. She wasn't sure if Shibuki was still alive, but she hoped for the best. Akatsuki is far more powerful than we feared if they were able to take down a ninja village with such ease and celerity, Haku grimly noted. He remembered far too well the massive efforts the Kiri rebellion had to make in order to have a chance at conquering the city. It would be in any other village's case, but in Takigakure, not so much, Shino interjected. Huh? Why do you say that, Shino? Naruto asked. Takigakure is one of the least populated ninja villages, it was Fu who replied. And as such, most of our ninjas are always out doing missions in order to bring money to the village. That means that we don't have that many people protecting the village in case of attack. If that's the case, how is that your village hasn't been invaded before? Haku asked. Because our village is actually hidden. Every way to enter the village is a fiercely guarded secret, Fu mentioned. It's true. Not even I have been considered trustworthy enough to be made privy of such secrets. Whenever I came to the village, I was told to put on a bag on my head as a ninja lead me both inside and outside, Shino explained. Wait, then how do your potential clients can ask for missions, if they can't even enter the village? Kiba asked. We do have several outposts on nearby towns that take mission requests which are then sent to the village for their approval, Fu explained. It may sound bothersome, but Takigakure has a pretty high rate of S-rank missions successfully completed. As Fu finished her brief explanation of how her village worked, Shino had also finished healing her. Okay, I healed most of your injuries, but it would be better if you were checked at a hospital, just in case. Can you stand up? The Aburame heir asked. Yeah, thank you, Fu replied, as she got back on her feet. Then, almost all Konoha ninja minus Shino and Kakashi flinched and gasped. Huh? What's wrong? Just, what the hell do they feed you? Naruto screamed. While Naruto's reaction might seem exaggerated, it was far from unwarranted. Everybody remembered Fu as the short, scrawny girl whose massive strength was deceptive. It wasn't the case anymore. Fu had grown. A lot. Now that she was standing up, they could see she pretty much towered above all her Konoha friends, standing a full head taller, and even had a few centimeters on Kakashi. And that was far from her only change. Her previous scrawny build had vanished, replaced by a far more muscular one, and while not as curvaceous as Hinata or even Tamaki, she still retained a feminine figure. Her affinity for extremely revealing white clothes remained the same, though. Wow, now that I get a better look at you guys, you got so short. Fu observed, almost giggling. I thought it was just Shino, but it seems that you Konoha guys need to eat more greens. Sorry to interrupt this moment, but we need to take Fu back to Konoha. You can talk and do some catch-up later, Kakashi interjected. Nobody could deny the truth in those words, as they all nodded, and headed towards Konoha. To Kigakure, a few hours later. Hidan took a deep breath, and exhaled, moaning a little. He was in such good mood. He didn't remember when was the last time he witnessed such a blood spilling of this scale, and he was going to savor every second of it, make sure the sight of the corpses everywhere, burning buildings and overall wanton destruction would be burned into his retinas for the rest of his life. Jashin-sama was happy, he could feel it in his heart. He had ample opportunity to use his curse jutsu with powerful ninjas, the kind of sacrifice his god valued the most. In turn, Hidan's strength had multiplied, and would remain at that level in the foreseeable future. The Takigakure defenders had surrendered already, those who were alive were on their knees with their arms on the back of their heads. Who would have guessed that taking over a village was so easy? Hidan-sama? One of his cultists asked, as he walked towards him. The village is now secured. Those who refused to surrender have been killed or managed to escape. Good. You did a good service to Jashin-sama, acolyte. You should feel proud, Hidan praised the cultist. Thank you, the acolyte said, making a slight bow. What shall we do with the prisoners? Should we sacrifice them? Tempting, but for the time being, let's keep them alive. I'd like to have some stock for the future, Hidan instructed. Besides, I know for a fact that Kakuzu would get mad as shit if I decided to do something like that without asking him first, and I don't want my good mood to be ruined by one of his fucking dressing downs. Lock them down somewhere safe. As you wish, Hidan-sama, the acolyte replied, as he went to communicate Hidan's instructions to the rest of their forces. At that moment, a group of ninjas entered the village. Everybody was startled for a bit, but relaxed upon realizing that they were part of their own forces, led by the other Akatsuki. Speaking of the devil, he took his sweet time to get his sorry ass back, Hidan said, as he walked towards his partner. Oi, Kakuzu. Kakuzu didn't greet Hidan. The Jashin high priest noticed that Kakuzu looked dour. Well, durer than usual, since that mask made the Taki missing nin a bit hard to read. The fact that he didn't appear to have the Jinchuriki with him probably had something to do with it. He was holding something in one of his hands. Hey, why the long face? Hidan asked in an irritatingly teasing tone. No Jinchuriki? Did she escape you, Hee hee. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes at Hidan, and clenched his fists. But refrained himself from attacking. Yes, the Jinchuriki escaped, regrettably so. She was somehow able to call for reinforcements from another village, Kakuzu told his partner. He then took a look at the ravaged village. It seems like things have gone well since my absence. They would have gone better if you did your job and caught the fucking girl, Hidan needled him, before deciding to ask about the item Kakuzu was carrying. What the hell is that? Kakuzu showed Hidan what appeared to be a pair or rather large insect wings. I managed to tear her wings apart. Though I admit I don't know if she can regrow them. Hee hee, you did brought something of the Jinchuriki after all. Too bad that shit's worthless, Hidan laughed. Upon seeing Kakuzu's scowl, he decided to change the topic. But yeah, the village is pretty much ours now. I ordered all our prisoners to be locked up. It is okay with you? Yes, you did good, Kakuzu nodded. Even if the Jinchuriki escaped from our grip, we still have this village and a good chunk of its inhabitants under our control. She will return, sooner rather than later. You know she won't return alone, right? Hidan told him. I'm aware of the possibility. In fact, I already met some of the ninjas that she'll probably bring with her in an effort to take the village back, Kakuzu replied. And what are we going to do then? Should we ask help from Akatsuki? Hidan asked. Kakuzu shook his head. No. She will make the mistake of thinking that we care about keeping this village. We'll use that for our advantage. Is the Takigakure leader alive? Nobody touched him since you ordered it. How is more money going to solve anything? Hidan asked, rolling his eyes. I wasn't talking about the bounty. Well, not yet. I noticed that the girl was quite attached to him. Listen, Hidan, this is what we're going to do. Konoha, a few hours later. The sun was starting to set when the group of 8 finally arrived at Konoha. Exhaustion started to wash over their bodies, as they finally allowed themselves to relax, knowing that, for the time being, danger had finally passed. I think it's too late to give the Hokage the report of our mission, so we'll give it to him tomorrow, Kakashi decided, before his eye rested on Fu. Now, I think that the first thing to do is to send you to the hospital to check that you're okay, or get you fixed if there's something that's not. I feel fine, Fu happily replied. I really don't need to go. It's better not to take any chances. Come on, I'll walk you there, Shino offered. Fu let out a defeated sigh, and slouched childishly. Okay. As for you, Naruto, the moment you see Hokage-sama, you should tell him of what had transpired in Taki. We're going to take decisive actions against the threat of the Akatsuki, Kakashi told the blonde. Naruto nodded in return. I was planning to. Thankfully Taki is an ally of Konoha, so this won't be seen as meddling into another village's affair. Technically speaking, that's not the case anymore, Haku interjected. Upon seeing Naruto's confused stare, he elaborated. Just like how Kiri's old alliances were nullified when Mei took over, Taki is now under Akatsuki's control. Their alliance with Konoha is void until the previous regime is reinstated. Even then, I doubt any village will take us attacking a village occupied by Akatsuki as a pretext for war, Naruto replied. If they do, they'd be pledging their support to the organization. A fair point. But there's still much to discuss before we decide what to do, Kakashi replied. We'll talk about this tomorrow. Now try to get some rest all of you. And the silver-haired Jonin body flickered away, leaving a poof of smoke behind. Let's better do what Kakashi-sensei said. After running so fast toward Taki, and then back to Konoha, I'm kind of tired, Kiba mentioned. Akamaru yawned emphatically. Then it's a good thing we didn't have to fight, or else you'd be so exhausted, you wouldn't have been of any help, Tamaki sneered, giggling a little. Even asleep, I sure can be of more help than you at your best, Kiba fired back. Come on Akamaru, let's go home. Tamaki just stuck her tongue at the Inuzuka, before she let put a yawn. I think I'll go home as well. See you later, guys. With Tamaki gone, the assault squad was left alone. You know, sometimes I wonder when those two are going to get together, Hinata commented, letting out a giggle. I know, right? Their constant bickering is starting to get stale, Haku added. Huh? What are you talking about? Naruto asked his teammates. Kiba-kun and Tamaki-san, Hinata replied. Those two? Getting together? Naruto asked in disbelief. But they are constantly arguing. Yeah. But deep down, they do care a lot for each other. They're simply afraid of confronting their mutual feelings, Hinata explained. When they met, their animosity was genuine, but as soon as they got to know each other better, those feelings changed. They're simply too stubborn to admit it. None of the couples I know ever behave that way, Naruto pointed out. Maybe not at the beginning, but some started out that way. They won't argue as much once they move past that childish phase, Haku added as well. Well, I'm so glad that Hinata Haim and I were never that way. Otherwise, it would have suck, Naruto said. Just like how not all persons are the same, not all couples are the same either. We did start out as friends, but that doesn't necessarily apply to everybody, Hinata told him. Anyway, I think I'm heading home. I have to apologize to Hanabi-chan for leaving in the middle of her fight. I also have to ask her how did it go. Oh damn, the Chunin exams. I totally forgot about that. Naruto sheepishly admitted. I better do the same with Hagane and Kaida. Maybe I should buy them something just in case. Your little siblings seem to demand a lot from you, Haku observed. I'm kind of worried about the time Seiichi-kun grows up. After that, the three members of the assault squad went their separate ways. The next day, just like with their own Chunin exams, the promotion ceremony took place in front of the Hokage's tower. So far, only one team was found worthy of being promoted to Chunin, and to no one's surprise, it was that composed by Hanabi, Hagane, and Kaida. The three of them were proudly standing in the podium, holding their diplomas and flak jackets. Despite their youth and relative lack of experience, these girls and boy have proven in front of everybody that they're more than deserving of the Chunin rank. Let's give them the congratulations they deserve. The public loudly cheered and clapped, as the newly minted Chunin smiled and waved at them. Before they finally stepped down and joined the crowd, heading towards their respective families. Hikari, Hinata, and a group of other Hyugas were expecting Hanabi. Look mother, Chunin on my first try, just like Nei-chan. Hanabi proudly announced. In fact, you managed to become Chunin a year younger than I was, Hinata pointed out, smiling. Then again, of the two of us, you're the one with the most talent, Hanabi-chan. Hanabi crossed her arms, and frowned. Yeah, sure. I know you only said that to make me feel better. You don't have to. I'm not a baby, you know? I'm aware of how strong you are, even before the Tenseigan. But Hanabi-chan, for mother and I you'll always be our baby, Hinata said, giggling. Hanabi stuck her tongue at her sister, before she went to show her trophies to the rest of the Hyugas gathered there. Hinata, meanwhile, shook her head. Hanabi-chan's so blinded by her admiration towards me, that she can't see how much farther than me is she going to go, Hinata said. No matter how much stronger than you Hanabi becomes, she'll never stop kissing the ground you walk. You're an amazing big sister, Hinata, Hikari praised her, making Hinata to blush a little. Well, I try, Hinata sheepishly replied. Especially after you passed her half of your 6 paths chakra so she could awaken a Tenseigan as well, Hikari recalled. She will never forget such a gesture, no matter what. I felt it was the right thing to do. I meant everything I said when you appointed me as the new clan head, Hinata firmly replied. By the way, how is the training with the Tenseigan going? Hikari asked. Slowly, but we're progressing, Hinata replied. We're still having some trouble with the flight, though. Flight is a very rare ability, so you won't find many teachers, Hikari pointed out. As far as I know, there's a jutsu used in Iwa that allows one to fly by reducing your weight. However, it's a fiercely guarded secret that's only taught from one Tsuchikage to the next. There may be another jutsu that allows one to fly, but I don't know any other. Wait, I do know somebody who can fly, Hinata's lips formed a smile. In fact, we rescued and brought her to the village not long ago. I think she'll be more than happy to lend Hanabi-chan and I a hand. Meanwhile, Hagane and Kaida were showing their diploma and flak jackets to their parents. Jiraiya was now among the crowd, Shizune, Shisui, their kids, and finally Naruto. It's a pity you had to go on that mission, Naruto-Niazan, if you could had seen us, Kaida said. All Chunin exam matches are recorded. I'm sure Naruto will be able to see you once Hokage-sama gives us a tape of it, Shizune pointed out. In fact, why don't I ask Dad about it now? That way, we can see your matches tonight all together, Naruto suggested with a smile, as he looked at Jiraiya. Sure, I'll ask for a copy of the tapes. Being Hokage, there shouldn't be any problem, Jiraiya said with a shrug. That would be great, Kaida agreed, nodding fervently. All right then, it's settled, Naruto replied. Say, Dad, why don't you go to the tower to get the tape, and since we're at it, we discuss the Taki job more thoroughly. Jiraiya nodded. Yes. Now that the Chunin exams are finally over, I can spend more time and resources on working on the Akatsuki threat. Come on, let's go. After bidding Tsunade, Shizune and all the kids a see you later, Naruto and Jiraiya headed to the tower, while the rest went back to their respective homes. Hokage's tower, 10 minutes later. Naruto thought that Jiraiya would take him to his office, but was surprised to see that they actually headed for the council room. There, 3 people were already waiting, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Raza, and Mei Terumi. Kazekage Dono, Misakage Dono, sorry for making you stay longer than you intended, but there's an important issue that needs to be addressed, and think it's to your interest, Jiraiya began, sounding ominous. We got recent news that Takigakura has been invaded and taken over by the Akatsuki. Both his fellow Kages and his predecessor Hokage reacted immediately. Shock was more evident in Raza and Mei's faces, while Sarutobi merely frowned. See come again? Mei asked, almost choking. That's unbelievable. Raza added. I know Akatsuki is powerful, but to think that they can topple a ninja village like that. If I remember correctly, Takigakura had a Jinchuriki. The only of the minor villages to have one, Hiruzen recalled. What has been of them? Do Akatsuki have yet another tailed beast? Thankfully no, it was Naruto who replied. Fu, the Jinchuriki, managed to contact me through the link of our tailed beasts, and we could save her before it was too late. She's now in Konoha, under our protection. If Akatsuki knows that, then this village is also a target for them, Mei somberly noted. Konoha's might is much greater than Taki. If they plan to attack our village, they're in for a nasty surprise, Jiraiya firmly stated, angry at the notion of Akatsuki daring to do such a thing. I wouldn't be so confident. Akatsuki is growing bolder with each passing day. If they can take down a village, even a minor one, I wouldn't assume they can't do the same with our villages, Raza noted. The difference is that while Suna and Kiri don't have Jinchuriki anymore, Konoha now houses 2, Mei added. It's not the same, Naruto interceded. Takigakure has a very low number of ninjas compared to our villages, and thus their defense force is much smaller as well. To compensate, their defenses rely mostly on their secret entrances. If somebody finds out about those entrances, well, getting an invading force into the village wouldn't be that hard. Even then, it would be wise if we reinforce our own defenses, just in case Akatsuki does dare to attack us, Hiruzen noted. Jiraiya nodded in return. Anyway, you can imagine the reason for which I requested your presence here, Jiraiya said. We can't allow a village, no matter how small, to remain under Akatsuki's control. Konoha is coordinating a counterattack with those Taki ninjas who escaped the invasion with their lives, or those who were away on missions while the invasion happened. I'd like for Suna and Kiri to lend us a hand, if possible. A deafening silence fell upon the council room. Raza was the first one to break it with a heavy sigh, before opening his mouth to speak. In another time I would have declined, Raza admitted. My loyalty is to Suna and Suna only, but given what Akatsuki did to us, and that if it wasn't for Konoha, my son would be dead, I think I can't decline such requests. Think that, by helping us weaken Akatsuki, you'll be protecting Suna from their threat, Hiruzen told Raza. Raza, however, let out a snort. Akatsuki already took what they wanted from Suna. I seriously doubt that they'll come after us again. That's an unwise line of thought, Kage Dono. After all, what do you think it will be of Suna, as well as pretty much every ninja village, once Akatsuki fulfill their goal and capture all tailed beasts? Hiruzen asked. Raza's face lost all color upon thinking in such scenario. He gulped uneasily. You make a fair point, Sarutobi-san. Suna will help you in your fight against this threat. I'm glad to hear that, Jiraiya said, as he turned his sight on the pregnant Mizukage. How about you, Mizukage? Given how much Konoha has done for Kiri, I have even less reason than the Kazekage to turn down such request, Mei admitted, smiling. Not to mention, Sarutobi-san's words hold a lot of truth. We can't let this issue snowball to a point beyond no return. Though keep in mind that, due the distance between our villages, moving Kiri ninjas all the way to Taki might take us a considerable amount of time. When is the counterattack due? As soon as possible. Probably in less than a week's time. We already have a strategy to draw the Akatsuki out of the village, making the counterattack easier, Jiraiya stated. Mei pondered the Hokage's words. Very well then. Even if I can't promise that my forces will arrive in time, I'll also send help in the form of food, medicine and other supplies for Taki once the Akatsuki have been ousted and they begin rebuilding. Very well, thanks a lot for both your help, Kazekage Dono, Mizukage Dono, Jiraiya said, as both he, Hiruzen and Naruto bowed before them. Alright. In that case, I should better return to Suna and prepare our forces for the operation, Raza stated. And I'll do the same as well, Mei replied. Alright. Then we can consider this meeting finished. I presume you'd want to return to your home villages as soon as possible, Jiraiya correctly sensed. I'll start planning the counterattack with my counselors immediately. I'll send you a toad messenger once we're ready to strike. The other two Kage nodded, before they stood up and left the room. Training Ground 8. Hinata and Hanabi were standing in front of Fu. The green-haired Jinchuriki's smile was wider than usual. She cleared her throat before she started to speak. Hello, and welcome to Fu's fantastic flight lessons. My name is Fu, but you may call me Fu-sensei, hee, the bubbly girl giggled. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Hinata and Hanabi looked at each other awkwardly, before a pair of Tenseigan rested on Fu again. Okay, what do we do first, Fu-sensei? Let's start with some warm-up exercises. Fu brightly stated, as her two insect-like wings protruded from her back. First, deploy your wings. Once again, the two Hyuga sisters stared at each other awkwardly, until Hanabi raised her hand. Yes, Mini Hinata? Fu asked. My name is Hanabi, the annoyed Hyuga youth corrected. And, we don't have wings. Fu reacted as if she had a bucket of cold water splashed at her. Say what? What Hanabi said. We don't have wings, Hinata repeated. Then how can you fly? Fu asked, almost indignant. We don't know, we just can? Hinata unsurely said. Then, to prove her words were true, both Hinata and Hanabi's feet stopped touching the grassy ground, as the two sisters elevated about half a meter above it. Fu opened her eyes very wide as her iris shrunk. She then came closer to the floating sisters, and carefully inspected them. Amazing, Fu said in almost a whisper. You two are clearly floating. She moved to inspect their backs, but you have no visible wings. This is unbelievable. Can you still teach us how to fly? Hanabi asked. Sure. Fu cheerfully said, her previous amazement vanishing as if it was never there to begin with. Though your lack of wings threw me off. I'll have to restart my teaching plan from scratch. Oh well, improvising is always more fun. Hanabi leaned towards Hinata. "Nei-chan, do you think that this girl is qualified to teach us?" The younger sister asked. She may look a bit loopy, but Fu-sensei is a very strong kunoichi, and a jonin. I'm sure we're in good hands, Hinata reassured Hanabi. Okay, first of all we should, oh my god, a squirrel, Fu yelled, as she started chasing the rodent. Come here, squirrel. I want you to become my pet. She's the only one who knows how to fly, so she'll have to do, Hinata said, letting out a defeated sigh. Takigakur. On a safe room protected against potential spies, Kakuzu and Hidan were in front of an astral projection of the Akatsuki leader, and that unnamed woman that was always by his side. So, you managed to take over your former village, but the Jinchuriki escaped, am I right? The leader asked. Kakuzu's silence was all the answer he needed. Disappointing. Oh come on, we took over a fucking village, give us some slack. Hidan protested, throwing his hands in the air. How is this different from what you guys did with Hanzo? Because the world at large thinks that Hanzo is still alive and in charge of Amigakur, and thus nobody suspects that our village is under Akatsuki's control, the woman harshly replied. On the other hand, you embarked on open warfare. Upon seeing what we can do, the other villages will watch out for us. You talk as if that didn't happen already, Kakuzu replied. Everybody knows our involvement in the Kirigakur civil war, as well as the village's previous state. Not to mention the ruckus caused by the abduction of the Kazekage's son. Han's capture was easy to hide due to his self-imposed isolation, but we won't be able to do the same with the other Jinchuriki. Besides, I promised that I'd increase Akatsuki's resources, and I brought a whole village. The Jinchuriki is more valuable than any village, Kakuzu, the leader replied, fixing a hard stare on him. Do not let your love for money deviate from what should be your mission. I really hope you have a plan to capture her. I do. I told her that for every day that passes before she surrenders to us, we'll start killing her fellow villagers in small groups, Kakuzu mentioned. Hidan here is more than happy to carry such threat. Hidan nodded fervently. So many sacrifices for Jashin-sama, I can't believe we didn't do this before. I already anticipated that she'll bring reinforcements to Konoha in an attempt to retake the village. When she appears, taking advantage of the chaos of the ensuing battle, Hidan and I will isolate her and capture her, Kakuzu explained. You seem to be really confident in your plan, the woman noted. Aren't you afraid of losing the village while you're capturing the Jinchuriki? The leader asked. You yourself stated that the village comes second to the Jinchuriki. And even if such thing happen, the other villages will think that Akatsuki is weaker than they thought and that there's nothing to be afraid of, prompting them to lower their guard, and making catching future Jinchuriki all the easier, Kakuzu explained. There was a moment of tense silence as the leader pondered Kakuzu's words. He seemed to agree, as his head moved in a nodding gesture. Very well. Given that you two proved to be competent in the past, I'll leave it to you two to fix the mistake you made. I hope to hear from you two soon, the leader ominously said, as he and his female partner's projections disappeared. Kakuzu exited the safe room, followed by Hidan. The two thugs guarding it stood to attention when their boss walked past them, but quickly relaxed and went to do something else once the new leader of Takigakur no longer required their services. After that, the two Akatsuki exited the building they were in, which was Shibuki's old residence. Man, what a dress-down leader Sama gave us, Hidan said, sounding amused, as he shook his head. Are you sure that that bitch is coming back? If I were Konoha, I'd lock the Jinchuriki up somewhere safe, toss the key into a river, and kill everybody who knew about her. Yes, that would be the wisest thing to do. Kakuzu would never imagined he'd indirectly call the religious fanatic wise. But given the way Konoha manages its Jinchuriki, it won't be the case. She'll want to take part in the counterattack. She will argue that her strength and power are needed to beat us, and those Konoha fools, following feelings over reason, will let her. Then, we will capture her and let this wretched village burn to the ground. Leader Sama did make a good point there. Things didn't go according to the plan the last time. Why are you confident they will go now? Hidan asked. The Jinchuriki being able to call for help from Konoha being so far from the village was something I would have never foreseen. This time, however, will be different. Now it's our enemy's turn to move, Kakuzu answered. I had much time to study both Konoha and its current Hokage. I know what they will do. If our goal was to keep this village, then I'd worry. But snatching the Jinchuriki will be easy if you do what I say. We are always doing what you fucking say, Hidan dryly replied, rolling his eyes. Because I'm the one with the most experience. Even if it wasn't the case, I'm also the one with the most common sense, Kakuzu coldly replied, narrowing his eyes at his silver-haired partner. Yeah, whatever. Your plan sounded all nice and shit, but how are we going to isolate the Jinchuriki from the rest of the attack force? Hidan questioned, raising an eyebrow. Because I doubt that they'd be willing to leave her alone. I'm counting on that. That's where the previous leader of this village, Shibuki, comes to play. When I fought the two of them, I noticed they were pretty close. While they don't look to be related, they treated each other as if they were family. Kakuzu stated. How the fuck does he have to do with this? Do you plan to use him as a hostage or something? Hidan asked. Yes. I'm not going to force the Jinchuriki to trade his life for hers, since I know such thing won't work. However, she will more than likely try to free him. But most of the forces will be preoccupied with taking the village back. So we'll take Shibuki away from the battle, to a battleground far away from the village, and we'll make sure no reinforcements can reach her, Kakuzu explained. Even then, if she's as retarded as to take the bait, she won't come alone, Hidan pointed out. No, she won't. But we should be more than able to deal with any rabble she's assigned as an escort, Kakuzu replied. He then handed Hidan something. Take this. Hidan looked at the item puzzled. What the hell is this? Kakuzu explained Hidan what the item in question was. I see. But I don't think I'll need it. As long as Jashin-sama is with me, my enemies will never know victory, Hidan boasted. I don't doubt that. But keep it with you just in case, Kakuzu said in a warning tone. Now, one last thing, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, a loud-mouthed brat, will be more than likely one of the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails escorts. He's a powerful master of Senjutsu, but I doubt he'll be able to bypass your immortality. I need you to deal with him, but I need you not to kill him either. Hidan rolled his eyes, and snorted in annoyance. I'm starting to get sick of this no-killing rule. The rule is just for the Jinchuriki. You can go broke for the rest for all that I care, Kakuzu dismissively replied. In that case, I better prepare some worthy sacrifices to appease Jashin-sama beforehand, Hidan decided. Do as you wish. I'm going to prepare the village for the imminent attack, as well as the battlefield where we'll capture at least one Jinchuriki, Kakuzu said, before he and his partner went their own ways. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.